The daggers are sharp. The attacks are reacting. And at the end of all things, we will have our first top 8 of this hunted, constructed season. Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, gonna be bringing you all of the action all day long. And let me tell you something, if you were not here yesterday, the games were out of this world. Beyond comprehension were the vibes and the games. Ellie, do you think they can live up today to what we got to see yesterday?
Is Eugene going to be on stream again today?
I don't know.
That might be our only hope to live up.
I thought it was just absolutely so much fun yesterday, and the way that the Hunted has just roared in with its fiery gate to just have such an impact on not only the classic constructed metagame, but also just like the intricacies of the matchups, of the way people are building their decks. We even saw Null Time Zone in our final round yesterday.
Card was a monster.
Absolutely turned the Dio into Zen matchup on its head. I mean, it was just great. What are you looking forward to today? What do you got kicking around in the brain?
Runeblade. I want to see some Aurora, but I'm not necessarily sure how well she converted. But that's my girl. I'd like to see her.
Yep.
I want to see some Fang. I think we've definitely got some Fangs out there doing well, waiting in the wings to kill people with attack reactions. That's kind of the theme of the set. Attack reaction set. Yeah,
the attacks are in fact reacting. So I look forward to seeing just how the heroes. We're going to get into the conversion rate, the day 2 heroes. We're going to get into that in just a little bit. But before then, let's go ahead and talk about what is all on the line for our players today. We have got so many fantastic prizes on offer for our heroes out there battling it out. And there are only, like 68, 69 people that made day 2. So out of those folks, we are looking at 32 of them to get their prizing here. Of course, first place, 5,000 USD, and that gold foil EA Stonewall Gauntlet, as well as prize payouts all the way down to 32, PTIs through top 8, and gold foils through top 8 as well. None so impressive as the new Stonewall Gauntlet, a card that you were talking about yesterday, Ellie, all of a sudden maybe roaring back into relevance in the meta.
Yeah, I think the return of effects like Spreading Flames, Wrath of Retribution is going to give, especially the return of even less than that, attacks that like buff themselves, things like Fire Tenet First Strike and these Draconic Ninja decks. In these heroes that care so much about not closing the chain, this card starts to get really punishing, especially when you don't have a turn-wide buff effect so much as just one link, but you can't break the chain, and this card will end up blocking for 5 and 6.
And if you're going to block for 5 and 6 in your arm slot, you might as well try to do it with the Extended Art Gold Foil. But that is only going to our first place champion today and tomorrow, as there are 2 callings happening here at our World Tour stop in Memphis. Of course, the PTI and those World Tour points, 16 of them to be exact. A series that I look forward to discussing more about, because the World Tour points, as we've already seen with the heroes, the players out there gaming this weekend, there are a lot of people here in search of these World Tour points. Because, of course, 1.5 million USD on the line over the course of the whole World Tour series. There is more to be had, more at stake than just the prize money here on offer at the Calling. The Player of the Year award, a brand new happening in the Flesh and Blood constructed season and OP offerings. Every time you're playing at these Callings, these Battle Hardens, your national championships, your pro tours, your world tours, you are accruing World Tour points. And if you end up as one of the 9 highest ranking players over the course of the year in our 3 major regions, you could end up with some pretty nice prizing. Of course, this is where you can be acquiring your World Tour points, the World Championships, of course, the Pro Tour in London and APAC, and 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and 50 National Championships, those of which you can qualify for very soon at RTN seasons all around the world. Look at all these World Tour points on offer. 32 at the World Championships, 28 at the Pro Tour, 16 at the Calling, 16 at these Nationals, and 3 at the Battle Hardened. And the Player of the Year, of course, of these players accruing those points, look at how much money you can win if you are one of your 3 highest ranking players in our 3 regions. Top player in those regions, 15,000 USD. Second place player, 10,000 USD. Third place player, 5,000 USD. That's 9, count 'em, 9 total winners all around the world. So you're accruing the World Tour points at the Calling. A player here, they're getting the Stonewall Gauntlet. They're getting 16 World Tour points. And if you look here, Ellie, all of a sudden 16 points could change the math on who is winning the money here quite a bit.
Yeah, it could take it from Michael A to Michael B. It could even take either of Michael H or F over Brodie Spurlock. Even more so than that, from the Europe region, we have Jacob Clements, who is here this weekend. And if he were to win, he would surge all the way up to second place globally, putting him in contention for overall player of the year.
Yeah, overall player of the year, as you allude to, they become the, the total winner, the player of the year in earnest, and they get an extra 10,000 USD. That's like $100,000 on offer for our player of the year race, man. Just absolutely unbelievable. Looking here at the Asia Pacific region, of course, the race here even tighter, a little less World Tour points on offer in that part of the year as of now, but we know there are plenty of events all year long that are going to be on offer for players all around the world. And of course, here's the overall leaderboard. 25,000 USD total to the player of the year. That's 15,000 for them being their top regional winner, and then an extra 10,000 for being the #1 player all around the world. And I love what you brought up. People talk about Brodie, the kid wonder all around the world, globe trotting though he may be. All of a sudden, somebody like a Jacob Clements, who came here in no small part to compete for World Tour points after winning.
That was stated as intent.
Yeah, he won the World Tour event, the Calling in Florence, just at the end of last year. And now all of a sudden, once you see your name on that leaderboard, it's hard to imagine giving up your spot. Winning a Calling could be just your ticket to getting to the top and overtaking our current leaderboard. And of course, if you want to acquire World Tour points, this is where you're going to want to head over the next couple of months. Anything sticking out to you in the first part of this half of the year?
Obviously, the triple header weekend, February 7th through 9th, Christchurch in the home country of Flesh and Blood itself, as well as Barcelona, and little trip back to Portland. That was the last time you saw me and Sam together on coverage. I will be there. Taipei a month later after a little bit of a break. And I want to talk about, jump a little forward into the future, Team Classic Constructed. We've been touching on this one on this schedule. Every single time that we're talking about this schedule, I want to touch on this. Team Classic Constructed.
Come on.
This is the first event of its kind.
I know. Never has it happened before. It has been long asked after by the Flesh and Blood community to sit down with the two other players you wish to do battle with and be able to do battle with 3 other of your either friends or enemies across the table from you. So we do hope you'll join us in Milwaukee for that. I do also, going back a couple weeks, Kobe and Sao Paulo, 2 exciting classic constructed callings around the world. Kobe, Japan, of course, and Sao Paulo in Brazil. Fab, come to Brazil indeed. Those events will be streamed, so I do hope you'll check out our YouTube channel to watch the coverage of both of those events. Tickets live on sale for both Kobe and Sao Paulo. You can head to fabtcg.com and over to the World Tour section to grab your tickets for both of those exciting events. A little later in the broadcast, we'll be going over just what's on offer as well for the Sao Paulo Fabled package and Go Again package. So we do hope you'll hang out for then. And then, of course, Dublin, Jakarta, your final chances to test your classic constructed decks before the World Tour in London brings our next Pro Tour. And that, I cannot even tell you how excited I am to crown a new Pro Tour champion and for all of the coverage that will be happening all weekend long. It's going to be a very, very exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
Or fan.
Or fan. There's lots of events on offer for everybody at the World Tour in London, including plenty of offerings to win yourself plenty of prizes. Or how about a trip to London?
How about a trip to London,
How about a
Sam?
trip
Can you tell me how I can
London?
get a trip to London, Sam?
Ellie, I would love to tell you how to win a trip to London. Here's all you need to do. It's very simple. Go ahead to fabtcg.com and purchase yourself one of the Fabled or Go Again event packages. You're going to want to go ahead and play in our fantastic events at the World Tour. And if you do so anytime today, folks, this is your last chance to win a trip to the World Tour in London, because one random lucky Flesh and Blood player is going to win flights and accommodation. You get to fly over for free. We'll put you up in a nice spot, and you get to go ahead and game with the best in the world at the World Tour in London. So today is your last chance, folks. Go ahead and buy your Fabled package by the end of today, and you could win a trip to the World Tour in London. And while you're there, you might as well pick up a souvenir package. Look how gorgeous all of the items on offer are. Do you think, Ellie, when you're looking at this package on offering, the spread, which is the most enticing piece for you? Easily the Command and Conquer playmat and sleeves. I'm such a fan of the new Command and Conquer art. I know the old Command and Conquer art, kind of iconic, kind of a long-standing piece of Flesh and Blood culture, but my favorite thing about this art is I like to call his swords Command and Conquer. Indeed. Please go ahead and grab this package if you do wish to grab them, because as you can see in the top left of your screen, nearly out of these ones. They are flying off the shelves. We did sell out in Osaka, so I do hope you'll grab your package if you need it, because it's not going to be there forever. Not going to be there forever. It sure won't. Looking ahead to London is fun and very exciting, but we do have our first calling of the year at this World Tour stop in Memphis, and it is proving to be a spicy one. Some of these hunted heroes are just roaring out of the gates with some real power and real exciting gameplay. I am looking forward just to see exactly how it all shakes out today. However, let's go ahead and take a quick look back at the metagame, how we got here, because this is the breakdown from day one. This is how it all started, Ellie Bird. And we started with a whole lot of rune blades. Yes, specifically Viserai, 19 Auroras in the room as well, but 53 Viserai. But maybe the most unexpected thing of all, the hero that converted better than anyone else to day two, from what I understand, is Mr. 11 players. Not Cindra, not Prism, but the Drakai of Ether himself, Kano, with his signature smug smirk. Taking a look here at the breakdown for day two. This is where we can start to see which heroes are rising to the cream of the crop. You can see there were a lot of Viserais in the room, of course. 18 of them did go ahead and make it into day two. When you look here at some of these other heroes, like you mentioned, signature smirk there right to the right. Kano, the Drakai of Aesir, those boys were out there blasting, and it looks as though the blasting went relatively well. What else is sticking out to you, Ellie? 6 whole Cindra, also a hero with only 11 in the field yesterday, converted at a rate of a little bit above 50%, which is really impressive for a hero that the vast majority of people were under the impression was just like C tier, just not, you know, the famous C tier bracket. Just really like not quite good enough here. I love to see 3 Aurora. That's my girl, as previously stated. We have 1 Fang, duking it out, fighting for it. Also a hero that we've talked about being a little bit unsolved from the Hunted. Maybe heroes that have a little bit more study to them from the Hunted, with a bit more of a basis of recently playable heroes. Arakni coming in at 5. That's our check-in with our Hunted heroes. Also 1 lone Dorinthia fighting her way through the beasts that beckon at the gates of Solana. Talking of Solana as well, a couple Prisms sneaking their way into day two as well. Out of 11, that's like an 18% conversion right there. Here I want to highlight as well, you can see not a lot of Zen made it through and not a lot of New. Those 2 heroes were some of our most highly represented on day one, and yet not many made it through. However, when you look at New, you might think like, oh man, so many New were in day one, only 3 made it to day two, but a couple of the News are out there just slicing through their opponents with their Mist Blades at like X1 at the end of day one. Yeah, I think so, we have at least 1 X1. Yeah, pretty likely we'll be seeing 1 or both of them close to our top 8, if not battling it out for the title of champion. So, you know, if you're playing Assassin, come correct or don't come at all, man. You gotta come with that right list. You might find yourself not even able to make it into the day two. Looking back at our standings from the end of yesterday, you can see our 3 7-0 players there: Raj Parikh, Brodie, Spurlock, and Samuel Young. Viserai, Cindra, and Enigma represented on those 3 players. And then a lot of players going down with those 6 wins, 6 and 1 at the end of our first day of competition. And we're going to have to wait and see just which of the players and heroes you see on your screens actually make it through to our next phase of competition, which will be, of course, the top 8. And I mean, let's be clear, I'm pretty stoked. Pretty stoked? I'm pretty stoked. I think it's going to be great. For the top 8? I'm just pretty stoked for the whole day of games. Yesterday was absolutely fantastic. You know, it's hard to imagine something topping it, but if there's anything that I think could top a great day of games, it's another great day of games, starting with our round 1. Let's waste no further time and dive right in. Ellie, you ready? Absolutely. Bring Bring on the game, folks. We have a 6-1 Verdance for you. The Thorn of the Rose is taking on the Rune Blood. We've got Jonathan Fouk as well as Florin-Cristian Loghin, who, if you remember correctly, all the way back from PT1 in New Jersey, our runner-up, our finalist, falling only to Pablo Pintor in that tournament. And now we see him here 6-1 battling for another top 8 to his storied career. But he's got a pretty interesting opponent across from him in this Verdance list that I personally am very excited to see just how it all comes together. Looks like he's going to start things off, channel the Millennium Tree, pitching, of course, that Earth card to get the flow counter on it, discarding the Arcane Twining, another bit of amp. We're currently amping 4. Is he going to go ahead and activate the Surgent Aethertide to try to get some damage through? Looks like AB3 represented on the side of Florin. The answer is no. That's just going to be the flow counter, the arsenal, and the pass.
Looks like he basically just decided that there was no amount of amp that was worth letting his opponent filter so much, especially with AB3. You know, if you send a spell through on your very first turn, you can give the opponent the opportunity to just pitch 3 stinky reds into their AB3 and do a lot of filtering. So instead, I think he's just pretty content to establish this powerful channel, the Millennium Tree, that'll just continue to give him value so long as he can keep it on the field, and then just ship it over to his opponent.
Turn, of course, over to Florin now. Not able to filter anything on that first turn. Part of maybe the decision-making from Jonathan. Hailing from Austria, Florin-Cristian Loghin, taking down limited tournaments recently. Maybe back in Barcelona was the last time I remember a Battle Hardened limited being taken down by the gentleman on the right side of your screen. But it's going to be a discarding of a playing of the Become the Arc Knight, a discarding of the Machinations of Dominion. Go ahead and grab that Rune Rager Swarm, a little bit of Go Again, a little bit of Rune Chance, a bit of purple on the side.
There's a lot of
Florin.
On the topic of Florin's accomplishments, I do recall at one of the first callings I ever placed in was, I believe, a game shy of top 8, but it's not about me. At the attached Battle Hardened, this was Bright Lights Limited, Limited Battle Hardened, which he top 8'd. I believe he was on Max in Swiss.
Oh.
Sealed Max deck.
It's going to be that Rune Rager Swarm to follow up to become the Arc Knight. Coming in 3 with Go Again because the Viserai trigger, of course, creating that Rune Chant. That's going to buy a block with the Destructive Aethertide, full block there. 3 covers 3. Runic Reckoning going to power up the next Rune Blade attack by 3 and make a Rune Chant. And now the Drawn to the Dark Dimension comes across. It's going to make a Rune Chant. It's going to come in for 5 thanks to the Runic Reckoning. And the Viserai trigger is going to make a Rune Chant in the back, and the Drawn to the Dark Dimension going to draw a card for the arsenal.
This is really the power of Viserai when he's left with these 4 or 5 card hands. You know, he scales so exponentially as opposed to some decks that scale linearly, all their cards being worth 4. Viserai, with just 4 cards, managed to fire off 12 damage here, each of his cards being worth 3, and then end on drawing a card. And this turn started with him discarding a card to become the Arc Knight.
There's that consistency that I think is so enticing for a lot of these players. 2 blocks total from Jonathan. Down to 36 at the end of this, which means it's time for the Surgent Aethertide, buffed up by the amp of the channel, the Millennium Tree. So this comes in for 4, but if any of this arcane damage comes through, the Surgent Aethertide will, of course, amp an additional X, where X is the damage dealt by the Surgent Aethertide.
Notably not amp.
Technically amp. No, it's not technically amp.
Meaningfully not amp,
yes.
because this effect works more, how do I put it, more synergistically with cards like Forked Lightning. So Forked Lightning deals 2 instances of 2 arcane damage, for example, which amp will only buff one of those instances. Surgent Aethertide will increase the damage dealt by both instances of that card.
Very cool, very cool. Mind Warp is the follow-up after 1 damage was taken from the Surgent Aethertide, which now means the Surge effect is online. Florin is going to have to go ahead and pitch another card, or if he takes the full 3 here, he's losing all 3 of those cards in the hand. They get shuffled back into the deck, and then he has to draw that many -1, meaning that this Mind Warp might befuddle all of the thoughts going on in Viserai's mind. Let's see. It looks like he's lining up a couple blocks in the form of pitching into Arcane. That means it looks like 2 red cards into the pitch there. Means only 1 damage is going to be taken, but now if you're Jonathan, you've taken 3 cards out of the hand. I think it was a Hocus Pocus?
I believe that was a Japanese copy of Swarming Gloomville.
Oh,
do believe, yeah, Japanese copy of Swarming Gloomveil and a Hocus Pocus. And he kept a Hocus Pocus.
3. Make a new rune chant.
Comes in for 3, creates a rune chant on attack, so 4 total points of value when it attacks. Blocks 3, no go again, but this is the exact type of situation where you'd like to play this card either as a chain ender or a 1-card play. Currently coming in for 4 and representing 4 total value of its own creation. If there was a Viserai trigger as well, another rune chant would be created.
Giving Verdance basically full agency on what she wants to do with this hand and block however she pleases. Holding some pretty sweet cards if Decompose is possible, as well as a Sigil of Solace, which is a really good opportunity to resolve something like a Sigil of Solace, since because of Viserai's Reaping Blade, it's going to be a little bit harder to make use of any opportunities to gain life your deck might hand you.
Seeds of Tomorrow, such a nice play here. That's just going to be 1 card to buy all of that damage. If Jonathan is going to take this one out, you have to imagine cards like Seeds of Tomorrow might be part of the keys to the success. Surgeon Aethertide now coming in for 1, not nearly as impressive as the last turn one buffed up by Channel the Millennium Tree, but with this Verdance deck, it can sometimes get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, even though it's just 1 value for 2 resources, it does ask your opponent a question, and Florin's answer here is to give up a card to Arcane Barrier, and then Jonathan Fouk is just going to instead play Plow Under, kind of going around his opponent in terms of disruption, a very assassin thing to do. Your opponent blocks one way and you kind of fork them and move in the opposite direction. Verdance showing her assassin-like skills here, though this Plow Under's static ability, giving it +4 power, is not online since it was decomposed. It's going to take Florin's arsenal away from him and put it on the bottom of his deck. Maybe not the happiest thing you want to see when you just willingly gave up a card, to, an entire card, to prevent just 1 damage.
First decomposition of the game, so only comes in for 2, means only the Dietic Carapace is needed to block out that damage. Florin getting some block value out of that piece. Have to imagine he wants to keep it around, so that might be the only time we see it on the combat chain as a blocking card, given that it is part of his Arcane Barrier.
Important to get the value out of that sort of thing where you can, especially because Verdance is very much the kind of deck that can just pivot into basically exclusively dealing you arcane damage if she so pleases.
7 rune chants now created for Florin. Deadwood Dirge and to read the runes 2 different ways to make 3 rune chant tokens, but one of them has go again. But now on the next turn for our Viserai player, there will be 7 extra damage that Jonathan has to think about. Once again, full agency. Can he convert the hand? Seeds of Tomorrow. That would have been great to deal with a bunch of those rune chants, but currently a dead card in there.
As well as a Rootbound Carapace, an Autumn's Touch, and a Mind Warp to go with the Surgent Aethertide activation. Let's see if Florin yet again gives up a card or decides he's afraid of a Plow Under or something. And he does take 1, opening him up to the Mind Warp. You know, I think Verdance is plenty a wizard. There's plenty of arcane tricks up her sleeve, even if they don't involve playing Ether Wildfire.
And we do know that that arsenal, I believe, is a Sigil of Solace, so there will be some more hand conversion, card conversion from Jonathan here. There's 3 life gain from the Sigil, up to 39. Goes our Verdance player. Just needs a couple more decompositions before those life gain effects also become Verdance triggers for 1 arcane damage. But unfortunately, that is the end of the turn for Verdance. You're not able to convert the rest of the hand, so most likely keeping that Autumn's Touch, pocketing away the Rootbound Carapace. X = 0, here comes the Sonata. Let's see exactly what we rip. Ooh, and the final card there going to be the Rune Rager Swarm, but interestingly, we do see the Poison the Well as the flip, so now Jonathan able to see. Yeah, you can hear them talk about Poison the Well, eh? That means that Jonathan's going to be thinking about Poison the Well for the rest of this game.
Very interestingly, the thing that hurts your Sonata Arconics math more than anything is not something like having, 26 attack actions and 34 non-attack actions. The thing that hurts your Sonata math the most is having cards that are neither in your deck, and that reared its head a little bit there, though he was bailed out by the last flip being a Rune Rager Swarm. That can very much get complicated for you very quickly, having things like instance or attack reactions in your deck while playing cards like Sonata Arconics. So having them both in at the same time is a pretty interesting inclusion when it comes to bringing in this sideboard piece, Poison the Well.
1 arcane damage currently being threatened by the Sonata Arcanix.
One's good.
1 is good from Jonathan, so down to 38 he goes. Such a cool kind of secondary effect from the Sonata there, showing the Poison in the Well. Really changes how Jonathan has to think about firing off those life gain effects. Runic Reckoning from the arsenal means this Rune Rager Swarm is going to be a whole lot bigger. Here's 8 Rune Chance plus 6 Physical. That is a whole lot of damage for Jonathan to think about. And there is more cards in the hand that he is also having to consider. 8 Arcane, 6 Physical. What's going to be the play? We do know he has the Rootbound Carapace, and also see a Felling of the Crown in the hand. The question is, are there 4 Earth cards in there that Jonathan would be able to use? He's already decomposed once with only 1 action card that's not an Earth card. You really like to, when you're playing these Earth heroes, decompose 2 times with 3 Earth cards. That gets you on your hero ability the fastest. So maybe we're going to have to consider that here as he faces down 6 more damage.
And a whole hell of a lot more than that, as Florin-Cristian Loghin's hand is presently 2 copies of Revel in Runeblood, though, since he lacks something like Fendel's Spring Tunic, he doesn't have a way to send them both in the same turn, but we could still see 1 Revel in Runeblood hit the table, followed by the other being pitched to swing Reaping Blade, which would come in for a whopping 6 Arcane and 3 Physical.
Oh, also, dude, Reaping Blade.
Yeah,
that currently has text, or like it has text in the matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's a card that I rarely think about that text because it is just used for its nice stat line here, as we see a block for 3 and a block for 6. No decompose because maybe the Earth card's not quite ready for it. Maybe trying to keep them for the Felling of the Crown as the Revel and Runeblood, excuse me, coming down, and the other one pitched into the Reaping Blade. So now 6 more Arcane and 3 more Physical. Jonathan, hand goes to the mouth as he considers this next salvo from our Viserai player. But Reaping Blade, as we discussed, if a hero has more life than another hero, they cannot gain life, correct? So that means
that is what that card says.
You got to be aware of it, just exactly how much life you are going to gain if you are in the Verdance's seat.
Something very interesting about the dynamics of this matchup and the way Reaping Blade changes Verdance's calculus when it comes to life gain is that because Viserai can just choose to leave some value on the table in the form of stacking a few Rune Chants, there's 6 Rune Chants on your opponent's side of the table. If you don't confidently think you're going to be able to Arcane Barrier all of those and then not take damage on that turn, you basically have to consider yourself 6 life lower. However, if you are at 30 and your Viserai opponent is at 28 and has 6 Rune Chants on the board, you are A, technically behind, and B, incapable of gaining life thanks to the static ability on that Reaping Blade, which can be pretty crushing in that matchup.
A little bit of a judge call here as the players consider the effects of, I have to imagine, the Warmonger's diplomacy. Maybe Florin is just saying, Judge, do I have to? Can we just let this one go?
Judge, can you ban this card?
Yeah,
Judge, ban this.
Yeah.
Ban this card.
Warmonger's diplomacy, not what a Viserai player wants to see.
Seize him.
Seize him.
Gods.
Have moved past it, however, so now we are on Florin's turn. Looks like peace was the call, so here comes a yellow Malefic incantation. Here comes a Become the Arc Knight. Going to go ahead and trigger the Viserai here because a Rune Blade card has been played. So now we're going to discard that Hocus Pocus, go find another non-attack.
Wow, bad turn to Warmongers.
Yeah, you heard Jonathan say bad turn to Warmongers. A lot of non-attacks, a lot of value that's going to be gained here. So
Talk about going around your opponent. This is something Viserai has become quite excellent at in recent times, which is that in the past, especially if you were unfamiliar, maybe a newer player, in the Mauve Shrill Rosetta days of Viserai, he was incredibly vulnerable to Warmongers, a card that would often just skip his turn entirely, if not extremely effectively hamstring it. And now, sometimes you play Warmonger's Diplomacy and Viserai goes, all right, I'll do something like Malefic Incantation, Become the Arc Knight, get a Malefic Incantation, play a Malefic Incantation. Here's a billion damage represented on the board. Your Warmongers didn't do anything. Back to you. Have fun.
And now the question for Jonathan, which mode did he pick, and what is he able to work through with the Warmongers? Discard the Twining. This is an instant speed ability, so that means we can still activate the Surge in Aethertide, as I do believe it is an instant. So here comes 2 arcane damage.
Surge in Aethertide
is
an
an
action, not an instant. However, what Warmonger's Diplomacy says is weapon abilities can be activated. So even though this is not an actual attack, it does still allow Jonathan to convert some arcane damage while under the war half of Warmonger's diplomacy. Naming war also makes a lot of sense since he had chosen to hold on to a Felling of the Crown in his arsenal as well as the one in his hand, running out the one in his hand to dodge the symmetrical card removing effect from the decompose ability on it.
Felling of the Crown here just showing exactly why it has become such a staple in these Earth decks, just such a huge part of the engine when you can chain these effects back to back. This second Felling of the Crown turns on the Felling of the Crown's need for 4 more Earth cards, and as we saw, Jonathan there picked 3 Earth cards, and now this Felling of the Crown becomes yet another Earth card he's able to utilize after this turn for decomposing. But man, depending on how this game goes, we might be looking back at that Warmongers and just imagining how Florin's turn could have been different if it did a little more bricking. It's not the silver bullet some might say it is, because even against a hero like Viserai that loves to play both attacks and non-attacks on the same turn, if you're able to go ahead and find yourself in the position where Calling Peace still gets you so much potential offensive value in the future, it does not feel that bad. 2 Malefics, about as good as you can ask for after a Warmonger's diplomacy has been resolved.
You can definitely find yourself in a position asking yourself, man, how good would my turn have been if I had just played some real Flesh and Blood cards instead?
Here comes Swarming Gloomveil with 4 Rune Chants, making 3 Rune Chants now on the back. 1 from Viserai, 2 from the Malefic Incantations. Boy, has that card really changed a whole lot about our Flesh and Blood metagame. Malefic just doing so much work for Viserai, for Vincent, just adding so much to the toolbox of these Rune Blades.
And adding so much to the tax on the amount of dice that we have at the stream table. Florin forced to use a resource die to cover the amount of rune chance he has. Thankfully, those dice stop at 3 and he only has 3 on the board, so little graces. And Fouk coming in with another die just to help out there. 8 damage coming across the table here. Jonathan Fouk giving it a good think. Let's see if we can peek at his hand. Little bit. I believe that is Heartbeat of Candlehold, a Rootbound Carapace, an Autumn's Touch, and a Fruits of the Forest. He is flicking down in the corner of the screen there. So lots of blues, many resources to work with when it comes to Arcane Barriering, as well as a defense reaction for the purposes of insulating himself from something like Succumb to Temptation, though that may be an unlikely outcome when Viserai has only 1 card in hand. Also capable of gaining life at the moment with Fruits of the Forest in hand. Reaping Blade currently sees Florin as ahead. Heartbeat of Candlehold, soon ready to be capable of becoming a blue 1-card 6 as Verdance inches ever closer to having her hero ability online, which reads, while there are 8 or more Earth cards in your banished zone, whenever you gain... Verdance has, quotes, I'm thinking about the exact text here, Verdance has, quotes, whenever you gain life, deal 1 arcane damage to any target.
Makes cards like...
During your turn.
During your turn, which really does change everything. If it was a symmetrical effect on both turns, hoop boy.
I've definitely had to sadly explain to someone before that.
Sometimes it feels like, no, please.
They activate Storm Striders, they play Heartbeat of Candlehold, and they go to shake my hand, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
You did gain 3 life, but that is all you did.
That is all you did.
4 arcane, 4 physical. That Jonathan has to think about, and you can see this is a big turn for him. He's staring down the rest of those Malefic Incantations. He was able to take a couple cards out of the hand to Florin on the last turn. 1 on blocks, 1 on the effect of the Felling of the Crown.
Good old Tunic to cover 1 rune chant, as well as perhaps a blue finding its way into the pitch zone to cover the remaining 3. No arcane damage has been dealt, so if he's playing around something to the effect of Succumb to Temptation, he is doing so effectively, which would make a lot of sense given that this yellow Rootbound Carapace on the combat chain will only block for 3 after decomposing, but he has put some more Earth cards into his Banish Zone. Do we know the count of Earth cards in his Banish Zone? I think it might be 7.
I think it's 7, yeah.
I think it's 7.
He had an opportunity to discard that Fruits of the Forest for another Earth card, but clearly not wanting to do it on this turn, needing it for some other purpose, because with that decomposition, not finding 3 Earth cards to decompose, he does need 1 more for his ability.
However, What he is likely doing by managing the amount of Earth cards in his graveyard here is holding on to a blue, an Earth card to block with here, and setting himself up to be capable of decomposing with the Felling of the Crown he has saved in his arsenal, which will not only turn on Verdance's hero ability finally at this 5th turn of the game, I do believe.
Perfect call there, Ellie, because of the 2 Earth cards that were placed in there on defense. This Felling of the Crown can come in. It was just 1 decomposition later, but it did not have any impact on the timbre of the game, as no life has yet been gained. So here comes 8 more damage. Florin card from the hand to the bottom. And for the rest of this game, Verdance has truly tapped into the magic of Candletold and can now throw out some arcane damage every time she gains the life that she so wants to be doing. The question is, as wizards are often want to do, now that Jonathan is down by 13 life, will he be able to convert the value gained from that hero ability into a win? Or has he taken too much damage, and will the pressure from Viserai be simply too much?
My thoughts here are that 17 is pretty high to be by the time your Verdance hero ability is online, especially with your opponent taking Felling of the Crown straight to the chin, putting a card from their hand to the bottom of their deck, and going down to 22, just 5 life above you and having fewer cards with which to work. But Viserai, not phased in the slightest, will make yet some more rune chants to slap onto the board and set up an unstoppable arcane salvo for his next turn.
And look at this 1 card finish from Florin here, drawn to the Dark Dimension, just showing how good it is. So completely free thanks to the rune chants. Comes in for 4 arcane alongside, makes a rune chant from Viserai, makes 3 rune chants from those malefic incantations. As you said, taxing the stream dice. We're out, folks. He's got to move on to the damage dice here, but also drawing a card, meaning that Arsenal is refreshed. Still gets to come in for that 7 points of offensive value, refresh the value off of those malefic incantations. Such impressive stuff here. 7 damage. Like you mentioned, Jonathan did bring the life totals to a little more of a manageable place from that Felling of the Crown. But the Drawn to the Dark Dimension here just doing so much work to make things even more challenging for our Verdance player.
A fair amount of value indeed on Viserai's side of the table. However, Jonathan has found a pretty important piece in this hand in the form of Rampant Growth Life, a card that allows him to amp X, where X is the amount of life he has gained in a single turn. While this hand does appear to be a little bit clunky, maybe want to do some amount of blocking, he is going to get to set up that Rampant Growth and kind of go for a very wizard-style kill combo, maybe looking to present as much as all of the life total Florin has left by utilizing cards like Sigil of Solace, the discard ability on Fruits of the Forest, Heartbeat of Candlehold, something we saw pitched, not played earlier in this game, to deal a devastating amount of arcane damage to his Viserai opponent.
Like you mentioned, Sigil of Solace. Sigil of Solace, an ability here to gain some life and deal some offensive pressure. Summer's Fall as well, a way to deal with some of these auras that are sitting on Florin's side of the table. One of them is going to be used for a block here, blocking for 2, 1 damage over the top. Card drawn from the Drawn to the Dark Dimension. And now at 10 life down, what is Jonathan able to do right as the Tunic heads to 2?
Looks like 2 Mordred Tides in Florin's hand here. Jonathan gaining 3 up to 12.
Hold priority.
Verdance trigger ability, holding priority. Looks like he's going to run out this Rampant Growth Life, responding, gain 1 life. Verdance trigger goes on the stack, ping your opponent for 1, resolve the Verdance trigger, resolve the life half of Rampant Growth Life, then Rampant Growth resolves, amping X, where X is the amount of arcane damage you have dealt. Then the Verdance trigger resolves, dealing 1 plus X.
You can see, just like with when we've seen Kano's played time and time again, we see multiple hero cards on the field. We can listen as the players discuss.
Yeah, but this doesn't resolve before this.
This side resolves, and then Verdance triggers, and then this resolves. They resolve.
Yeah,
separately.
2 different halves of the meld card here. They're going to go ahead and call a judge over to just confirm, but because those meld cards have those 2 sides, they act like 2 different cards, right? So
yes.
1 resolves, you gain the life, Verdance trigger on the stack because you've gained the life, and then after the Verdance trigger resolves, then you resolve the actual rampant growth part of things. Then the Verdance trigger from the Sigil of Solace is going to resolve, dealing the arcane damage, but now that rampant growth has resolved, it's going to deal just a little bit more from the Sigil of Solace. So the judge call has completed. Let's go ahead and head back down to the feature match area. Looks like they're going to go ahead and resolve that rampant growth here after the 1 damage.
Because I gained 1, 2, 3, 4.
And notably, about these meld cards, you always resolve, even if the left side is an instant, you always resolve the instant, the right half instant of the meld card. You always resolve them right to left.
Yeah, like you said, some wizardy business happening, as it does look as though this Verdance trigger being represented for 5 total arcane damage. Big shout out to all 2,000 of you hanging out with us in this first round of coverage today, round 8 total of our calling here in Memphis. In just 4 more rounds from here, we will have our first top 8 of the hunted season. And games today, tomorrow, yesterday, they've just been bangers, and they promise to be bangers. We do hope you'll hang out with us all weekend long. Got another giveaway. We gave away a box of heavy hitters yesterday, a box of Mist Veil, part of the Mist Veil. It's destined to a viewer later today because we hit 30,000 subscribers here on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. Florin here looking, though, he's just going to go ahead and take the 5 damage from the Verdance trigger down to 16.
Life parity represented here. Verdance has presented the Plume of Evergrowth equipment, which you can see in the top there, which allows you to pitch a blue to retrieve an Earth instant or action card from your graveyard, something Verdance players commonly use to combo off by retrieving their Rampant Growth. But a bit of a wrinkle in this game plan is that when he's above his opponent, he can't gain life, which completely neuters his Rampant Growth. But maybe being above his opponent isn't something that's going to last long, as Florin has resolved both Mordred Tides in his hand, promising to present an unbelievable onslaught of Rune Chants hitting the table on this turn.
Buckle up, folks. This is about to get disgusting. 2 Rune Chants, Malefic Incantation, and Rune Flash is coming in. 10 arcane damage, 4 physical damage, and all 3 of these Malefics are going to trigger, making 2 Rune Chants apiece.
3 Rune Chants each, Sam.
There's 2 Mordred Tides.
There's 3 Rune Chants each.
3 Rune Chants
We've got
apiece.
9 Rune Chants in the back pocket for Mr. Christian Loghin here.
Maybe even 12 because of the Viserai trigger, also making
12
3 Rune
Rune Chants in the back pocket.
12 Rune Chants after we've already seen this Rune Chants, this Rune Flash go ahead and come forward for so much arcane damage, as well as this 4 physical, and there's still another card in hand, Helly. If this is another Rune Blade card,
let me point something out
we
here.
might start to be in some big trouble if we're fans of Verdance.
We might start to be in big trouble if we're fans of Viserai here, as Jonathan is checking both his hand and his graveyard here. He is holding a Fruits of the Forest, a blue Emeritus Scolding, and a Sigil of Solace, and he's eyeing that Rampant Growth in his graveyard. He could have the ability to deal an insanely lethal amount of arcane damage to his opponent in response to his attacks here, especially as if he takes all of this damage, he will be well enough below his opponent to deal to gain the necessary amount of life to amp some crazy amount here.
Yeah, the potential of grabbing back the Rampant Growth with that Plume of Evergrowth, such a cool part of these Verdance decks. Just so much fun to be able to utilize the Storm Striders, really throw down some wizard business, but just like, you know, Kano, just like Icelander, when you're facing down these big, potentially lethal swings, I mean, there's already 14 and 12 more arcane, you know, threatened in the back on this turn, no matter what, with that Reaping Blade, and maybe more if it's an attack action card in the hand. You have to make these decisions now. You cannot wait too long. You cannot let this stuff come through potentially. Maybe Jonathan's going to try to do it no matter what, try to buy that final card out of the hand, get perfect information, see if there's a blue in there, see if it's something that there's going to be any floating for the Arcane Barrier on the Dietic Carapace or the Vexing Quill hand. He's got to be thinking about what comes next if he decides, before he decides what blocks he's going to make.
Let's do some math, shall we? He has 2 blues in this hand, a red Sigil of Solace, and a Command and Conquer. A blue is more than likely what he would have liked to see in the place of that Command and Conquer. This Emeritus Scolding will deal 4 arcane damage if played on Mr. Christian Loghin's turn. He has access to 5 total life gain. So in an ideal world where he could resolve every single card in his hand, he could perhaps gain 5 life, and if he had access to the Rampant Growth, amp 5 plus 1 from the life effect, and send 10 damage Florin's way. However, even in the hypothetical world where he has an infinite number of resources and is capable of doing that, it is not a lethal amount of damage, and he is staring down a plenty lethal amount of damage. It's possible he has missed his window to combo off a little bit here, as this just gets dicier and dicier for him.
Look at all of those rune chants. Or should I say, Runersgang.
Yeah, Runengesang.
Runersgesang.
Runengesang.
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 One more time. Runengesang.
Runengesang. There you go,
the combat chain here. Just so much arcane that Jonathan has to think about. We do know there is Arcane Barrier 3 represented. It looks as though the players here are going to represent 10 damage being taken. So Jonathan now heads all the way down to 6. 4 more physical that he has to think about.
No armor to speak of outside of that Fendel Spring Tunic.
Blocking 3. 1 over the top. Down to 5 goes our Verdance player. Let's see what the follow-up is here from our Viserai. 1 card left in hand. Gotta think, Florin is thinking about the Stormstriders just like we are. He's thinking about the Plume of Evergrowth. What does he have in the tank? Does Verdance have the resources to put it all together? We've already seen 1 block. So here, Florin thinking about all of the potential permutations and possibilities. That Rampant Growth life just sitting in the graveyard there. Almost like a blinker of danger. Flashing from the graveyard as Florin tries to work out just what he wants to do. Looks as though he's going to go ahead and activate the Vexing Quill hand here. He's going to go and pop, and that's important because that's part of his Arcane Barrier. That means 4 more rune chants, and the blue gets pushed into the pitch zone. He has the 2 floating for the Dyadic Carapace. Here comes just an absolutely absurd amount of damage. 3 physical. What is that? 12, 16 arcane.
16 arcane damage in addition to 3 physical. That is 19 coming across the board.
Is this enough where Jonathan is even able to stay alive, let alone try to combo off, especially through the 2 floating that Florin does have? He did have the blue, meaning an arcane salvo has to get over 18 total damage. You've got to find 19 on this turn.
I don't think it's possible.
I don't think it is either. And I don't know if you're surviving all of the damage.
19.
19, exactly. There you go. 19 is what is needed by both sides of the table here.
He has the ability to staunch 9 plus 10 total life if he were to give up his Fendel Spring Tunic, which is still not enough.
Jonathan here going to give it a real think. At 6-1, both of these players are sitting really pretty. If they can make it through this game, gain 3 life, up to 8. There's still plenty more damage coming. The fist bump is extended. So Florin-Cristian Loghin moves on. You can see Viserai, most represented at this tournament, hands in the air, commanding the rune chants, just like my friend Ellie Bird.
Yep,
commanding the rune chants and moving on to 7-1 on the day.
Very impressive record. Very impressive record. That means he ended yesterday X-1, given that he has only won today.
Now, I will say, it's the first time we've seen Viserai. No, second time we've seen Viserai on stream this tournament. First time? First time we're seeing Viserai on stream this tournament.
I don't know why you were confused about that. That's really weird.
I can't imagine. No, it's not. It's just so many great games all weekend long.
Confused.
But it does. We do finally get to kind of see why so many players did bring that deck to the tournament, because of how powerful and explosive it can be. That game was actually pretty back and forth. That
Until
one Warmonger
found his moment.
That one Warmonger's turn, so much value able to be extracted from our Viserai player, and then man, double Mordred Tide on that specific turn was pretty unbelievable to watch. Just the amount of damage able to just be on the board, like, what do you do?
Yeah,
you die. It sounds like you die.
What's pretty interesting is the game does end up a little bit closer than it looks. The Viserai won at 16. If he was 5-ish life lower, there's very much a world where Jonathan Fouk can find an extra blue and maybe just kind of blow him out of the water with a Stormstrider's life gain combo using the Plume of Evergrowth and Stormstriders in conjunction with the Rampant Growth that he had already found and gotten into his graveyard, which is, interestingly enough, where he wants it for the purposes of comboing off.
Yeah, I mean, the turn prior, we really got to see what was possible once Verdance was online. He really only got that one turn, but the double triggers, stacking them in the way, resolving the Rampant Growth, it was pretty impressive. And at 6-2, it's been working out for him. Only time will tell if he is able to convert this record, basically win out from here, and find himself in our top 8. And if you're watching this game at home and you're like, Sam, this is so fun. How do I get involved? How do I play high-level Flesh and Blood at my LGS? I have such a great answer. I have all the resources you need. Road to National Season approaches, my friends, just in about a week's time. You too can be playing high-level tournament Flesh and Blood with your friends at your LGS and try to punch your ticket to the 50 national championships happening all around the world. And not only that, compete for some pretty baller prizes, if you ask me. Elliot, which of these are you going to win at your RTN? What are you going to win?
Well, obviously, I'm taking home the gold foil and the one of the 1 of 7 Arakni playmats.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Also, I think the Rainbow Foil heroes are sick. I know this is like many people see this as like pathological issue or a neurosis to prefer Rainbow Foil heroes, but I have the bug. I enjoy Rainbow Foil cards. My decks are almost always like as Rainbow Foil as I can possibly get them, as well as one of my favorite chase cards at the Uprising World Premiere. There was Rainbow Foil Adult Fi, which was the only place you can get your hands on that. That's one of my white whales because more than expensive, they are difficult to come by, and you too can get your hands on an illustrious Rainbow Foil Adult hero from the Hunted, a random distribution of the 3 heroes from that set. All 8 players in the top 8 will receive either a Rainbow Foil Cindra, Fang, or Arakni in their adult forms. Second place, the runner-up, will receive one of the 2 agents of the deceased emperor on a playmat. Got a little bit of judge compensation in the corner, and just for participating, you can go home with one of these gorgeous extended art trap defense reactions from the Hunted.
Yeah, those cards are going to do some major work, I believe, in the Arakni deck. But of course, also, if you make it to top 4 of your RTN, that is how you punch your ticket to Nationals. It's not just the winner, it's not even just the finalist. All 4 players at the top of the standings before we find our winner at those RTNs are going to be able to qualify for your Nationals. So I do hope you'll join us at the RTN season. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to go hang out at my RTNs and see just how the meta shakes out in my local area, and I know you'll have fun as well at yours. Okay, we've got a pretty good matchup, I believe, lined up, queued up for our next one, because the Hunted has roared finally onto the store shelves at your LGS, and we've got a couple players still at X and 2 on 2 of these brand new heroes battling it out for the top 8. You'll have to wait and see just who it is, but all questions will be answered after this. Don't go anywhere. 4 rounds to go today before we have our very first top 8 of the Hunted season. And we have got 2 heroes from the Hunted ready to bring home the action in this next round. Sam O'Byrne joined by Ellie Bird. And we are actually about to see a matchup we saw in our second round of the day yesterday. And now today it's our second round of the day, and we are going to be witnessing another matchup between the heroes at the core, at the heart of this set, the eternal struggle between the Broodmaster and the Drakai of Blades. We have got Arakni Marionette versus Fang, the Drakai of Blades. It's time to see if the Emperor will be avenged, or if Tom Battaglia can do what he did during the second round yesterday. Moving on to 2-0 yesterday, taking down a Fang. But the difference is this time, this Fang has the same record at 6-2, doing quite well for himself. Can he get through the Assassin and avenge the fallen Emperor, or will he too fall to the Slayer of Blades?
We know where my allegiance lies with my favorite hero in the set. Look at that. Look at that gorgeous marvel here. Right at the bottom of your screen.
Love
Fang,
to see it.
Drakai of Blades in full art cold foil.
Here comes the Sworn Vengeance, starting things off. +3 on the Obsidian Fire Vein, excuse me. That's going to buy a block for 6. Reaction here is just going to be a Proclaim Vengeance. That is going to mark hero, but because the hero is Arakni, Zachary going to go ahead and gain another
free
resource. I love seeing these cards that you have to imagine were designed for the limited format. All of a sudden come into play in our CC game today.
One of my favorite things ever is I just want to go back in time 2 years prior to the Hunted, find an Arakni Huntsman main and just show them some of the draft cards from this set that all specifically are more brutal if you're Arakni. Like, just imagine showing somebody Hand of Vengeance, the arms from the set that says target attack reaction, target attack gets +1 if it's targeting Arakni. Just be like, what'd I do?
Oh, look at this. Inertia Trap on turn 0 from Tom Battaglia here, giving out that Inertia because this attack has power greater than its base. That really incentivizes Zachary to play that final card in the hand. Can he do something that is going to punish Tom now for only having the 1 card in his hand? Can he get over the top and get some value on turn 0? It's going to be a Bracers, and it's going to be a pitch of that Proclaim Vengeance. Can't mark against. Now here comes 2. There's the Kiss of Death. The answer is not really. So Zachary here unable to keep that card in the arsenal, but did mark his opponent, which is important. Fang here going to be playing a little bit of a mini game to start this game. Needs to set up those 3 fealty tokens before that hero ability is really rocking and rolling, and we see just what the Drakai of Blades is really made of.
Kind of funny way in which tiny bit of a play error there where Braveforge Bracers was activated without an attack having hit, but because he had the Inertia token, the outcome was exactly the same, where all of those cards would have ended up on the bottom of his deck anyways. So really very, very no harm, no foul situation. And oh my god, what is happening in there?
Oh my goodness, Savor Bloodshed into Savor Bloodshed into the Hunter's Clave. So this is 4 + 4 + 1, so a total of 9 damage from the Great Bloody Dagger. And if Zachary finds himself marked when this dagger hits with something like a Flick Knives or a discard effect from that final card in hand, Tom will get to draw a card here. Draw 2 cards.
Draw 2 cards.
That's pretty good. Tom probably hoping this one gets through. Zachary relatively incentivized to block. Here comes 9. Is there a reaction?
What is Thomas's last card here? Looks like he is just flicking the other Hunter's Clave to mark Zachary in the reaction step here, sending him to 39. Let's see what this last card is.
There's the mark from the Hunter's Clave.
Oh!
And the Tarantula Toxin, good enough to go -3 on attack that is blocking this dagger. So 3 damage over the top. What?
This is +3
to the
this
dagger.
dagger's attack, or -3 to target card defending a stealth attack. Tom gonna draw 2 whole cards now after pushing 4 damage through blocks after his opponent blocked with nearly his entire hand.
That is pretty impressive and pretty backbreaking stuff from our Marionette on the left side of your screen. Does he have anything to follow this up with now that that other dagger is no longer an option to pitch into and attack? Let's see what he's working with. Codex of Bloodrot and an Under the Trap Door. Codex of Bloodrot here going to go ahead and put that final card in the hand, create a Ponder, and create a Bloodrot for his opponent. So there's a little bit of damage, and because of that Ponder, probably just going to attack with the Under the Trapdoor for 1, so that that pondered card can hit the arsenal at the end of this turn.
Does give Zach the opportunity to clear the mark he presently has on his back.
Not sure if I'm going to play my...
This Bloodrot Pox, functionally true damage, as Zachary's final card has been forced into his arsenal. Tom kind of having to decide if he even wants to fire off this attack for 1.
Yep. Arakni.
Saying no. I will not allow you to clear your mark, and I will instead flip into Arakni number 4. What's behind door number 4? It is Arakni Redback, capable of discarding a card in the attack reaction step to give an assassin attack +3, and if it has stealth, it gains go again.
And this is actually pretty nice to hit here when you've already forced out all of the cards from Zachary's hand. You have full tempo, a full grip, and Redback means you might have the ability to find some go again and go a little wider. A really nice hit coming forth from the Brood to answer the Marionette's call. Let's see what Tom is able to do here and how much damage he's able to threaten. Honestly, a super sweet turn, though, from our Arakni player. I asked Tom a little bit before the day started. I saw him. He was, at the time, you know, still doing quite well before our day started. And I said, so tell me about your deck, dude. Like, what is it? He just goes, it's a lot of reds.
A lot of reds.
A lot of reds. A lot of good red cards. He said he only has 6 blues. 3 of them the end of the trapdoor that you're about to see on the combat chain, and 3 bonds of agony. And he said, and those are basically reds.
Those are basically reds. Both of those cards are basically red.
Here comes an Under the Trapdoor. This card is 1 with stealth. Potentially could be a whole lot more with not only the cards in hand, but also the attack reaction on Arakni Redback.
This attack may be 1 with stealth, but Arakni is 1 with the shadows, threatening an entire salvo of attack reactions should Zachary not properly respect this attack action card on the combat chain. Tom working with 4 cards in hand, an insane amount of mental damage dealt to your opponent without any damage having been dealt to their life total. Zach, thankfully, does have a couple defense reactions in this hand in the form of a Sink Below and a Smoke Out. A little bit of respect capable of being given to Arakni Redback on the other side of the table. However, Tom is holding on to a shred. Little bit of an attack reaction layer cake going on here. Attack and defense reaction layer cake. Oh my goodness.
And now the Razor's Edge comes in to turn this attack for 1 to an attack for 7 after the discard as well. It's also got go again. Imagine if there was a Just a Nick to go alongside this. Zachary's already down to 34, a little bit on the ropes. Both players marked here, but a Sink Below is going to come forward, sink a card out of the hand, get 4 points of defensive value.
Oh, don't draw 2
off
cards.
the top here.
Sink Below would be very good if it drew 2 cards.
I have priority again. I will play Shred.
Ooh, Shred now that there is priority on Tom's side of the table, shredding down that Sink Below.
Now only blocking for 1.
And now there is a Smoke Out coming forth. It's not going to trigger because it's not defending a red card, but it is still just going to block 3. And given that Tom already marked, Zachary here just content to get a little more block out of this, not wanting to take that full 6 that he would have. Only 3 now, thanks to the block for 1 and the block for 3. Codex of Frailty, a pretty good one. Is there a really good hit there in the arsenal, though, to actually attack with? Just the Kiss of Death. Yes, it's good.
Yes, okay,
no, it's good.
It's
but
pretty good.
It's not Leave No Witnesses, you know. It's not even a persuasive prognosis here. It's just damage.
It is just damage.
Maybe Zach breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that there isn't something a little more threatening. But not wanting to take the damage from the Kiss of Death's little kiss there of that 1 extra damage.
Smooch on his life total.
Smooch on the life total. It's going to be a block for 2 and a block for 1 with the 2 equipment pieces. Valiant Dynamo, though. We did not see Dynamo in the game yesterday get much value whatsoever from the Fang player, as there was just too much disruption. But that Frailty token is going to make any attacks coming forth from these Fire Veins significantly less impressive.
Yeah, Codex of Frailty definitely less back-breaking when there isn't Arsenal Disruption paired with it, but the Frailties may be even more brutal than one might expect into this hero, specifically because they have 2 1-power daggers that they really rely on being able to swing more or less every turn. Those daggers being shoved down to 0 power by the Frailty denies Fang a lot of ambient value.
Blistering Blade here coming out. Gonna go ahead and pump up this Fire Vein in reactions. Response to that is that lair of the spider. Now that this attack has go again, a mark returns to Fang here. And now another attack reaction here. It's gonna be a scar tissue on the combat chain. This one's giving +3 on hit mark. So it looks like this is going to get over the top, which means finally Fang is going to hit, make the fealty from hitting a marked hero, and then remark with that scar tissue. So the Fire Vein #2 comes out. This one's just for 1, but
It's for 0.
For 0 because of the frailty. But is going to go ahead and refresh the counter on that Dynamo. There was a moment as my brain broke, and I said, what am I missing? Why are we attacking? The Dynamo.
Valiant Dynamos.
Valiant
Free value,
Dynamo.
free value, Sam. Free
Getting
value.
That -1 counter off the Dynamo, pretty important, even
the
though...
value ant Dynamo.
Oh, no, that is good. No, that is
Let's
quite
see what
good.
Tom's working with here. A Plague Hive.
Whoa.
Not a card I've seen in any constructed deck anytime recently. Curious to see how that one shakes, or rather rattle and rolls out when it is pitched. A Mark of the Black Widow in the hand and a Mark of the Funnel Web, which let's see whether he comes for Zach's full hand or his empty arsenal. The world may never know.
Gonna be the Black Widow threatening the arsenal on... threatening the hand on hit if it hits a marked hero. Not using the Plague Hive to attack with the Hunter's Clave because Zachary is already marked from that lair of the spider. So impressive when this Arakni deck is able to mark on defense, meaning that that hero ability turns this into a breakpoint.
Very curious to find out what Tom's ponder off of the Codex of Frailty was. I love the way Tom handles cards. He has a very methodical approach. He kind of like very gently pulls 4 cards off the top of his deck, sets them in a like canted diagonal row, holds his cards a little bit like a poker player shrouded with both hands. I'm really enjoying watching this. It's very like calculated, cold, just like, yes, these are the facts. Of course, this is the reality of the situation.
Tom Battaglia as well, a Battle Hardened finalist. So has come close to sniffing a champion's title. Interesting seeing the flame scale furnace here. If you shred the furnace, that means it's not going to get to stick around whatsoever at the end of the turn. The Battle Warrant, the Temper is going to see it having too little defense, and it will, in fact, go ahead and break. So that is the end of the flame scale furnace. I remember when that happened to me for the first time. My flame scale furnace got shredded on release weekend of Outsiders, and I did not know how that worked. And I was super bummed. Smokeout going to be the follow-up. This time would mark, but not going to mark, given the mark is already on Arakni's side.
A mark on Arakni's back too, however, not thanks to the Smokeout. Or sorry, a mark on Fang's back as well, thanks to the lair of the spider played the previous turn.
So currently not getting over this attack because of the Smokeout, meaning no go again, and meaning no effect. We've now seen the final 2 cards in the hand. I'm not sure there's any recourse here for Tom, unless he wants to throw something like the Snapdragon Scalers, and you have to imagine that's bound for a Bonds of Agony later in this game. So have to wonder...
A very interesting position he's put himself in here, where he clearly held on to this Plague Hive as he was expecting to connect and gain go again on hit with Arakni's ability. Cashing in the Snapdragon Scalers like you thought he may not, just so he can get this Plague Hive into his pitch zone and not be forced to light a card on fire. Perhaps a blocking situation that was more expensive for Tom than Zachary realizes.
Yeah, because listen, if you keep that Plague Hive in the hand, you can't put it in the arsenal. If you put it in the hand, it is just going to sit there and still not block. So not a card Tom wanted to see when his opponent still has 3 cards.
Still choosing not to pitch it. No blocks. What is he? Oh, sure. So this is going to connect. He's betting on this attack coming through with go again thanks to Arakni Marionette's hero ability, clearing his opponent's mark and banishing the card that does not exist in his arsenal. And let's roll some dice, folks.
Plague Hive going to create a random disease from the pits. 5/6.
I believe that is in a Blood Rot Pox.
That means a little bit of extra damage from this Plague Hive here. Probably would have hoped to see something like a Frailty token, but pitching your resource card to just deal 2 damage to your opponent has to feel pretty nice. I love Plague Hive. I've played that in my Assassin decks simply for fun for a while, and it is just nasty when it works.
This is one of the only Flesh and Blood cards I own an artist proof of.
Really? That's very
Plague Hive.
cool.
Met Mark Poole at, oh geez, I think Pro Tour Baltimore, where he signed and sketched a Plague Hive artist proof for me.
Arakni re-triggering given the mark from the Hunter's Clave, so the Tarantula has joined the party here.
There's no text.
No text here. This is just pitching a Blade Flurry into this Hunt the Hunter. So no text, just 1 for 5, and then 3 more from the Bloodrot Pox. Things not looking good here to start off for Zachary. Only has 1 fealty, not able to find the second hit. Though there's no text on the Hunt the Hunter, Fang's text of creating a fealty on hit of a marked hero is certainly going to be relevant here as this attack comes through. Second fealty is created. And now only 1 more fealty stands in between Zachary and Daggers being free for the rest of the turn as long as he keeps those fealty. But first, he's got to deal with the blood rot pox that has stricken his veins.
Still an 8-life lead on Tom's side of the table. He's holding on to, as you said, a very red hand here,
A Glycera.
as his deck seems to be nearly full of reds. I believe there is the 3rd copy of the card he played 2 of on his very first turn.
Wow.
Savor Bloodshed in this hand.
But look at this Orbweaver Spinneret, just a perfect turn on this one. You can see the heroes here having a bit of a laugh.
And we'll play a Saber Bloodshed.
Savor Bloodshed going to really make sure that cards are being drawn as Daggers are going to hit this turn with the Flick Knives. And the Graphene Calicera, Kelly here attacking the marked
Good
hero.
old Kelly.
As Tom said yesterday, this one's called Kelly to him. This one comes in for go again, 4/4. And then on hit is going to draw a card.
I believe this is coming in for
So much more than 4.
so much more than 4.
So much more
Graphene
than 4.
Calicera buffs your next stealth attack. Savor Bloodshed buffs your
Or
next
Orbweaver,
dagger attack.
Orbweaver Spinneret. Yeah.
Orbweaver Spinneret
buffs your
generates the
next-
Calicera.
and gives a buff. Doesn't just make you the Calicera.
Yes.
This thing's coming for 8. Go again. Draw a card on hit. And the Flick Knives, the Flick Knives nearly guarantees that not only are you hitting, because you are Arakni Tarantula, every dagger hit also causes loss of life. Once again, maybe the perfect roll of the die for Tom on that last turn. This is a gnarly time to be having to face down daggers that draw cards and deal extra damage on hit. This Arakni Marionette deck looking pretty sweet. Tom Battaglia here, known for his Azuri play, so very familiar with the Assassin class. I feel like I maybe watched his Battle Hardened finals. Yeah. I recognize now that I remember he was on Azuri. I feel like I do remember seeing this at some point. Hunt the Hunter going to be the block, 5 damage over the top, meaning it will actually be 6 thanks to the Arakni Tarantula trigger. And the card draw from the Savor Bloodshed here. Going to draw a card for Tom.
So you also lose 1 life. 18.
Let's see what the card draw is off the top. If Tom ever wants to look at it, he hasn't seen it yet. Got a pain in the backside. That's another good one. A Mark the Prey. And
Stains of the Redback.
Pain in the backside. 3, go again. On hit, your dagger deals a damage. If it deals that damage, all of a sudden, Arakni Tarantula going to cause another loss of life. Perfectly synergistic pieces for the random roll on the Arakni that Tom caught on the last turn. That has to buy a block from Zachary here. And now the Mark the Prey going to come in on hit, going to mark again.
Zach in a bit of a sticky situation here. He really needs to get everything on line here. And he has a pledge fealty in hand where he can play it and swing a dagger for 1, but you need to be sending more that way, or more your opponent's way when you're this far behind on life.
Tom here throwing Kelly across the table. Needs to get more value from the Tarantula here, but looks in the Flick Knives going to go ahead, sorry, after the Flick Knives, just to block the mark. Shelter from the Storm used in reactions. I thought perhaps he was using it to discard to prevent the damage from the Flick Knives, but no, even though it would have prevented that damage and 1 damage from the Mark the Prey, wanted to use it in reaction step just to stop the marking. He saw how bad Tarantula was, did not want to have that happen
Please
again.
roll no more dice at me, sir.
Here comes the Pledge Fealty just to not only make that 3rd Fealty, but playing a Draconic card to keep the Fealties around. So now we've got 3 Fealty tokens. Minigame has been completed, but it's looking like a lot of life to make up from here. Infect is the play from Tom.
Interestingly, Zachary chose not to swing a dagger after generating the 3rd fealty, which would have discounted it, perhaps afraid of giving his opponent the opportunity to trigger any sort of traps or convert cards that might otherwise be stuck in his hand. If he passes back, a thing you can often put the onus of controlling decks on. However, Thomas's deck seems to have literally no problems whatsoever with converting, continuing to beat his Fang opponent into submission here. Infect coming across for 6 with Go again, 2 more floating, and 2 Razor's Edges, pushing this up to 12, and on hit, you get a Blood Rot Pox, sir. This is threatening to put Zach all the way down to 2 life if he cannot interact with either effect here, as well as 2 left over to swing a dagger and threaten ending the turn with Zachary marked. Is there any way out of this hole?
My goodness, what a turn from Tom. So many reactions on that Infect. You can see him over there, little smile on his face. He is as happy as any Assassin player is. Smiles from both players here. That was a bit gnarly to see. We can now see 2 Saver Bloodsheds
mirroring
from
his
Zach.
opponent from his first turn.
This attack is going to threaten 2 draws on hit, coming in now for an additional +4. So now 9 points of damage on this dagger as well. And a
my God!
Wow, wait.
What is happening?
This is another crazy hand from Zachary. Walk me through what's being threatened here, Ellie.
So, Tom is not presently marked, right? So this dagger won't draw cards. He doesn't seem that incentivized to block, as he has just passed to reactions. Zach going to play Hunt's End, giving this dagger +5 to 14. These are daggers. These are the biggest weapons I've ever seen swung in Flesh and Blood. These have 1 power, Sam.
No, Ellie. This has 14 power.
I will react.
This is now going to grab a reaction out of Tom.
With under the trap door being discarded, and what is under the trap door but I believe either an inertia trap or lair of the spider finding its way to, I presume, blocking on the combat chain, which will mark Zachary. But Zachary's last 2 cards are Long Whisker Loyalty and a Hunt's End. He is very capable of not only marking his opponent and forcing cards to be drawn, but dealing an insane amount of damage here. Somehow, this colossal gap in their life totals doesn't feel so large when you're threatening drawing 2 cards, and this Long Whisker Loyalty is going to choose 2 modes because Zachary has 2 Draconic Chain Links. He will get to mark his opponent on hit, more than likely, so that he can draw with Saber Bloodshed and get an additional attack with his dagger so that he can follow up with another dagger threatening Saber Bloodshed, holding Hunt's End in his hand.
Long Whisker Loyalty here. You can see that EA. Maybe Zachary got it just for playing in the Calling. 2 damage is going to be accepted. So now down to 19, 2 cards time to be drawn. If another dagger can hit from here now that the mark has come forth from the Long Whisker Loyalty.
Let's see what Tom's working with here. He may not be able to block this very well at all. He's holding on to Shred, Codex of Blood Rot, and Infect. Suddenly the tables have turned just a little bit. Maybe if not in terms of life total, but then certainly in terms of tempo. Zachary threatening to run away with this game from a nearly 30 life point deficit.
Really seeing the power of Fang once those fealty tokens have been established and the Emperor feels his fealty. Long Whisker Loyalty and Hunt's End with 2 Saver Bloodsheds just proving to be so much potential damage. And now any attack, if this attack finds its way through and hits Tom, that means 2 more cards drawn from the Saber Bloodshed. And so the Long Whisker Loyalty, can this dagger attack again? Is that you picked 2 modes here?
He chose 2 modes on the previous attack.
It's up to the number of Draconic Chain Links.
Right,
So
but you can't choose the same one twice.
yes, correct. Yep.
clarifying that he cannot choose the same mode twice, something you can only do on modal cards that allow you multiple choices if it states explicitly that you may choose the same mode twice. No, Zachary on the last chain link chose an additional dagger attack as well as that dagger currently on the active chain link, marking his opponent on hit so that he can make use of his double Savor Bloodshed.
And Hunt's End here in the hand, as we know, threatens to turn this dagger up to an attack
For 6.
6, my goodness.
1 thanks to the triggered ability of Obsidian Fire Vein, 1 thanks to its normal power, and 4 from Hunt's End, one of the biggest attack reactions in the Hunted.
Now look at this. It might be time for Arakni Trapdoor. Let's hear. Because of the mark from the under the trapdoor, discard it on the turn to become Lair of the Spider to give a mark because the attack go again. That is the only reason why this Mask of Deceit is able to trigger and turn Tom Battaglia into Arakni Trapdoor to find the defense reaction that will be enough to stop this turn from Zachary. What a perfect sequencing here from our Assassin player, utilizing everything at his disposal. He went under the trapdoor, and what did he find? The trapdoor themselves, and became the hero for which the card is named, and it is going to do some major, major work here, Ellie.
Not only will it give Zach an inertia, though it won't do very much if he chooses to play this Hunt's End, it will deny him drawing 2 cards, as you stated, functionally forcing him to set this card in his arsenal. Tom may no longer be allowed to play the trap he has gone and fetched out of his deck, as the effect from Trapdoor has lapsed, but it has secured him several cards in this hand, and he is holding on to ways to end Zach's game right here and right now by giving him a Blood Rot that he must interact with at the end of his turn, else he will perish, as well as an Infect and a Shred in the hand to back it up.
All of a sudden, Zachary's whole turn changes as he thinks about this Infect, the Blood Rot Pox, and he doesn't know what that final card is in the hand.
He does have a blue.
But this Infect proves to be too potential damaging to let any of it through. The Shred will not find purchase, as the 6 block will be enough here. Thanks to all 2,500 of you hanging out with us on this second day of our coverage here from the World Tour in Memphis. We've got couple more rounds after this before we find our top 8, but this matchup between 2 heroes battling it out in the set that we have just released in the Hunted.
Let's see what Tom's ponder is, because presently he has a Shred he cannot afford to put in his arsenal. I suspect that Bonds of Agony is a more... Never mind, opting instead to Arsenal Shred, perhaps valuing the ability to present nearly uninteractable damage for his opponent to contend with. However, what he does not know is that Zachary does have a blue for which to pay this Blood Rot Pox token's taxing damage effect. Something Fang does not always have. And a Hunt's End in his arsenal.
Blocking here with the Mark of the Black Widow. That's going to buy the Tooth of the Dragon. That's a little bit of a sidestep. So this card now goes up to 2, but the next dagger comes in for 3.
4. Tooth of the Dragon.
Excuse me, yes, sorry. Yeah,
+3
plus
on the
3.
next
That's what I
attack.
meant.
This
Sorry.
card is bananas.
Yeah, sorry. I meant +3 on the next attack. So this dagger comes in for 4.
I wish when I played an electrostatic discharge on my flittering charge as Aurora, it also gave my flittering charge +1. That'd be nice.
Pretty nice.
That'd be pretty nice.
This comes in for 4.
Yeah. Fealty, move down, counter off boots and all.
Interesting, choosing to hold on to the Hunt's End in his arsenal. Something in an event I covered recently, the Blue Pitch Card Guys show match, we saw Josh Lau sit on a Blade Flurry for something like 6 to 7 turns straight, showing excellent discipline in what is necessary to find your right moment to strike as a warrior. And Zachary may be finding himself in a similar position where he knows he just needs to hold on to this Hunt's End in his arsenal and use it later to find a way to close the game when he may not otherwise have a starter, perhaps opening himself up to being capable of blocking with all 4 cards presently in his hand on this turn. Tom pitching a blue, 2 cards to work with Codex of Frailty and Kiss of Death. A Shred in his arsenal, but not many ways to give an attack go again outside of it connecting via Arakni Marionette's hero ability.
And if it connects, things are very bad for Zachary, given that the on-hit effect of the Kiss of Death would just end this game. If he can find go again and move to another chain link, It's going to be the Shred going to block or get rid of the block on that Hunt's End. Is there a defense reaction from Zachary here?
Zachary's last 2 cards blocked for 0.
And that's going to be the game. Tom Battaglia, the Slayer of Blades himself. He's taken down 2 Fangs over the course of this tournament, and he is not slowing down yet, folks. 7-2 off the back of a couple of the biggest daggers we have ever seen, and some really, really nice play. The under the trapdoor discard, find the lair of the spider to mark his opponent, and then allow for the Mask of Deceit to become the trapdoor. That was a freaking sweet turn, especially when he was facing down 2 draws off of those 2 Saber Bloodshed.
And a dagger for 14.
And a dagger for 14.
And a dagger for 14
Just
that
what
he
a-
said no blocks on.
Yeah. Just a banger. Just an absolute banger of a game. That thing, it was coming down to the wire there. It did feel like it was all Marionette, all Arakni, but then some, potentially big damage threatened by our Fang player. Big congratulations to him. He's still X&3, playing. I mean, I don't really know. Probably out of contention for the top 8, but definitely still in contention for
Should
cash.
be out of contention at X and 3. Definitely not out of contention for cash.
And if you come to these events and can get in the money, I mean, it can pay for the plane ticket and
Easily.
then some. And of course, World Tour points on offer all weekend long. I do want to also point out, got a giveaway coming up. Get a giveaway coming up. Please hang out with us throughout the end of the day. This will be
You want
given
free
out
cardboard?
later in the day for
You want free cardboard?
a thank you for 30,000 subscribers on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. But if you're like, dude, part the Mistveil, I'd love to get some, but what I really want is Flesh and Blood's newest set, The Hunted. I have got some spice to talk to you about in the newest offering at our Armory events, the Gem Packs, a new way to celebrate all players at all skill levels, at all records at the end of competition during those incredibly fun Armory events at your LGS. You show up, you sit down, you play your games, hopefully, depending on the way that your store works it out with its player base, you get a gem pack. And these gem packs we've seen, I mean, Mark of the Black Widow, we saw do some major work in that last game. As you discussed yesterday, Ellie, so many staples in these gem packs, but in fantastically beautiful new treatments.
Yeah. Though not mandatory, like you said, hopefully, it is highly encouraged that these are to be used to drive engagement. These are participation awards at their core to get people in the door playing for these beautiful, beautiful extended arts. Also, long requested fan item, non-foil extended art cards to put in your non-foil deck for people like my friend Ian Smith at home, who will not even come within 10 feet of a foil card.
Man, yeah, I do. I honestly, I can't wait to go to my armory to get some of these gem packs. There are some really special, even some pretty spicy cards in there. So I'm really just stoked, honestly, on the offering. I think it's a really great change, and I really do think it's a perfect way to encourage participation at all armory levels, and also a way to get some sweet swag. And
Sweet swag.
I do like the swag. I have become more and more of a swag enjoyer.
Shiny enjoyer.
Of a shiny enjoyer. I don't go crazy with it, but I do like it. I do like it.
I like my shinies,
I
too.
like my shinies, and I really like Flesh and Blood's newest set, The Hunted, so much so that I'd like to check in on the other hero in the set, because we have seen Arakni, we have now seen Fang, we have not seen Cindra today, and my question for you is, do you think she can take down one of the beasts of last metagame, Zen, the Tamer of Purpose, or will the Zen state and the inner chi be too much for Cindra to bear? We'll find out right after this. Round 3, just around the corner. We've seen a couple heroes from the Hunted already, but I fiend for ninjas. I ask the great gods of flesh and blood for Cindra, and they have delivered me not only one ninja, but 2 ninjas for us in this game. Not a mirror match of heroes, but perhaps a mirror match of classes. Samaburn, Ellie Bird over here. I am really excited about this one. I love Cindra. I'm really just becoming a fanboy more and more over the course of the weekend.
Everybody knows how much I love Zen, the Tamer of Purpose.
Yeah, big fan.
Big
The biggest fan.
I actually do think he's very fun. Secret confession. I know that's upsetting to many of you who have strong feelings about Mistveil, but I think one of the most important things for a game's metagame to have is a villain. Oh! And perhaps we will see that villain either crowned the victor yet again today, or see him taken down by the Drakai of Retribution herself, the one you so crave to see on stream.
I want to find out. Beam us down, Scotty. Show me flesh and blood. We've got Cindra, the Drakai of Retribution, on the left side of your screen. Thomas Nennich versus Zen, the Tamer of Purpose. Chris, friend of flesh and blood fans all over the world, known for his podcast, The Banished Zone. Really great dude. Playing that Zen deck. They're checking out the Dragon Scalar flight path there. Ooh, you can see the EA blood-splattered vest as well.
Gorgeous.
As the players are going to draw their hands up. Round 10, the intensity is really, really ramping up, folks. These heroes, these players, absolutely playing for a spot in our top 8 here. A win keeps either of these players in contention. A loss knocks them out of the running. So this is for their top 8 lives.
We have seen Cindra for 3 times now on stream this weekend. However, this Cindra is a little bit different from the list we saw both Yuki Lee Bender and Brodie Spurlock piloting. They kind of worked on that deck a little bit together. This list clearly appears to be running blues for the purposes of pitching and not playing, as Thomas Nennich appears to have a concealed blade in his hand as the set is fresh, came out a mere 24 and then some hours ago. I'm excited to see all the different takes immediately off the rip that people have for these hunted heroes.
Gotta say as well, I'm like really impressed by the amount of players who have been on our coverage playing these new heroes, already rocking Marvels. Like,
surely those daggers aren't cold foil. Surely.
I don't even know if that's possible. But I'm just talking about like the actual heroes themselves. How are these players already rocking with the Marvels? They're just really, they must know that they're going to be playing these heroes for a long time. I just love to see it, honestly.
That's the beauty of signing on with a fresh set, is you know off the rip that hero comes in at 0 LL points and will be here for quite some time. Even the explosive and dominant heroes of Part the Mistveil are still around with us today, and perhaps, you know, for those most afraid of the LL system, perhaps Mistveil is the most staunch example against people's fears, as these heroes, no matter how much the community reviles them, remain in our game today.
Yeah, also, of course, so many fans of all 3 of the heroes from Part the Mistveil. Honestly, they're heroes. They're the decks I've foiled out the most, because those inner chi cards are just unbelievable. Chase the tail here into the aspect of Tiger Body, just a classic play from our Zen field that we've seen time and time again. Chase the tail putting so much power onto these Tigers, kind of like a nice little 1 for 7. Blood Runs Deep going to go ahead and get in front of the Tiger as well. Yeah, no effects here from our Cindra player. So it looks like Chris, on turn 0, able to get a fair amount of damage through. Wonder what the blocking potential of the hand was on the turn. Looks like it's mostly going to be, like, yeah, I can't tell what was in there before, but he does have another Blood Runs Deep, got a Blaze Headlong as well.
Perhaps valuing taking 4 damage turn 0 to hold on to the Spreading Flames and come out a little bit more explosively.
What else do I have here? Blood Runs Deep. Blood Runs Deep.
Love to see this card making its way back into Classic Constructed. 3 damage on offer. Go again.
Okay, so you have 2 in hand. Yep.
Now it means those kunais come in for 2 apiece, and that blue in the pitch means that you can think about them if you are Chris here. Have seen 1 transcend already, that Sacred Art Jade Tiger domain. utilized on that first turn. A nice time to use it for its least impactful potential.
I'll say no blocks on 3.
No blocks on the 3. Down to 37 goes our Zen player.
37.
Let's see just how wide and how powerful this turn can be from Cindra. Maybe a little bit on the back foot to start things off.
If you are going to include blues in your Cindra deck, something I love to see is spreading flames into Dagger, a veritable 2-card 7 out of basically nowhere. And the downside of the daggers being destroyed is going to be pretty effectively mitigated by the blood runs deep in Thomas Nennich's hand. We may see 5 damage on turn 0 prove to be entirely worth it, as he's coming out of the gates pretty hot here.
Yeah, this might be exciting stuff already off the back of this first turn from Tomex. Keeping a couple cards in the hand, willing to take some damage to preserve a couple of these cards. Spreading Flames into Blood Runs Deep, honestly, one of the more impactful things you can do in this deck. But the chi we made on turn 0, if we are Zen, is immediately back into the hand as the Traverse the Universe utilized on this turn 0. You have to imagine if you're Thomas, your eyes are wide for a couple of different reasons. One, you know this next turn is going to be impactful from the Zen player. But two, you have to imagine they're not going to be doing a lot of blocking from here if they are already grabbing an energy into their hand. They might want to use all 6 of the cards now available to them.
They may be using it offensively, but however, they may also just see the opportunity to get a bunch of value out of 12-Petal Kasaya's activated ability for a Zen state here. He could block 2 on this Kunai of Retribution and then make a Zen state in the resolution step to protect himself from more damage on this turn. Particularly effective knowing that Cindra is likely to be throwing some daggers your way. No, just kidding. Chris says, no blocks. Show me the bill. I have 6 cards, and I'm going to use them to destroy you.
But the blood-splattered vest joins the picture for the first time. We can see that stain counter on there, grabbing a resource as well. But the blood runs deep now, comes forward. It's going to, on attack, flick both of those daggers, making a 4th chain link and coming in for 3, thanks to the Spreading Flames effect. And that final card in the hand being the Blaze Headlong. I believe it's also going to get buffed up by the Spreading Flames. It'll be coming in for 5.
Yeah, it will be on Chainlink 5. Very interestingly here, this blood runs deep because it flicks on its Chainlink. Even if Chris were to block this to deny the Mask of Momentum trigger, there has already been a hit this Chainlink. So the next attack will threaten Mask of Momentum if he chooses to block here.
Yeah, and I'm so curious. Oh, he must just be wanting to attack with the daggers again.
Yes.
He's gotten both of the counters already on those blood-splattered vests. I was wondering, I'm like, what is he going to use the resources for? He's going to use them for the daggers. He's going to bring back the daggers, attack with them again because of the Spreading Flames, getting so much potential value from that Spreading Flames. I love it. And yeah, the players here discussing exactly what you're talking about. Mask of Momentum absolutely has to be considered. This chain link already has seen cards hit for the purposes of the mask. So this is the 2nd chain link that has now hit. Down to 30 goes Zen.
Blaze Headlong for 5.
Good old Blaze Headlong for 5, just like you called it, Sam.
I will say no blocks on 5.
That's a Lava Burst.
But
4 with wax on.
the wax on here going to go ahead and block 4. 1 damage over the top. This is a card drawn off the Mask of Momentum.
Well, that is yellow wax on.
Yeah,
I couldn't figure out what you were talking about.
Yeah. Yellow wax on, so only blocking 4, so 1 over the top. Here come both daggers. Cindra ability is free. This is a crazy turn so far to start things off, just off of 4 cards.
Yeah, just 4
off the
cards
top.
in the grip.
Here comes another 2 from the kunai. This turn is so wide and so insane. And it's also fascinating and exciting to see 2 different flavors of Cindra deck. And listen, we don't know who's going to win this game, but at least succeeding in doing the thing, right? We've seen Brodie.
The thing that they wish to do,
We've seen Brodie's list and Yuki's list do their thing. Here comes the Demonstrate Devotion Chainlink coming even wider. On attack, going to
Should
make
be another
a
5
fealty.
because of how many chain links there are.
Comes in for 5. How much damage is this?
So my question earlier was, is it worth it to take 5 damage on turn 0? The answer was absolutely yes. With just 4 cards, he managed to push 16 damage through, his opponent giving up 2 cards from hand for blocking and the all-powerful Traverse the Universe equipment.
Do you want to put under it?
I'm a little flabbergasted. He
that was
blocked
amazing.
for 8 on this turn and took 16.
Also, very impressive, the Blood Splattered Vest getting both of those counters. He actually had another outlet instead of the Kunai because the Demonstrate Devotion costs 1. He was able to utilize the resource on the Demonstrate Devotion, keeping a Kunai around, so he's not completely without his weapons as we move into this next turn. It's going to be the Kazuya here from Chris. The Kakara here coming in for 2. Now it's time to activate Zen with the resource gained from that block with the Traverse the Universe.
Something
That
we
was so
saw
sick.
yesterday.
I'm so sorry. That was so sick.
No,
That turn was so awesome.
Please pop up.
That
Please
turn was
pop up,
so
Sam.
sick.
That turn was incredibly
4
sick.
cards off the
You're
top.
psyched about your new girl.
Spreading
She's here.
flames.
She's in full force.
Oh my goodness! Demonstrate Devotion. All right, sorry, you go. I was just
No.
that
I
was
just
so
want
awesome.
to point something out about how sick Thomas's play there was, because yesterday we saw a Cindra player on stream neglect to float a resource off of Bloodstained Vest, then draw an Art of the Dragonfire off of their Mask of Momentum that they couldn't fire off, and then they had 2 cards in their hand when they passed to Arsenal, functionally denying them any value from their Mask of Momentum. Thomas, thinking forward a little bit, hedged his bets and allowed himself to have 1 resource with which to swing the Kunai of Retribution after buying them back, or, like you said, to rattle off a 1-cost off the top for even more damage on his explosive opener. And an explosive return, Zen is firing back after cashing in Traverse, sending the classic, the trusty, the untouchable Chase the Tail, a good old 1-4-7 in aggregate.
And getting that other card, the other Tiger from the aspect of Tiger Body here.
No blocks.
No blocks on the 3, down to 25. These ninjas firing attacks off back and forth.
The Tiger +3.
This class does not block, it dodges. And its goal is to dodge getting to 0 life in this race first.
3 of it.
Poison Blade and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path going to be pushed in front, blocking 3, 1 damage. Now 24, plays 24, and Chris is just going to pass. Final card to the Arsenal. He's evened up the life total. He's bought a card. The question is, what is Thomas able to do off of 3 cards? We saw what 4 cards was able to represent. What is 3 going to represent? Flick Knives not getting that -1 counter. The Dragon Scalar Flight Path is what blocked on that turn. Here comes Brand with Cinderclaw coming in for 3.
Head jab.
Head jab coming in for 3.
jab.
But this one makes your next attack Draconic. Let's find out what the follow-up is. What else is Thomas working with? Got a Fire Tenant Strike first. Got a Hot on their heels.
That's 2 more head jabs, Sam.
And what it is an ability with this Brand with Cinderclaw here. He's going to go ahead and flick the dagger because we are going to see 3 Draconic Chain Links thanks to this Brand with Cinderclaw. And with this flick of the dagger, now Mask of Momentum is still online. Fire Tenant Strike first is coming in for 3. Must require a block here from Chris. And if not, that next attack is going to be coming in for 4, threatening the draw again.
If you'd believe it, this card gives the next attack +1 on attack,
Yeah.
not on hit.
So sick. I love this card. Also, just the art and the name. Fire Tenant. Strike first. Like,
My
tell me
friend
that's
always
not.
says he chooses to see this card as Fire Tenant Strike Fist because he's punching him very hard, which to me sounds like the name of a brute card.
On hit mark.
Sure.
Here comes Hot on their heels.
I need to grab.
Hot on Chris's heels after that explosive turn returned after cashing in his Traverse the Universe.
Honestly, this is a card that's impressing me in these Cindra lists, not one that I initially put when I was putting the deck together. This is Hot on their heels, and just the 3 block on it, making the marking on hit is something that is so nice when you're trying to find the fealties for those impressive cards. And this one here is going to go ahead and be blocked out, I believe, by the Wax On, but Cindra once again able to be activated. The daggers roaring back from the embers of the graveyard, returning to the side of their wielder. And now it's back over to Chris. He did a whole lot of blocking on that turn. What's going to be the follow-up? What does he have in the arsenal?
Attack with Kakara. Did you go again?
His arsenal, I believe, is a Mauling Chi, Sam, a good old 1-4-5, playing out a casual 2-card 7, but a bit of some very fair flesh and blood being played by both of these ninjas looking to do some very unfair things. Something I want to point out is a card in I'm cursed in Thomas Nennich's hand. He's drawn, I believe, a blue Silver Talons. Not a card we've seen in Constructed on stream yet, but a very interesting inclusion in his deck. Not only is it the trusty blue block 3, and it will find its way to the pitch zone here, but it's actually a very acceptable chain ender to draw off of your Mask of Momentum, especially if you have fealties to cash in, because you can end on this card. And I think something that is very easy to miss about Cindra is that she asks you to play a mini game, and this mini game is how are you going to extract value out of your daggers to destroy them before the combat chain closes so that you may rebuy them with the draconic chain links they represent. And Silver Talons, even at blue, is such a fantastic answer to that, because not only does it give you an outlet for the fealty tokens you've included in your deck, it gives you an outlet to destroy your daggers.
Absolutely true. I love to see it in there. It's a card I put in my list when I was building the deck.
Oh, you're so cool.
Come on now.
You're
This is
so
going to be the
cool.
the Demonstrate Devotion. This one's coming in. It's going to make another fealty on attack. It's coming in for 4, and now also threatens the draw from the Mask of Momentum.
Correct.
2 more in hand from Thomas here. Just love to see how Mask of Momentum changes the math for these aggro race matchups. Both players here doing a little bit of blocking. And Chris here, he's going to go ahead and block this for 4. Here comes the reaction. The Flick Knife sends the dagger across. That means this chain link still has hit, which means Mask of Momentum still looks at this next chain link to see if Thomas is going to be able to draw a card. Here comes 3. Mask still live, as you heard Chris say.
If I can find one.
Chris's hand getting a little bit thinner, fewer options available to him if he wants to stop his opponent from drawing cards here. Forced to give up this Levels of Enlightenment, one of the more powerful cards in Zen's deck, because the remaining 2 cards in his hand block for 2. Thomas with a little bit of a punish in the form of this Burning Blade Dance, though it won't draw a card on hit. If it does hit, it will allow him to flick the other dagger still on the chain, turning this functionally into not only a 0 for 4, but one that sets up his daggers for the next turn.
Yeah, and a really nice play I also want to call out from Thomas here. I think he saw these 2 3 blocks be presented from Chris in the combat chain and was like, what are the odds you have another 3 block in the Zen deck? Even though the Burning Blade Dance here is only an attack for 3, it's not a break point. It does have an on-hit effect, but seeing that these 3 blocks were already committed, I do think the hot on your heels, as you can see there, the Burning Blade Dance, a really nice play from Thomas. He's going to be able to flick the dagger. He's going to be able to bring back both of those daggers from the graveyard, and he got extra value because he sniffed out the lack of another 3 block in Chris's hand.
3 is plenty of a break point when your opponent only has cards that block 2 in their hand. Chris forced to work with just a Flex Clause and a blue here. 2-card 6 if his opponent chooses to block the Flex Clause. Still a good old 2-card 7. Zen, secretly the king of mid-range, capable of playing some extremely fair flesh and blood when forced to. But with Traverse the Universe off the board, his opportunity to break the kind of rate trading that they're engaging in here, sending some very fair, quote-unquote, numbers back and forth at each other here, Zen usually wants to break up this game state parity by cashing in Traverse to blow his opponent up. Chris got a lot of tempo and speed early in the game by using it to springboard himself forward in life totals, but now he lacks the ability to spontaneously do something incredibly unfair without just naturally drawing into an Inner Chi or a Transcend instant. With no Mask of Momentum to speak of, Thomas is very glad to just let 3 attacks hit and go back to his turn with a full grip of 4 cards. And we're seeing yet another card in his hand right now that we have not seen in other Cindra decks this weekend in the form of Snatch.
Yeah, kind of a staple from the days of Fi's dominance of Classic Constructed, a great chain ender. This one is going to be able to come in at the end of this chain most likely, but he also has an Art of the Dragon Fire, a card that can do some major work with those fealty tokens and maybe could even get go again with the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Then all of a sudden the Snatch becomes even more dangerous. But you look at Chris's side of the table, he does look to have something like that yellow wax on. That could be a nice response to the Snatch. We'll have to see just how the turn plays out. 1 is accepted by Chris. He's down to 15. Thomas has already fallen down to 10. Even after that big, incredibly scary turn from Thomas at the beginning, he is at the life deficit. Can he utilize the cards in his hand and the Mask of Momentum to try to turn the game back into his favor?
Yeah, when it was 10 to 15, the life deficit was exactly the amount of life he lost on that 0th turn. We may have called it too early that it was just worth it to take all that damage because he could just find himself numerically behind no matter how much he manages to throw Chris's way, though there may be a little bit of a nasty surprise waiting in the wings. Not the card nasty surprise, but rather this activation of the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, giving this go again with 2 cards still in his hand, a Brand with Cinderclaw and a Snatch that could be made draconic by the head jab preceding it, should he choose to play it out.
Yeah, really nice sequencing here. This also threatens a draw on the Mask of Momentum.
Flick Knife still yet unused on this turn as well, so he can follow this not only with a Snatch, but a Snatch representing Mask of Momentum.
Block 5.
Reacts, I'll give it go again.
Sure.
And then I will also use Fouk Knives.
You got it.
Bit of a
So,
punish
one
there.
Flick
Chris
one.
giving up 2 cards, and then Thomas responds with Flick Knives and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path activation.
Blocked, but the chain still hit for mask purposes.
Chain's still alive for Mask of Momentum purposes thanks to the Flick Knives.
Then I will play a Brand of Cinderclaw for 3.
Sure.
Head jab threatening a draw.
Okay. You have 1 in hand. No blocks.
Reacts.
And the wax on here going to be committed to the Brand with Cinderclaw means the Snatch now also threatens a card for the arsenal. A huge punish. Chris snapping the wax on off to threaten, to prevent the draw off the Mask of Momentum.
Snapping off the wax on.
Yeah, a bit of a tongue twister there, but
Say
the
that 5 times
Snatch
fast.
here.
Snap it off the wax on.
Snatch here going to go ahead and threaten that draw, and that would have been a perfect counter to the Snatch, blocking it out with 1 card, and because of that, Chris has to commit the rest of the armor blocks here. In reacts, Thomas able to bring back the dagger. That is a massive, massive punish there. Fro, our Zen player, has to commit a whole extra piece of 2 blocks simply to stop the card drawn. It's most likely just going to be an arsenal and pass for Zen, meaning Thomas is going to have 5 cards to work with to try to close this game out. Excuse me, 4 cards to work with. No arsenal. He didn't draw.
Arsenal. The Snatch did not connect. Chris still no Transcend Instant or Inner Chi in 4 turns. Perhaps the shuffle from the Traverse was the most fatal thing about the time when he committed it. He seems nearly incapable of finding what he needs to get the fuel he needs to get back into this game. As Thomas continues his loyalty-driven assault here, Devotion Never Dies, coming in for 4, be it blues or reds, in your pitch zone. Cindra seems often and always capable of doling out some very serious punishment to opponents who don't want to block, and this card embodies that. Forget your Mask of Momentum at home. You draw a card, you draw the same card you just played if this card connects, and the previous chain link was Draconic, nearly forcing action from your opponent or representing an unbeatable amount of damage hitting the combat chain.
Devotion Never Dies here basically says you have to block this. You
have
just
to.
simply
You
have
lose if you
to.
don't.
You lose if you don't. It's going to buy 2 more cards from Chris here. Here comes, looks like
Rake over the coals, giving the combat chain +1 and pushing this Devotion Never Dies over by 1. The reason he cashed in a fealty to make this Draconic was because he knew from the start he was going to be playing this Devotion Never Dies again and seeing itself on the previous chain link, but Chris came prepared with a wax on in his hand to stop himself from such a massive blowout. However, that's still 3 cards from his hand, and Mask of Momentum is still live, and his last card only blocks 2. This Brand with Cinderclaw is fated to draw a card here. Sam's mouth is literally agape next to me.
My mouth literally dropped when I saw the rake over the coals hit the arena. That
Art
was
of War, who?
That was unbelievably sick. The wax on, a nice follow-up to keep this game from maybe just ending right here, but it was a whole extra card to stop 1 damage. You do stop, of course, the card coming back, so still got to do it, but now an attack for 4 thanks to the rake over the coals, and the Mask of Momentum still threatens the card drawn. Everything coming up Cindra here. No blocks, no reactions. 4 over the top. Here comes the draw from the Mask.
Didn't I? Oh, you flicked on this.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Clarifying that he did flick on the Devotion Never Dies chain link. Thomas drawing into a blue, though it is a pretty effective blue here, especially with one floating. As he buys back both his daggers, he's going to be able to threaten this stab wound, coming in for even more damage. In fact, lethal damage, as if it connects, it will have his opponent lose life equal to the number of times daggers have hit this combat chain.
Now look at this.
Yes, yep.
Now look at this. He can activate his fealty token, turn this stab wound draconic,
Oh
and
my
that means
God.
it'll get buffed up by the rake
It's
over
lethal,
the coals.
Sam. It's lethal. This stab wound is going to come in for 3, and daggers if it twice this chain. First the attack, and second the flick.
Oh my God, it is lethal, Ellie. The 3 damage, the 2 damage from the 2 power from the daggers. Is this just the game? I don't think there's any recourse. The flick plus the 1 dagger earlier.
He has no options
Is there
left.
any out here for Zen? The fealty token on the stab wound, such a sick play with the rake over the coals.
Yeah. GG, man.
Good game.
That is gonna do it!
What a finish!
What a game! Thomas Nennich moves on to 8 and 2 on Cindra, the Drakaev Retribution, with, honest to God, some of my favorite turns I've ever gotten to watch in my now years of watching and playing Flesh and Blood and doing this, you know, as a life and a job. That was so awesome.
I'm going to do my best Sam
That was so
impression
awesome.
as that rake over the coals hit the table.
I literally was like, there's no way. Oh my God, that was awesome. What a game. What a tournament.
card.
What a card.
I'm going to go find him after this round, and I want his deck list.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome. And I mean, and you, like you pointed out as well, you know, for Chris, just a fantastic player and community member in his own right. And really, the deck just didn't quite come together.
It does happen.
Not a lot of chi after that first use of the Traverse the Universe, but that allowed Cindra to really just pop the ever-loving hell off. That was awesome to
Would
watch.
you say that she critically popped the ever-loving hell off?
I would say she critically popped the ever-loving hell off. I absolutely would. And that's going to do it for us here at the Calling, folks. We're going to see it. No, I'm just kidding.
We're done. We're done. Sorry.
No, I'm just
top
kidding.
8.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Canceled.
kidding.
That game was too sick. Everybody go
Okay.
home. Everybody go home.
No, don't go home. You know where you should
In
go?
fact, don't go anywhere.
You know where you should go? To London.
Okay.
How'd you like that? A little segue. Pro
London's
Tour.
home for at least one person in the room.
This is very true. The World Tour, of course, comes to London and brings with it so many offerings for the Flesh and Blood fan, including, of course, the Pro Tour, but so much more as well. We've got so much on offer for you all weekend long, including this beautiful, exclusive, themed Sink Below, a card that will always be relevant in Flesh and Blood. It will always be a staple, and if you want to have the iciest Sink Belows you can, you might need to get the true Sink Below, a Sink
Or
Below.
perhaps the icingest sink belows you could possibly have.
And
Cream
this
or jam or jam or cream.
And this is why
Jam
you're
and
here.
cream?
And this
Cream
is
and jam,
and
jam
this is why you're
That's
here.
why they pay
And
you the big bucks.
if you want to join us at the World Tour in London, you have a chance. Today is your very last chance to win flights and accommodation for this fantastic event. All you need to do is purchase a Fabled or Go Again event package at fabtcg.com. You head to the World Tour section, find the London tab, and make your way over to the website to grab that Fabled package. You could win your trip and accommodation taken care of.
But Sam,
What?
I was already planning to go to London for the Calling. I was already going to purchase a Fabled or Go Again event package.
Yeah.
You mean that there's no opportunity cost to committing to this giveaway?
No.
This amazing giveaway, including flights and accommodation to the World Tour stop in London? Sign me up, and you should all sign up too.
And if you want to sign up for something, you might as well sign up to get yourself a souvenir package, given that they are flying off the shelves. Look at all of the fine offerings there. You get the Command & Conquer art on that playmat, on those sleeves. You get a whole play set of those Sink Belows, and that beautiful box art featuring the key art of the Hunted, as well as a Part the Mistveil archive pack, Japanese language.
Those are so fun to open.
They're
so fun to open.
You guys, they're unbelievably fun to open.
When
They
I was in
legitimately are
Japan-
great.
when I was in Osaka for Worlds, it was my friend Nia Tran's birthday. I bought him a box of the Part the Mistveil archive pack. He's a big Ninja, big Mistveil fan. Bought him that, and I saw him ripping it, and I was like, This is
I gotta
tacky,
do
but I'm
this.
getting one for myself.
Yeah,
I gotta have one.
What'd you rip? I ripped a Warmongers in mine.
I got a Japanese Leave No Witnesses and a Japanese Black Tech Whispers.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I saw that Japanese Warmongers and I said, maybe I need to get another box.
Maybe I need more.
Brian Gottlieb said it was the single most juiced product Flesh and Blood has ever released. Those are his
pretty true.
words.
That's
Those are
pretty
his
true.
words. If
Has
you
Codex
want
of Frailty.
If you want to open these cards, you got to get a Part the Mistfield archive pack, and you got to get it in the souvenir package. They're nearly gone, so I do hope you'll head to the website, to the registration website, and pick up one of those packages. And while you're over there and you're picking up your fabled package to enter into the giveaway, look at what you will be receiving. Beautiful art of the unforgiving, I believe, on
Yes.
that card right there's the other one.
That is Crumble to
the
Eternity.
Edge of Eternity.
Unforgetting.
That's
Crumble
the block.
to Eternity
Yeah,
is the
the-
Jarl Ice Earth specialization.
Yep,
That's
yep,
the one on the map.
Yep. And then
Unforgetting, Unforgiving
is the block.
Yes.
With the same art, but
the
no
same
ice.
plaza depicted
Yeah,
in
but
the
no
past.
ice, but no
In
ice.
the past,
Yeah,
before the All-In froze it all.
Precisely.
in
You can get
ice
that art
forever.
on that playmat as well as those sleeves, and you can see the beautiful packages. You get one of two, the Path of the Ninja or the Path of the Warrior. And we saw Art of the Dragon Blood do some major work yesterday, as well as in every single game. Art of the Dragon Fire has just gone nuts. And there's a lot of talk about Jagged Edge and what it could hopefully do for the Warrior class. You also, of course, get some cards. We've seen almost all of these cards be played in their extended arts already. You participate in that calling. You could get yourself a Tarantula Toxin, a Blood Runs Deep, or a Long Whisker Loyalty. These are cards that are sure to be staples in all three of their respective decks. And you too can pick one up just for participating in the calling. And if you participate in the Battle Hardened, how about a 3-card promo pack? Getting yourself either one of the Drakai, the Emperor, or the Realm. Just beautiful stuff. Just wonderful stuff. And I do hope you will join us in London. And of course, if you want to pick up a Sink Below for yourself, look at these events. You've got the Classic Constructed event on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I believe those events are Hunted Sealed Deck.
Ooh.
However, they are one of your ways to grab Sink Below as well. All right, folks, we have got another round coming up in just a second, so we're going to run over there and make sure we get a good one for you. There is so much more Flesh and Blood before the top 8 comes up right after this. Don't go anywhere. as the assassins, oh my gosh, who's in the set? As the assassins, the ninjas, and the warriors are working their way down the mountain of Volcor, we have some wizards that have been tearing through the competition here. And I think it's high time we get a little more arcane damage on the table. Let's go ahead and waste no time and dive down into this matchup because we have got such a banger. We've got Verdance back in the arena and we have Kano. One of the many Kanos that have been blowing people up all weekend long. It is a battle between Earth and Fire here on our feature match area. 40 life to 30 life, 43 life to 30 life as Verdance is going to gain some life. Ellie, walk me through some of the matchup and what you are seeing.
Well, the first thing I see is that Jonathan has Ring of Roses in his opening hand, Verdance's new specialization from The Hunted. Not only are assassins, ninjas, and warriors benefiting from this set, but the Thorn of the Rose herself has some new tricks up her sleeve, and this card is a banger. It says the first time you deal arcane damage each turn, gain 1 life, which, once your hero ability is online, represents another point of arcane damage, generating an obscene amount of value. But that's just not what this matchup is about. Verdance, as excited as Jonathan may be, sees that card in their opener and decides, this is fuel for this turn. I need to rattle off a Command and Conquer and keep Kano off comboing me as long as I possibly can until I can find things like Rampant Growth to blow Kano the hell up.
Yeah, importantly, we are going to see two heroes try to accentuate like multiple game plans here. There's going to go the Seeds of Tomorrow into the graveyard. The card from the arsenal goes to the bottom because Jonathan just needs to find a way to convert this hand. And by multiple game plans, what I mean is kind of like, you know, a longer, potentially like a pitch stack from either of these players. As something I also want to highlight, we don't see Alluvian Constellus on either side of the arena,
No,
and that
we
is
do not,
often
Sam.
what we see, especially in like a Kano mirror. When we see, you know, back in the days of Icelander, when we used to see these more wizard-focused mirrors, it was such a huge way to get value from the matchup. Get your counters for preventing the damage, as it looks like most of that damage is going to be stopped on this turn from Nicholas. It's just fascinating to see maybe neither of these opponents, neither of these players expected to see much in the way of wizards on the other side of the table.
Both of these heroes also engaging in a pretty serious amount of setup here. Jonathan having drawn into 2 potions to match the 3 on Kano's side of the board. Kano, a deck that typically doesn't block very well, converted into a deck that blocks maybe a little bit too well for Verdance to deal with. Kano still sitting pretty at 30 life, his starting total, because of Arcane Barrier 4, making it pretty difficult for Jonathan to actually push all that much damage through.
1 damage over the top. The first bit of wizardry has succeeded. Here comes Energy Potion into the Sigil of Solace, so up to 46 goes Jonathan. Honestly, something very flavorful is happening on our screens, folks. We are seeing the wizards assemble their potions, grab their crystal coffers from their cabinets as they prepare for the impending duel upon the battlefield, slinging their spells. But first, they got to acquire their elixirs and place them down. It's going to be Crucible of Aetherweave, 2 floating into a big old Aether Spindle for 5.
Something often said about wizards is that they take a little bit of time to set up, but Jonathan here has found Rampant Growth on just his 3rd turn. All he needs is a couple more combo pieces and he's ready to go, whereas his defenses might make it a little bit difficult for Kano to get through, though life gain is maybe not too incredibly much in the face of the Drakai of Aether's combo assault. It is just enough to change the calculus and make it harder, especially in conjunction with Arcane Barrier 3, for Kano to entirely get there in his first cycle.
Yeah, you bring up something I think is really important. Arcane Barrier 3 for Jonathan, Arcane Barrier 4 for Nicholas. Off the top with the Kano activation, it's going to be a Gaze the Ages. That's going to go ahead and opt 2 and then plop back into the hand.
Another Aether Spindle on top of the deck for Nicholas. Gaze back to hand, like you said. Straight into the pitch zone. Aether Spindle off the top for 5. And Destructive Aether Tide accidentally upside down into the pitch zone.
AB3, yeah, 1 over the top. So a really nice turn here for Nicholas, able to throw a fair bit of arcane. Kano assembling his power and shooting over the salvos. Verdance doing what she can to stop it, but keeps only a couple cards in hand and the arsenal. You can see Jonathan taking a look at that, probably considering the pitch stack just like Nicholas's. 29, plays 43, but the turn passed back to Jonathan now. Surgeon Aethertide, Mind Warp hits the pitch to pay for it. 1, and does the pseudo-amp. Nicholas, once again, happy to take this one down to 28. And a healing potion joins the energy potion. So once again, the potions continue to amass for either side of our arena here. Blue into Kano. Let's see what's on the top.
It is
Chain Lightning.
Not a card I've seen resolved and constructed since Crucible.
Can be played as an instant. Now, to allow for another non-attack to be played as though it were an instant. I wonder if this Chain Lightning is able to be played in Nicholas's deck, partially because he knows people are probably not respecting Kano because they haven't in quite some time. Able to play a little bit more of these cards that when people are respecting you, you have to be very, very consistent with your combo. You have to hit it as quickly and as early as possible. And you have to hit it through often. And you have to hit it through often, like Oasis Respites and Disruption and things that people are, when they're ready for you. But here we see Open the Floodgates now hitting the banished zone to be able to be played. And this one's going to come through here. If it attacks or if it deals the surge damage, 2 cards would be drawn. But without the Crucible of Aetherweave activation, this is just, I believe, 1 arcane damage on the combat chain.
I believe this is just 1 arcane damage. We don't know what Nicholas Mihalas has in his hand here, but I imagine it's something he wishes to play at instant speed thanks to the effect of this Chain Lightning, which, thanks to that Open the Floodgates having been resolved, this will deal an extra 3 arcane damage, threatening to finally bring Verdance below her starting life total, something Jonathan Fouk says no to.
And a second energy potion, 2 potions of Deja Vu, 2 energy potions for our Kano player. He's got double the amount of potions that the Verdance player currently has. And it's just going to be a Command and Conquer.
What 1? Indeed.
Command and Conquer threatening that arsenal.
CNC coming down.
Asking for 2 cards. Not very many combat tricks in Verdance, but he will opt to gain some life up to 44, slipping ever further away from Kano's reach in his combo.
Activate Kano. Sure.
Kano activation going to look at the top of the deck.
He will not banish it.
Oh my goodness, how many potions does Kano have? He got a Clarity Potion, which can be destroyed to opt 2. This is an insane amount of potions.
I don't know. Well, I do know. I actually, from what I understand, my good friend, the Pistol Pete, mentioned that he does think that one of the best versions of Kano right now is the one just on 8 freaking potions.
Wow.
It's just hard to believe.
Well, we're seeing 5 of them already in the arena, only 2 on Jonathan's side. He's got 1 healing potion and 1 energy potion.
He does, however, have some disruptive effects in his hand here, and I do believe he has enough Earth cards in his graveyard to decompose. It may not entirely be what the matchup is about, but if he can send across a Felling of the Crown, it threatens to mess up Kano's pitch stack, something fierce.
Heartbeat of Candlehold going to gain 3 life, 1 and then 1 and then 1.
Boink, boink, boink.
No decomposition whatsoever. It's going to be challenging for Jonathan to find the decomposition when he's so reliant on red and yellow, as we saw in his first match, Rootbound Carapace.
Nicholas letting out a little bit of a yelp as he sees the 3rd Command and Conquer hit the table. Can he block it? He may be holding a bunch of potions.
2 Kindle and an Eye of Ophidia.
He's holding Eye of Ophidia, Kindle, and an Open the Floodgates. He yelped because whatever he has tucked in his arsenal since turn 1 is as good as gone.
Kindle here proving to be very powerful, but we've seen a lot of cards that don't block hit the arena from his side of the table, and they're finally coming back to bite him. As the 3rd and final Command and Conquer from Jonathan here, like you mentioned, Ellie, is going to find its target unless it somehow shoots out of the arsenal at instant speed. Here comes the Sonic Boom, not played yet, just represented that it can be played. Wow, so sick. All of a sudden, CNC looking insane.
maybe the greatest card of all time, reprinted yet again.
Yes, ma'am.
For the second time in the newest Flesh and Blood set with some swanky new art of a guy holding 2 swords that I have mentioned today, but I theorized them to be named Command and Conquer.
Oh, that's fire.
That's fire, right?
That is actually fire.
That's fire. Even in a new extended art treatment, we saw an extended art cold foil in Dynasty, but never an extended art rainbow foil, something we do see in the Hunted's expansion slot. And something else we're seeing is Kano cashing in this Clarity Potion to take a look at 2 more cards off the top of the deck, 1 to the top, 1 to the bottom, in the form of another Sonic Boom to the top, not the bottom, to be clear.
It's like a card's going to hit the pitch.
And whether Jonathan knows it or not, this Sonic Boom connecting does threaten another Sonic Boom off the top.
Let's see what Jonathan wants to do.
One of the most important parts of any Wizard Mirror, a game step that not many players know about, especially me. I don't know about this one. The thinking step.
Ah, yes. I'd like to pass to Thinks.
I'd like to pass to
Thinking
Thinks.
resolves.
I'd like to pass to Thinks.
Crucible of Aetherweave has been paid for, so 2 floating. These Kindles, I believe, are going to have to be responded to each other in order to get the main effects. Holding priority on the first one played to allow that card draw to happen.
Hold priority. Kindle. Crack a teapot.
Cracking a Potion of Deja Vu to put some cards into his hand. Let's listen in on this Kano combo.
Oh, cracking the Potion of Deja Vu as well to put those cards on the top of the deck. Looks like
On
he's
the
going
pitch
to
zone.
want to draw that Eye of Ophidia again. You can't let it get stuck there. But
Gotta keep
utilizing those Kindles, you can resolve the Kindle, put the Eye of Ophidia back on top. Then you have another blue that opts. All of a sudden, this Command and Conquer has turned this turn into something a little more interesting than perhaps Nicholas was expecting when he drew his hand of 4 cards.
Yeah, results.
Forcing some action from the Kano player in such a dirtly deck is occasionally a pretty difficult thing to actually accomplish. I wonder if he wants this open the floodgates just as a blue, or if he's attempting to resolve it in some way by putting it on top, drawing the Eye of Ophidia, activating Kano, and either he could opt it to the bottom, or he could use the amp effects from Kindle in conjunction with Crucible of Aetherweave to force this open the floodgates through, or at least attempt to force it through his opponent's Arcane Barrier 3 to draw 3 cards and maybe find some blocking power to save the card in his arsenal that I presume is an Aether Wildfire.
Nothing's changed. Nothing. What happened?
How much does Sonic Boom block for? 3?
3, yeah.
3? Wizard spell. Wizard spell. Of course it blocks 3.
Yeah. Resolve Kano.
Yeah.
There's that Sonic Boom we put there already.
Boom.
I do want to also point out that the Crucible was, I think, paid into so that when he drew that Eye of Ophidia, he had only 2 floating. And so he was able to make sure that he was able to get that into the pitch again.
Yes.
To pay for his Kano again.
So I believe he pitched the Eye of Ophidia to the Kano activation.
Yeah.
And then
This is
another
from earlier.
blue.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and then another blue into the Crucible.
Yep.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Trigger Metacarpus.
Sonic Boom.
On the Sonic Boom, you can hear him say, trigger the Metacarpus, wondering if he's going to pay for it here. How much damage does he want to threaten?
Chip damage, always relevant in Kano, but his
So,
opponent's at 47. It's hard for the chip to necessarily be meaningful enough to push a significant amount of damage.
Metacarpus node going to be cashed in on this Sonic Boom, meaning Nicholas is expecting to do, you have to imagine, some more Arcane, given that the Sonic Boom is likely going to deal the damage. And he does know the card that's right beneath it, and he wants to be able to pitch into its effect while utilizing that Metacarpus node effect as well. If he's losing his arsenal to this Command and Conquer, he's doing it on his terms.
So, from my perspective,
No AB.
as somebody who doesn't play a Wizard player, there's no universe where you commit Arcane Barrier to the Sonic Boom, right? Even if it connects, it's coming over for 4, so the X for its effect, where it will look at the top card of your deck, you may banish it if it is a Wizard non-attack action, and you may discount it by X, where X is the damage Sonic Boom dealt. the difference between 7 and 4 is completely insignificant in most Kano decks. I can't even think of a single wizard non-attack action that costs more than 2 or 3. So I think letting this Sonic Boom ride, taking him down to his starting life total, is just entirely the correct play. I think what's a real thinker, what he has to give some thought to, is whether or not he wants to commit his final card in hand to the second Sonic Boom, or play around what the first one might banish. But it looks like Nicholas isn't banishing anything at all.
I think he's still thinking on the trigger, which is interesting because I do believe it's a card that he knows is there from the multiple opts. I don't think he put a card at the bottom. I'm pretty sure he knows exactly what that card is on top.
It's so interesting. He opted 2 to the top, or not opted them to the top. He
left him on top.
Potion of Deja Vu, 2 cards to the top. Eye of Ophidia, open the floodgates.
Which
he
are back in the pitch
2
zone.
more after pitching Eye of Ophidia. He knows about the next Sonic Boom. Does he know about this card, Sam?
I thought so, but maybe not. Because this is the Sonic Boom played.
Oh, good. Yeah.
That Sonic Boom is still
So,
there. He hasn't played the first Sonic Boom.
yes. Notably, important piece of texture here. Sonic Boom's second piece of text
another 3.
is not a triggered ability. It does not go on the stack. It is part of resolution of Sonic Boom. He cannot look at that top card and then decide whether or not he wants to banish it or anything to that effect. I do believe he sent something to the bottom of his deck, and the top card of his deck was an unknown quantity to him. And the Sonic Boom just whiffed, functionally neutering the second Sonic Boom, turning it into just a vanilla 2 for 3. Rampant Growth going to get played by Jonathan Fouk, just wanting to get it into his graveyard to set up his endgame combo with Plume of Ethergrowth.
Let's check in on the draw here off the hand.
He hit a potion.
Clarity
off
Potion on
of
top.
Sonic Boom, which is not a wizard non-attack action. You cannot cast it. Play it.
Now here comes the Channel the Millennium Tree, powering up the Surgent Aethertide. Also, correction, I thought I heard him say Resolve Metacarpus, but I think he passed on the trigger as it does still sit in the arena. So it is still sitting around for the rest of the game until he's using it here. That buys an AB from the Surgent Aethertide, but 1 damage still came over the top. That means that this Pulsing Aether will be coming in for 5.
Oh, AB 3. Take 2. Yep. 19.
Yep. Pass. Tree checks for Earth.
Yep.
Finds it.
Crazy line. C-Pod.
Ooh.
Go to you. That was my Sonic Boom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we put him in the deck. Non-bow.
Yeah, you can literally hear the players discussing
Yeah.
the Clarity Potion on top. And the fact
Got
that
it.
it did stop that Sonic Boom into Sonic Boom festivities.
As you were talking about earlier with the Chain Lightning, there's some less responsible cards you can put in your Kano deck when the cultural sine wave of Kano respect dictates a low point. But as you put cards like these Chain Lightnings, like these Clarity Potions in your deck, you do risk disrupting yourself so much worse than anything a Command and Conquer could ever do to the Blazing Ether in your arsenal by neutering your own Sonic Boom's quote-unquote hit effect. And putting yourself in a sticky situation where you hit a card that doesn't block on the top of your deck. It's a brick in all situations except for if you were to activate Kano. Not quite as bad as an Eye of Ophidia, but still not what you want to find.
Thinking on pitch.
You're good.
Jonathan Fouk giving some serious thought to this turn, recognizing that now that Kano has another card in Arsenal, he has to be careful about the steps he makes through the Drakai of Ether's fiery domain here. One misstep could have him charred to a crisp by an Ether Wildfire cast at instant speed off of Storm Striders, making sure to hold some resources in his hand with which to Arcane Barrier, something his hand is a little bit trim on if he pitches too aggressively into the cards in his hand.
I'll give you 4.
Here comes the AB4 from the Amp on the Surgeon Aethertide. That's one Earth card in the pitch. Can he find a way to get a second one to keep this Channel the Millennium Tree around for yet another turn? Can he start to decompose? The answer is yes.
Of course.
Here comes the felling of the crown. Asking if there's any response before the decompose here. I have to imagine 3 Earth cards are going into the Vanish Zone right away. Still 2 more decomposes needed to get the Verdance ability online.
Threatening only 4 damage, but as I said, can be incredibly painful to Kano's set up pitch stack if that's something he's going for in this game. 4 damage, not the most significant thing in the world, but it does rip a card out of your opponent's hand, leaving Kano with only 1 with which to work. Maybe not what he wanted to see on this turn, as he pretty eagerly put 2 cards into the pitch zone, maybe planning to do something specific, A, with those floating resources, and B, with the last 2 cards in his hand.
Nicholas probably also happy to see the Plow Under head to the bottom of the deck, as it can be hard to set up your Aether Wildfire or something like a Lesson in Love if you're worried about it just disappearing, being plowed under by that special Majestic. But here comes 4, and now all of a sudden this is something that Jonathan has to be thinking about.
So this certainly won't go grab Aether Wildfire, as Jonathan is being 3 here, but what this card can go search is this card says search your deck for a wizard card. It does not say a wizard non-attack action. He can go get the last remaining Kindle in his deck and put it on top, hoping to draw it, and I think that's what he's going to do. He shuffled it to the front of this grip.
And it is going to be Kindle.
Perhaps going for some tempo plays here. Also being forced to shuffle his deck, ruining any pitch stack he might have had.
That's good because I wasn't tracking your stack.
All good.
Yeah.
Don't forget your pitch.
Yeah, thank you. 4.
It's so good.
I love tree.
Yeah, super powerful. I'll take 4. 11.
Here comes a big old life and pulsing Aether.
Punished. It was like
Gamer player loudly saying, max punished, max punished. I drew a bunch of reds. No good, no good.
Also a bummer when you take the Surgeon Aethertide, all of a sudden this arcane damage comes in for quite a bit.
Yeah, this is coming in for, in addition to a point of life gain, I believe, this is coming in for...
in hand. That's the issue.
9? 9. 9. The answer is 9. Surgeon Aethertide dealt 5. 1 plus... No. 8.
Amp 3,
Finally got
yeah.
there.
Amp 3.
I can do complex math. You give me 3 plus 1 plus 4, and I fall apart.
Yeah. As do the rest of us. Nicholas here having to think. Jonathan still needs a number of decompositions to really get this game plan online.
Taking a look at his opponent's graveyard, Kano's already engaged in some action. Even if Storm Striders are still on the table, there's some pretty important and potent spells from the Drakai of Aether's arsenal already set ablaze by his arcane magics. 3 Aether Spindles already in the bin, 2 Lessons in Lava gone, 1 played, 1 blocked with. And a whole host of other spells no longer something he has access to, but something he has access to for the 3rd time. This game is Eye of Ophidia, finding the illustrious Aether Wildfire on the top of the deck in conjunction with a blue that, although he is shipping it to the bottom here, he could have attempted to draw off of Kindle.
This is also just incredible fortune from Nicholas, because that thing was at the bottom of the deck, but was shuffled at the top after the Lesson in Lava.
Who needs a pitch stack?
Just draw it. Just draw better, you guys.
Just it.
I would simply get better at limited.
Oh, no. I don't think you can say that.
Here comes the next activation from Kano, the Drakai of Aether. Let's see if there's going to be any responding. Got the Aether Wildfire in the hand, has the Kindle, and has plenty of potions to work with here.
4 extra resources on the board, Kindle on the stack, Wildfire in hand. Ragamuffins hitting the table along with a Potion of Deja Vu. He wants to draw the Eye of Ophidia yet again.
That would be maybe a record for the amount of times I've seen an Eye of Ophidia pitched in a single game.
I think 3 is already my record.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive stuff.
I think 3 may already be my record. Do we know Jonathan's final card in hand? Is it a blue?
I do not know. We have not.
Is he a little
Seen it.
bit dead in the water here? He doesn't look very happy with the state of the game. He may not have the resources necessary to stay alive here. Or he's just experiencing a little bit of that wizard mental battle, mental fatigue that will wear on both of our players as this game drags on.
Yeah, just two masters of the arcane staring across the table. You can see the fiery vistas of Volcor behind them as their travels have brought them to where our set currently resolves. Potion of Deja Vu resolves.
Glowing Depot.
Putting 2 on top, most likely. Oh, no, they have to go to the top. But he chooses the order. I would imagine he's drawing into Eye of Ophidia again, if I had to guess. Ragamuffins.
He's going to look to draw off the Kindle, I have to imagine.
That
here.
would make sense. Wildfire to the top.
Still respond to the Kindle.
Activate Kano, banish another Wildfire.
Well, that's a cool Kano token, gotta
That
say.
is a pretty sweet Kano token.
Off the top comes the Wildfire, now the Kindle.
Jonathan having a bit of a laugh on the other side of the table, like, oh my god, why is this my life?
Kindle's going to resolve here. We do still look like we have a Kano activation floating. No, it looks like he brings it back. Yeah, no, he does still have a Kano activation that he can respond to. Now he has the Eye of Ophidia. He's got the Clarity Potion and the 2 Energy Potions to work with. He's going to go ahead and activate Crucible here.
Opting 2.
Let's take a look at
Trigger
what he's
on the
got.
stack.
Oh, is that an
Open
the floodgates red?
Floodgates. And an Overflow the Aetherwell. He has both free cards and free resources available to him on this turn.
We might be witnessing before our very eyes players. Actually, I can hear it. I might be hearing players sleeve up Oasis respites for their road to national season.
I never don't have the Kano respect,
I feel as though it's
Sam.
perhaps the sound of Spell Void equipment being taken out of binders as we see just what's possible if you let the Kanos cook.
I never don't have the Kano respect, partially because one of my favorite cards of all time is Shock Charmers.
Me too.
Yeah, I love that.
First Cold Foil Legendary I ever opened. First Legendary I ever opened.
Shout out to Iswardi Therianto.
Oh, the biggest of shout-outs.
Maybe the GOAT.
Here comes 5 Arcane from
Do
the
we
Aether
have
Wildfire.
the blue on Jonathan's side of the table? Let's find out.
Second.
Are you denying meta? Or
Quick math, sorry.
We're talking about Metacarpus nodes. I can't remember. It feels as though I heard him say on his last turn that he used it.
I'll deny Metacarpus.
Going to go ahead and deny Metacarpus. And I'm not sure if he used it on that turn prior.
Well, even if he did, if he never uses it again.
Yeah, if he doesn't use it here,
if he doesn't use
it's
it
not
again,
a problem.
no harm, no foul.
If he does use it again, that is something that both players will be kicking themselves about at the end of the game. Perhaps none more than Jonathan. But first, let's see if he can even get through this turn.
6 on resolution.
No Metacarpus paid. Wildfire coming in for 5.
sorry, quick math.
You're good.
Yeah, some more math from our players here. This is all still in response to the 8 damage that sits there on the Pulsing Aether Life.
Easy
That's
to
how
forget
this,
whose turn
yeah,
it is.
this turn started with Pulsing Aether Life after the Surge in Aether Tide, after the amp from the channel, the Millennium Tree. You then heard Nicholas say, oh, Max punished. But it sure feels like he is cooking up some Max punishment of his own here. 2 Aether Wildfires represented, 1 currently on the stack, 1 in the Banished Zone ready to be played. What does Jonathan have in the hand?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is Max Punishment Max the Hype Nitro's brother or sister?
Maybe sister.
Maxine Punishment.
Maxine Punishment
Maxine
is
Punishment.
kind of sweet.
Maxine the Hype Punishment.
Yeah. Well, I think no. I think his.
Oh, Maxine the Punishment Nitro.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually sick.
That's sick. Maxine the Punishment Nitro.
James,
We've
if you're
cooked up a
listening,
character.
you got it. You go for it.
Maxine the Punishment Nitro. Giving a look through the graveyard.
Dude, yeah, Max and
I'm cursed.
Maxine would go hard.
Max and Maxine.
5 damage on the stack with this Aether Wildfire. Jonathan really giving this one a think. What does he have access to? What could he be considering? Feels like an easy snap of the Arcane Barrier if you have it.
He could be thinking about some life gain. In response, he could also be thinking about activating Plume of Evergrowth if some life gain will keep him alive in this game scenario.
No, I'm at 11. Is that what you
Yeah, oh, looks like they didn't actually, I didn't even notice, they did not represent the 4 life lost to the Surgent Aethertide.
That would have helped me do the necessary math earlier, but without a reference point, I'm hopeless.
Yeah. Also interesting, you know, you have to imagine Jonathan's maybe considering, dude, if you take this 8, if I stay alive, can I use my Storm Striders
Right.
to utilize enough damage to just get 3 over the top? Given that 8 damage is represented, if he can stay alive through this.
It is Jonathan's turn. He does have an energy potion on the board with which to protect himself, but only Arcane Barrier 3 as opposed to the 4 that Kano presented. 3 does appear to be the max he could cover on either of these Ether Wildfires. He may be calculating whether or not it's necessary to cash in some of his set-up resources, like the energy potion on the board, like this healing potion in play, to stay alive and avoid getting burnt to a crisp before the leaves and roots of the Candlehold forests can grow and bind the Drakai of Aesir to the earth where he belongs.
You can literally see in the top right and the top left of your screen the fires around Kano, the beautiful verdant forests behind the Thorn of the Rose.
It looks like too warm for me to be comfortable in Verdance's art. I don't even want to get to Kano's art. I'm already like, ugh, midsummer. I need it to be
Candlehold,
gloomy.
it's so humid.
Yeah, it's gotta be like humid and like it's probably like very pleasant if you're a tree person.
Yeah, I have to imagine. For tree people, relatively
For tree people, it's probably sick there, but it looks like warm to me there. And then like obviously the volcano is too hot, but I already think it's too warm in Verdance's art. I don't want to go there. Especially because it involves going outside instead of playing my favorite card game, Flesh and Blood TCG.
8 damage on the combat chain represented by, or not the, you know, on the stack.
On the stack.
With the Pulsing Aether. But before we get there, there's 5 Arcane from this Aether Wildfire that Jonathan is so deep in the tank. You know, I'm sure it's getting tough in there. Still got, looks like a Kindle that has to resolve.
As jovial in the face of this mayhem as we may be, it is round 11 of this World Tour stop. The Calling in Memphis, Tennessee. Both of these players live for top 8 during this game.
Yeah.
Fighting and vying for that spot. We could see something momentous. Verdance's first Calling top 8. If Jonathan manages to fight his way through this game.
Yeah, this is a really great point there, Ellie. These players, they're taking as much time as they have in this round. They know how impactful this turn is going to be, given that a loss knocks them out of contention and a win squarely puts them in a win and in for top 8. These heroes, these players know how important this turn is to the outcome of this game. A top 8 in a Calling is an achievement that for most Flesh and Blood players would be near the top of an achievement board.
99% of Flesh and Blood players will never, ever even see the top 8, much less smell it, as these two players already have.
It's like we're considering the energy potion activation.
Sip a little bit of energy drink to stay alive here. Energy potion response to the energy potion. 2 floating. Looks like he's going to come in with the second wildfire in response to the first EPOT activation we've seen. Metacarpus trigger on the stack, giving it some thought. Perhaps 2 trim on resources to make use of it. Cracking Spellfire Cloak to pay 1 into Metacarpus nodes, making this wildfire match the first, coming in for 5.
5 if Kindle resolves on it. Or no, sorry, 5, 6 if Kindle resolves on it.
Talking about if Kindle resolves upon it, are you able to resolve the Kindle? I feel like this is all in response to the Kindle. Or
Oh, I see what he's saying. So he presently has Amp 1 floating. Amp buffs your next source of arcane damage. He is saying that this is for 5 because of the Metacarpus nodes. 6 if the Kindle is consumed
So
on
if-
this Ether Wildfire.
so
if
one
he
will
is
be
forced
coming
to
over the top.
respond with another spell, maybe
Ah.
off the top of his deck using something like Storm Strider's Energy Potion to find the resources to throw another spell in response to this Wildfire, that will consume the AMP 1 he presently has awaiting. But without many resources, it's likely this Wildfire will be coming in for 6 and the next for 5.
Yeah, I just wonder. I wonder if the Kindle hasn't resolved.
Kano, no cards in hand and nothing floating.
There's still a Kano activation on the stack. I was like, where are we getting the rest of the cards, even if these wildfires go off? We're still responding. You can see on the chain here, we can see both Aether Wildfires. There's a whole stack going on. There's the initial Pulsing Aether Life, the Kano, and then Wildfire, Potion, Wildfire. So once those Aether Wildfires do go off, there will be that Kano activation for the Open the Floodgates. Which
Give me a
then
piece of paper. It's math time.
Which then,
It's math time.
Which then, after the Open the Floodgates is resolved for however much
5.
damage is additional from these Aether Wildfires, multiple cards can be drawn, 2 cards from the Open the Floodgates, and then, I mean, let's just be clear, the floodgates are open as the Aether Wildfire turn will likely continue, and that is why these players are thinking through this one so in-depthly.
So let's assume no Arcane Barrier. Maybe Jonathan has a red or even a Gorganian Tome in his hand. We have
Could be.
6 damage on this first Wildfire represented. The second one coming in for 5. If 6 is added, it will be 11. That will have been 17 arcane damage dealt total on the turn, as well as all spells getting +6 and +7. No, sorry, +11, so +17. Oh, I don't even need to do the rest of the math.
No, it
That's
looks
heinous.
like-
That's heinous. He had a yellow,
32, right? Yeah.
a being 1, taking 5. I think he might have done the necessary math to stay alive here. If he Arcane Bear, if he takes 3 + 3.
Now the Energy Potion resolves.
Yep.
Goes up to 3 floating to then immediately utilize the
Goes
Plume
up
of
to
Evergrowth.
Goes up to 3 floating.
Plume of Evergrowth here. Look at this. We're grabbing the Seeds of
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow back into
What
the
a
hand
line!
with the Plume of the Evergrowth.
Responding to this Wildfire with 5 damage prevention. However, this Wildfire is currently threatening 10 arcane damage.
So that's an additional 5 from that Aether Wildfire. So now all the arcane spells from here are buffed up by an additional 10.
Kano
Resolve that
trigger.
Kano that this all started with. There's the Open the Floodgates. There's the Energy Potion.
We're still rolling. Yeah.
We're still rolling some dice here.
We're going to see
I got nothing. Yeah.
what the cards are.
Open.
Floodgates for 13, sending Jonathan to 14 life. It doesn't take much here, but it did take Nicholas's last resource. If he draws 2 reds, Jonathan could still be in this game. That's double blue.
Double blue means we're just continuing from here. Let's continue
keep
to see
spinning the wheel.
what's on the top. Has the Clarity Potion as well to opt to. That's going to be activated right here. Let's see what the top of the deck shows.
Oh,
my
God.
goodness. Another Aether Wildfire on the top and a 0 cost as well.
Doesn't have the resources to
For
play
both,
both
yeah.
of them, but another Aether Wildfire will do it, as it will come in for exactly 14.
Pump it with Metacarpus. So it'll be 15.
Exactly.
Looks like
lethal
that's going to
represented.
do it. A third Aether Wildfire on the chain, as it looks as though Kano just commanded the Wildfire beyond a level that I have seen in recent days. And if you don't respect the Drakai of Aether, you are liable to get burned. It's not just the Draconic heroes in the Hunted that are doing the burning. The Drakai of Aether always liable to make it hot in here. And now our Kano player moves on and potentially has a shot to make it into our top 8. That was just, I mean, it was truly a cerebral masterpiece between our 2 players.
A mind battle between 2 masters of the mental to begin with. The Earth Wizard versus the classic OG Wizard, a battle between nature and flames.
Yes, and now, after all is said and done, we are close to our final round of Swiss, and that means a win and in. Before we can get there, I do want to highlight one of the exciting events on offer this weekend. It's going to be an exciting one, not this weekend, excuse me, later in this year. We have, of course, the World Tour stops happening all over the world, and it is such an exciting time given all of the prize money on offer and all of the events that will be happening all over the world. But I do just want to give a special shout out because tickets are online for our World Tour stop in Sao Paulo, March 21st through 23rd. We have got tickets on sale right now, folks. Head over to fabtcg.com because you can get yourself the fabled packages that are on offer. And I am seeing a mat that I know players are going to want to get their hands on after all that we have seen this weekend. Wrath of Retribution looking like a pretty nice pickup. If you make your way over to Sao Paulo, you can go ahead and pick up the Retribution yourself. As well as, of course, Hunt to the Ends of Rathe. A beautiful card that we've actually seen resolved and constructed as well.
That's right.
You can see the Path of the Ninja, the Path of the Warrior going on in this package. The tickets are on sale now for our World Tour stop in Sao Paulo, so I do hope you'll join us over there. It's sure to be a hell of a show. Just the amount of passion that the Brazilian community does show all the time. Love to see everybody in the chat always throwing down with the love for the Brazilian community, and so I cannot wait to see just what goes down in Sao Paulo, just like I can't wait to see what happens in our final round of Swiss. It's my favorite 3 words in TCGs, win and in. And I think you saw her on the playmat. Let's see if Cindra can make it into our top 8, piloted by the one and only leader of our World Tour leaderboard, Brodie Spurlock, right after this. after 11 rounds of fierce competition over these 2 days, we are down to one final bout. And these two players have everything on the line. A chance at the first top 8 of our hunted Classic Constructed season. Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, let's check in with how we got here. Bring me in towards the standings, if you would please. And this is how it has shaken out after 11 rounds. A lot of people in contention, looking all the way down to what? Maybe at that 9th slot, or excuse me, at that 11th slot and 9 wins?
The 11th slot, yes.
So a lot of these players
are
yeah.
X2.
A lot of players X2. We only have 8 slots on offer. What do you think this means for this round, Ellie? Who's making it in? Who's going to be left behind?
I'm seeing 3 Kanos.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at all of the Kano in that top 10. Remember I said? You can hear the sounds of players re-sleeving those Oasis respites.
That's right, that's right. Looking incredibly likely that Kano top 8s are calling here. Slim chances for some other heroes. The single representation in this X and 2 bracket of Cindra, Arakni, and Aurora all together. And then we have 2 each of new... Oh, sorry, there's 3 Viserai. Noah Bagelman at 11th place, the 3rd. So 3 Kano, 3 Viserai, 1 Aurora, 1 Cindra, 1 Arakni, and 2 new in contention for top 8.
Yeah, only 3 new made it to day 2, but 2 of them virtually, it looks like, maybe locked for our top 8 slot. Jacob Clements, we've been talking about him all weekend long. He came here for World Tour points, and by gosh, he might leave with some. Looking down, we do see, of course, one of those Arakni marionettes, Thomas Battaglia. We've had him on stream twice, and he is also fighting for his chance in the top 8. 3 of these top 11 players are going to be left behind. It's going to be a question of who makes it in.
Yeah.
I truly have been feeling so blessed to be watching all of these great games of Flesh and Blood. I also feel like I'm getting...
Are you counting your blessings?
I am counting my blessings. And I truly cannot wait to see what this final round of Swiss has to offer, because we've got what we think might just be a win and in, folks, and it features a couple players very familiar to the World Tour circuit this year. In this final round here at the Calling in Memphis, we have Victor Mercado, finalist at the Calling in Portland just a few short months ago, facing down our overall player of the year leaderboard current first place holder, Brodie Spurlock, on that Cindra list that we have been talking of so much. He's got AB1 and Spell Void 1, and that is it. Is it going to be enough? Can he go fast enough to outrace this Kano player in Victor Mercado? This is the final round of Swiss, folks. All eyes on the top 8 slots. 3 players are going to miss it. Both of these players would like to be guaranteed a slot. A win guarantees them their seat in our top 8.
Let's take a peek at Brodie's hand here. This prognosticate is only coming in for 1, but it does threaten the all-important chip damage. Brodie's hand converts pretty well, and he may just wish to keep it.
He's just going to go ahead and AB the 1. There goes the Burning Blade dance. Brodie's got AB1 and Spell Void 1. Did a little bit of Kano respecting, but can he outrace this Kano? Listen, like I remember from the Fi days.
That was the matchup.
Kano's really liked to see Fi come on down. There was a lot of quick burning, but here comes an Oath of Loyalty starting off the combat chain 4. No cards that are not Draconic can be played. Only Draconic cards can be played for the rest of this turn.
This can be easily circumvented with cards like Brand with Cinderclaw or Fealty Token Generators that can allow you to make non-Draconic cards Draconic cards. Let's see what Brodie's working with yet again. Ancestral Empowerment could push over a Mask of Momentum trigger, though Victor doesn't look very inclined to block on this turn, as well as one of those Fealty Generators, Display Loyalty. We could see him play Display Loyalty and then activate a fealty to make this Ancestral Empowerment Draconic.
Yeah, that would be a pretty slick move. That is exactly what I started to think about, because the Flick Knives has now turned this Display Loyalty into a... The fealty now allows for Draconic cards to be played.
Interesting, Brodie opting just to hold on to the Ancestral Empowerment, maybe set himself up for a bigger turn in the future, content with having 2 cards out of Victor Antonio Mercado's hand. His response is now just a 2-card 4, threatening draws if Brodie doesn't want to interact with it. But it is just 4 damage of Brodie's total 40. Victor is playing for a lethal combo here, and the chip damage matters, but that Spellfray Leggings and that Arcane Lantern are going to make it a little bit harder. Covering 2 is a lot like covering 10 in the realm of the Drakai of Ether.
I got to highlight, I think part of why we didn't see that Ancestral Empowerment snapped off on the last turn is because he was under Oath of Loyalty.
He had the fealty, though.
I know, but he would have had to spend it on the Ancestral Empowerment.
True. That's
because
true.
he can only play Draconic cards. You spend the fealty on the Ancestral Empowerment, and then you're left without a fealty, 2 random cards off the top, and if they're not Draconic, you're not going to get the much value out of them. So even though it would have been a slick play, he's got it on this turn. But look at this. He's going to allow
Brodie letting him draw, too. Just letting him rip it off. He drew into a Kindle. We're going to see a Kano activation. Kindle on top.
Kindle off the top, but now you can play the Kindle to draw another Kindle here. Is that just going to be a pass of the turn?
Double Kindle can do some very, very unfair things.
But they also don't block, and another card that doesn't block in the hand there in the Energy Potion. So the question is, how much damage is Brodie going to be able to present? How many cards is he going to be able to draw with the Ancestral Empowerment and the Mask of Momentum? Because Victor Mercado might be priced into doing a fair bit of arcane shenanigans if he can't block these cards.
Unfortunately, though, his hand has a net value of just 7 resources. If he were to pitch it all, he's incredibly trim on what he needs to fuel his spells here. 1 blue, 1 yellow, and the 2 red no blocks in the form of Kindle. Brodie coming in hot with Brand with Cinderclaw for yellow into Ravenous. Brand with Cinderclaw yellow for 2 into red Ravenous Rabble, revealing a red, coming in for 4. Threatening a pretty serious amount of damage that could put Victor off of his combo, or at least force him to interact earlier than he would like to.
Here comes 3 with the Lava Vein Loyalty, threatening the Mask of Momentum. And as we know, the Ancestral Empowerment in the arsenal could make this even more tricky for Victor.
He may just say no blocks here. He only has 3 block value in the hand. His chances of interacting meaningfully with Brodie's Mask of Momentum on this turn are slim to none.
Down to 19 already goes our Kano player. Brodie piloting the brand new Drakai of Retribution, attempting to take her to the Promised Land. His second top 8 in like as many weeks. He was in the top 8 in our Calling in Prague, mastering the limited format, wanting to show the world that he is on the top of the Player of the Year leaderboard for a reason, mastering a brand new hero, bringing her into top 8 if he can.
Everyone else, have 35 minutes. You may begin.
Given some real thought to this one. Victor's in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, this is an interesting position for Victor.
Rolling some dice for fun. Brodie very gently adjusting Victor's nice signed cold foil ragamuffins.
I got to ask him after this. Old priority on both of these Kindles, it looks like.
Old priority. Every non-Kano player's favorite thing to hear, I'm sure. Here comes a Kano activation, pitching a blue. Let's see the rip. Rags immediately.
Because they open the floodgates, he wants to go ahead and be...
So all of this is in response, and we're currently in the...
So he's representing the stack clearly to his opponent. Ragamuffin's Hat will be the first thing that resolves here. He'll draw 1 card and then put 1 card from his hand either on the bottom or the top. The red is not what you want to see here.
Does he? So he has the Spellfire Cloak. That's going to allow him to fire off to open the floodgates. And he'll draw 2 more cards. Then he's going to be once again at the mercy of the top of the deck. Really considering the Aether Spindle. You can see in the background, you know, slightly fuzzy there on your screen. You can see the Kano activation currently on the stack because he's trying to figure out what card he puts back on top.
Spindle on the top.
Yeah, it does get the draw from the Kindles as well, very importantly, and now gets to try to set up the top of the deck with exactly what he wants to draw. Ragamuffin's Hat, though, Ragamuffin's Hat is now gone. So he is just going to be playing off the top for the foreseeable future and seeing if he can put it together into something pretty devastating, because I think he is aware, just like we were, Brodie is most likely getting a number of cards on this turn, given the Mask Momentum and giving the block value that was present in Victor's hand. But luckily for Brodie, the game did not begin with Victor able to just establish an energy potion. He found it like literally a turn too late. So now it sits in the pitch zone. Yeah, now it sits in the pitch zone instead of in the arena, and we saw just how impactful the energy potions were last game. Pitching away.
Crucible activation, leaving one floating. Setting up the Kindle draw, maybe not wanting to commit the resources quite yet.
Let's see what we're working with.
A blue.
There's another blue. It's an open the floodgates. Does have to get out of the hand before that Kindle resolves.
Victor's Kano deck is so gorgeous. Entirely foil.
Wow.
Every card the rarest it could possibly be.
So a Kano player at his core,
Yes.
would you say?
Well, I mentioned this in Portland, but Victor's favorite thing to do in Flesh and Blood is, and I quote, to boom people's time. Oldham, Count Your Blessings New, Kano. He wants to have all of the fun present and potential in a game of Flesh and Blood. Here comes Ether Wildfire out of the arsenal immediately.
Pay for this.
Paying into Metacarpus.
So this 1, 2, 3 plus 4, 7 arcane.
A master of his craft at work here. Has he already sniffed out the opportunity to close this game immediately and slam the door in the Kid Wonder Spurlock's face before he gets the opportunity to even draw a single card off of his Mask of Momentum?
Ooh, and it was a Lava Burst in the hand. That would have gone pretty nicely at the end of this chain.
Still in the stack? That's correct. Okay.
Brodie checking, making sure one Kindle is still on the stack. That is going to go ahead and draw another card that can theoretically pay into the Aether Spindle. Does also have the Spellfire Cloak to pay for the Spindle before the card is drawn off of the Kindle, which could be a pretty nice use. Spindle costs 1? 2? 1?
Spindle costs 2.
It does cost 2.
Cost 2 represents 4 arcane damage.
I always think
That's
that card
kind of
costs 1.
That's kind of the classic stat line you see in those Arcane Rising arcane spells, and it's actually something that's largely stuck to, if not nerfed, in later Wizard revisits, i.e. Crucible and Rosetta, is that they're always kind of 1 point, quote-unquote, below rate. When you think of a leg tap, add 1 to the cost for Arcane. If it deals 4, it costs 2. Wildfire, Ether Spindle, all similar cards. Outside of course, the ones that are purely vanilla damage. Scalding Rain. Voltaic Bolt. 2 for 5.
Brodie here has to give this one a real think. Most likely have to imagine he wants to push those Spellfray leggings in front of this. Allow his leg armor to just absorb some of this arcane salvo. These players fighting for their chance to compete for the title of Calling Memphis champion.
Both of these players have not succeeded at becoming a Calling champion in the past year or so, though Brodie does have one under his belt lifetime. Both of them are taking another bite at the apple here in Memphis, Tennessee. Round 12, but only turn 2.
And you currently have no cards in the spell bench.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
We hear the gears turn.
he said in response to Brodie's asking, making sure you have currently no cards in hand, no floating.
1 in banish. We can hear the gears turning in the Kid Wonder's head himself.
I wonder if Victor is happy with this combo turn, feeling as though he was priced into it given the type of hand he had and the pressure he was under with the Mask of Momentum.
It's an interesting gamble. He doesn't know that Brodie has the empowerment to set himself up to draw 2 cards this turn, but even with Mask of Momentum, it's pretty difficult to imagine a world where Brodie is actually capable of forcing lethal damage over to Victor's side of the table. So he has to have been feeling pretty confident despite the trim amount of resources on his side of the table.
What's interesting is if we were in reactions, Brodie would actually be able to play the Ancestral Empowerment.
Put another thing on the stack.
And yeah, put another thing on the stack and draw an extra card. If we're doing this in, in layer on attack, that's a very different. Yeah, it's a very different story.
In the layer step.
You can
So
see
much fealty on Brodie's side of the board.
true.
Marvel fealty token. Considering the Spell Void 1.
I have to imagine it's pushed forward here. It's what it's for. Dealing with Aether Wildfire. Brodie, I think, yeah, wondering, can he survive the turn and utilize that Lava Burst for just ridiculous pressure to try to force Victor to block from this point forward?
Bit of an expression forming on the newly mustachioed Kid Wonder's face as he realizes that Victor may smell blood in the water. He's coming for all 33 remaining points of his life total with this Kano combo, and Brodie only has the ability to stop 2 of this multiplicative damage that Aether Wildfire is capable of presenting to his life total.
You can see, it's funny, we get Kano on feature, all of a sudden the gears really turn in the feature match area as our players in the arena have to consider all of the permutations and possibilities that this deck is able to present. And down he
Thank
goes.
you for that, Brodie.
The gears turning indeed.
He hates the situation he is in.
My thing.
My microphone fell off in my
Thank you.
Players
in my
here-
moment of weakness.
Players here showing some good camaraderie.
These two
Victor-
have played with each
Victor's
other
looking-
many a time before.
How does my mic work? Okay, I'll make your mic work like that. Let me just put the little thing back on.
Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle.
Pass it across.
There you go. Victor with that amazing
Yeah.
smirk he
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
has, mimicking Kano himself.
No,
Just,
absolutely. Here's your microphone, and also here's a huge Aether Wildfire that you have to deal with.
surely 7 isn't that bad.
Surely
It's
not.
only 7 damage, Sam. I have 33 life.
Seems like Brodie's really considering, like, what is the maximum amount of damage you're able to do with a card drawn? I feel
He
like
could be in a really tough spot.
I
if
feel like
Victor
you-
manages to high roll into something like
yeah,
Blazing
you
Aether.
exactly like you. Feels like, yeah, there's a chance Victor just draws something like, you know, let's say he draws the blue, activates Kano, Gaze the Ages.
Aether Wildfire.
But if you draw the blue, do you just fire off the Aether Spindle because you have the guaranteed damage there?
It's a really interesting predicament.
Because
that
we're not,
he's in
but there
right
is
now.
no other Kano activation on the stack. We're not like in the last game, we were waiting for that final Kano activation to really close this thing out.
I'm
Here,
wondering if he either... I think there may be 2 scenarios that give us insight into what Victor is thinking. A, I think he is either thinking that he pushes a lot of damage now, forces Brodie to commit his Spell Void, and then attempts to finish him off later, or B, he's decided that Cindra has shown him too much pressure and he needs to go now, despite the combo being far from optimal.
all of the resources that he had committed on the turn, down to 28. Here comes the Kindle. What's off the top?
Gaze the Ages!
Gaze the Ages. That is a blue. But he is just going to go ahead and throw down the Aether Spindle here.
This one is
Because this is
for
just
5
guaranteed
plus
damage.
4 plus 1. So 10 total.
Right.
Victor,
Uh,
likely
plus
get to
one from the
opt
Kindle.
10. 11, likely get to opt 11 here. Hard to imagine a situation where Cindra can close the game from there.
Yep, so go to 17.
You're at 17.
Down to 17 goes Brodie Spurlock.
At opt 11.
All of a sudden, 11 opt from here.
Let's take a look at this.
And now Victor just gets to set up exactly how he wants to close the game
Oh
out
my
on
God.
the next turn.
What a grip.
So what are we looking at here? I mean, Lesson in Lava.
Quite a few blues in there. I see a couple Ether Flares.
But the question is, what are the
Aether
two cards that
Spindle.
Brodie is about to draw if he puts enough pressure on?
20 damage is so hard here.
Yeah.
Victor is playing off the top.
I mean, so the question is, right? It's not, you can't close the game out on this turn, but can you put enough pressure down with those two cards
That's
to
the
force
foregone
Victor?
conclusion.
Well, to force Victor to like have to consider blocking on the next turn before he starts to do everything he's doing with this opt of 11, or will
I think
there
he
just
was
not be
hoping
enough
to
space?
find a Wildfire here. to close the game out in a second phase. He has some lines.
Looking like he's grabbing these 6 cards here.
I think he may. Yeah, he's slowly pruning down, deciding what he wants to keep in his hand. I imagine we will see him set himself up with a hand of 4 blues.
Big sigh here from Victor as he thinks about what could still be coming from Brodie.
Don't think he found what he wanted.
Now, Brodie here, had he kept that Lava Burst, it would have represented 2 less life. He'd be at 15 and 2 less cards for Victor to see, but 5 more damage at the end of whatever turn this was, and I think that's why he was thinking so hard.
6, right? 6 on top.
6 on top.
6 on top. 5 to the bottom. Victor, an opt for
Oh, so I'm actually
11.
gonna react. I'm going to...
Here comes that Ancestral Empowerment, threatening to draw 2 cards on this turn.
Empowerment
Pushing
to
his
draw.
Lava Vein Loyalty to
And then I'm
4.
also going to flick knives.
Yep.
Also flicking. Getting all the value he possibly
so
can
you're
on this
at 18
turn.
from the flick, and then I'll use my thingamajig for a resource.
The Thingamajig.
Gonna grab a resource off the Blood
and then
Splattered
you go
Vest.
to 15? Wait.
No, I'm at,
Oh,
I go to
14.
18.
My bad. Sorry. You go 14? From the 4?
Yes.
And then I'll draw for mask. Yep.
Hearing the draw off the mask. Let's see what the cards are in the hand if he pushes it forward for us.
Maybe you're just as cursed as me, Sam. No, never mind. He likes you. Looks
Breaking Point.
and
He
a
does have a
Demonstrate
resource.
Devotion.
Oh, but both of those cards cost 1. He's only going to be able to play 1 here. He'll have a Breaking Point for his next turn or a Demonstrate Devotion for his next turn, but he really wanted one of those cards to be a 0 cost. That's a really unfortunate sequence here for Brodie.
Victor in a bit of an uphill battle, though. He has committed his Stormstriders, and his opponent is still near 20 life. Finding the kill from here can prove incredibly difficult.
And he's only going to know the top 2 cards of his deck. He opted
While
6.
true, one of them is Lessons in Lava.
9.
And I'll rebuy my dagger.
Yep. My turn.
Lesson in Lava will let him search his deck if it connects for any spell he wants, but it might be difficult to deal all the damage he could possibly need with Brodie at 17. Let's see what Brodie's working with here. I think he arsenaled
The other one for 4, the Demonstrate Devotion.
The Demonstrate Devotion. Demonstrate Devotion. He's going to try and push some damage. He doesn't have to show much for Victor to be forced to respect it.
But some good foresight there from Brodie, flicking the dagger on that turn to get the resource just in case he did draw the 1 cost. Unfortunately for him, he did draw 2.
That is something we've talked a fair bit about this weekend. Good old 3, head jab coming in. Victor already reaching for the pen, saying,
Yeah, make
Show
me
me when I
block, and
care.
then I'll make you decide if you make you see if you have any cards left to pitch to stay alive.
Look at that stare. He says, show me. Show me.
Brodie has to give this one a real think.
What could he be thinking on? Does he have another Ancestral Empowerment in the hand?
Maybe at least posturing like he does.
He has an
Got
Art of the
Art of
Dragon Fire.
That's pretty interesting.
Could be lethal represented, which would force Kano to go off.
Could also be lethal represented with a single card rather than multiple chain links, forcing Kano to have to consider blocking a little earlier than perhaps Victor was expecting. Here's what you could do on this turn. Attack for 3. He takes the 3 down to 6. You flick down to 5. Right? And then all of a sudden, you get that resource. You present the Art of the Dragon Fire. You are presenting lethal with that ability and the damage. You still have a couple cards to pitch away to try to stay alive. Could that be enough?
We'll have to see. Victor made an active choice while opting to put a Potion of Deja Vu to the bottom of his deck rather than a blue that blocks 3. He may be content to do a little bit of blocking if forced. It's definitely something he was thinking about.
Yeah, maybe Brodie is considering the flick here and grabbing the resource.
Okay. 6.
No reactions. Victor to 6.
No bucks.
Another head jab.
Here comes the flick.
Flick on the head jab. Taking 4, Victor down to 2.
Flick deals 1, right? So 5.
Oh, yeah, I'm at 2 now.
Here comes the counter.
I'll think on the trigger.
Sure.
And that means he's thinking, now look at this, because this resource could be used for a B,
Hit 5, thinking on.
it does look like
Yeah, I'm at 5. Kano.
Okay.
Players in the 2 p.m. The Hunted Sealed side events. Your seedings for Bill can be found in your gym profile,
4K.
as well as paper pairings making their way out to table 206. Once again, 2 p.m. sealed. Your seedings for build are up.
So we've got one floating for Victor. He's trying to get this in before the blood-splattered vest gets its resource. Aether Flare here, of course, threatening to do a little mini Aether Wildfire. It's flaring. It doesn't have the full Wildfire yet. Getting plus X damage to the next Arcane effect, where X is the damage dealt by Aether Flare. So Brodie here having a real think. This Kano deck so liable to go so crazy at any time.
And Victor knows that the next card on top of his deck is Lesson in Lava. If this connects for a full 4, the minimum it will connect for is 3. Lesson in Lava could come in for 6, representing 9 arcane damage, putting Brodie to 8.
And so now Brodie here having a real think. Both of their tournament lives on the line. A win puts them into the top 8, and a loss knocks them out. Looking on from the outside as the players battle it out for the lion's share of $20,000, a PTI, the gold foil, and the all-important World Tour points. The question is, which of these players will be the victor?
Well, we already know.
One of them will be the victor, but one of them was always the victor. But which of them will be the victor of this match? The winner of this victory, the victory winner.
I see how this game is going to play out. There's 2 possible options. Brodie decides that this isn't worth respecting. He takes 4 arcane damage to 13. He has taken 4 arcane damage this turn. Victor activates Kano, reveals Lesson in Lava off the top, comes in for 7, dealing 7.
81.
And having
14.
dealt... Wait,
So he AB1s
No.
here, takes 3.
how does...
He's got a resource
How
coming
does
from the
Brodie
blood splatter.
possibly survive this turn?
Let's find out.
Victor might have to be out of Blazing Ethers. I have no possible... My math was wrong. Aether Flare, connecting for 3. Lesson in Lava for 6. He'll have dealt 9 arcane. He'll have dealt 9 arcane. Blazing would come in for 9. If he ABs... if he ABs on both possible sources here, there is one scenario in which Brodie Spurlock could survive, but it requires him choosing to respect everything Victor throws.
Well, this is also
Brodie's way
this is
turn.
actually also fascinating, because the one resource that the blood splatter
matters
vest
so
is
much.
about to create, it's not just for the AB. Both of the cards that Brodie has access to are 1 for X, right? The Art of the Dragon Fire. Okay,
So I'll make a resource.
they're allowing the resource to resolve here. And now Brodie has an
And then you're
option.
dropping to 2.
Yep.
Dropping to 2 after the flick. Now Brodie can just send the 1 for 4 in the arsenal and keep a card in the hand to try to respect any more arcane damage. Or he can... I mean, Brodie has to imagine this is going to be responded to no matter what. Doesn't matter if he plays the Art of the Dragon Fire and threatens the 2 fire-breathing damage to come down. He has to know Victor's going to respond to this no matter what. He probably doesn't just block with a card and go to 1. He's literally just had to flick knives on the next turn in that event.
It's a difficult situation to
So
be
yeah,
in,
does Brodie
I
throw the
think.
arsenal card, or...
I mean, Victor's a master of Kano. What you have to imagine here is he's fully aware that if Brodie respects both sources of arcane damage Victor is sending his way, if he searches his deck with Lesson in Lava for Blazing Aether, it'll be 1 short. Flare will connect for 3, pumping Lesson in Lava by 3 to 2-6. If Brodie covers 1, he'll have taken 8
5,
arcane
yeah.
damage.
Yep.
That turn. Blazing will come in for another 8. Brodie was at 17 at the start of the turn. Victor would be dead in the water. As long as Brodie respects everything, there's no way Victor can win, but Victor is giving Brodie, he's putting the onus on Brodie to continue this game. He's making him show him lethal.
Because from here, it would be an additional 5 plus 8, so that's 13 damage. Brodie is at 14, but that's only if Brodie respects the potential damage, and that means he sends the 1 for 4 in his arsenal and not the 1 for 5 in his hand. If he sends the 1 for 5 in his hand, then all of a sudden, he has no floating, he has no resources.
And
that means that
have no life.
The Lesson in Lava would deal a full 6, meaning the Blazing Aether would deal an additional 1 more. And that is the difference here. It all comes down to Brodie Spurlock. He sits atop the World Tour leaderboard for a reason. He's played Kano, he's played Cindra, he's played damn near every hero in this game in his quest for dominance. Can he sniff out the puzzle before him and punch his ticket into the top 8 of this calling?
Such an interesting position. If
game
Brodie
is sick.
chooses, this is insane.
This game is
Not
crazy.
much is going on in physicality right now, but so much is happening on the mental level. If Brodie chooses to send the Art of the Dragon Fire, he'll die in response. If he chooses to send his arsenal, he'll be functionally tapped out of resources, and Victor will get to block 3 with one of the cards in his hand, go to 1, and take another bite at the apple the next turn because Brodie won't have any resources with which to continue his turn, and Victor could utilize the 3 arcane damage buff floating from the Ether Flare to send the Lesson in Lava off the top for yet more chip damage.
And I do also want to highlight, you know, we meme and we joke about players taking a long time in the tank, but in a fast aggro game, if you got the time, if you're not going overboard, seeing these players really think through all these decisions in such a kind of deep and intricate way, it makes a lot of sense. They're playing for a top 8. You get a gold foil in the top 8 if you win this game. You get still a fair amount of successful prizing, but it's all different.
Sending the arsenal, Sam.
He sends the 1 for 4 from the arsenal. He keeps the card in hand.
He's respecting it.
And now Victor here.
If only Victor knew that Brodie's last card cost 1.
I know, but at this point,
I don't think so.
Brodie, I think, just said, I don't think you can kill me. And Victor said, I don't think so.
What a bluff!
What a bluff and what a play here from Brodie. Spurlock continuing to show why he is potentially the favorite for the Player of the Year as of now. You could literally hear both players say it to each other. I don't think you can kill me. I don't think I can.
But there is always a narrow way through, Victor. Lesson off the top. It'll come in for 6.
6 seconds.
And now, at this point, Brodie, if he ABs, takes the 5. Victor, what does he do? Does he block and go to 1?
Wow.
He's forced to Arcane Barrier here. Victor could block with a card.
Okay,
But now at this point,
Brodie down to 9. If he searches for Blazing, it's not lethal, but he can block this.
yeah, he can just
He has
block
bought himself another turn.
Yeah, he can just block this and go to 1, and then, but then Brodie's at 9, and he's literally dead to Flick Knives. The first attack, Flick Knives wins the game. He has to find 9 damage off the top. No setup, no opt unless he finds it off the top. He is just playing honest flesh and blood. Can Kano gaze into the Aether, gaze into the ages, and find the win? If not, Flick Knives ends this game next turn.
No matter how powerful a wizard you are, a dagger straight to the dome can end your ambitions before they finally see fruition.
Can I read this?
Yeah.
Reading Lesson in Lava.
Brodie also has to see the thing I pointed out earlier. Oh, it doesn't say non-attack. It just says wizard
Yeah.
card. That's crazy. You can just go get Kindle.
The second time.
Yes. 1 cost.
No, he draws off mask.
GG.
Oh, right. He has basket momentum. He has basket momentum.
We were so...
Oh my goodness. Of course, basket momentum. Can draw a card there. He blocks 3, takes 1, draws a card. It's a 0 cost. It comes in for 3, and that just ends the game. Oh my goodness. I didn't see... I
Well,
didn't see
Sam?
it. I didn't see it at all.
What I'll tell
I didn't
you
see
right
the line.
there is shake my hand.
Yeah.
We both lose that game.
Yeah, yeah. Brodie is the winner. You and I
Congratulations,
taking the L there,
Brodie.
but congratulations to Brodie. Oh my goodness. What a banger of a
What a
game.
game.
Back and forth. I literally need like a breath. That was
I know.
a breathless finish, and it puts Brodie Spurlock into our top 8. What a game, Ellie.
I can't stop thinking about, I'll draw off of Mask of Momentum. Duh.
Yeah.
Duh.
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. Thank you all, everybody, hanging out with us in the chat because we have got so much still to come. We've got a whole top 8, and we have got a giveaway during our top 8 as well. We're giving out
That's
a box
right.
of Part the Mistveil, baby.
Reaching for it.
Thank you for 30,000 subs. And as a thank you for 30,000 subs, we're giving away this box of Part the Mistveil during our final, so do make sure you stick around for that.
And not just this box of Part the Mistveil, but tomorrow during our Battle Hardened stream, both in Swiss and in top 8, we will be giving out 2 more boxes. We started last year with heavy hitters. Today we're giving away Part the Mistveil, and tomorrow we'll be giving away Rosetta and the Hunted.
I'm like so stoked. Let's go ahead and check out our top 8 bracket, folks. We have got it for you here. All questions have been answered. All top 8 competitors and heroes revealed. And look at the top 8. Ellie, I could not have told this. I could not have expected this in any reality. We have got 2 new facing off back-to-back. Viserai versus Cindra, Aurora versus Kano, and Viserai versus Kano as well.
What a crop.
What a crop. 2 of the 3 news that made top 8, or made day 2 into the top 8. No Enigma, no Zen, but the 2 new did make it. And sneaking in at that 8th place, we do have Jacob Clements. We've been talking about him all weekend long, and he managed to sneak in at that 8th slot. And then, of course, Jared Contaldi and Brodie Spurlock making it in. The lone hero from the Hunted making its way into the top 8. And then Brian Hoffman, we were hearing this.
My girl.
Yeah, Aurora. We were hearing this is Brian, I think his first day 2 of a calling. First day 2
of a calling
ever of a
ever?
calling. How about a 3rd seed top 8 taking on Zach Miller? We'll see it. Brian brought the
Shock
Spell Void, the
Charmers.
Shock Charmer. And then, of course, Florin-Cristian Loghin. Look at that. PT1 finalist, your 2nd seed, facing off on the 2nd Kano. 11 Kanos came to this tournament, 2 in the top 8.
There's something beautiful about Mr. Christian Loghin losing in the finals as Starvo to Chain and bringing a Rune Blade today to top 8 of this calling.
This is a baller top 8, folks. I
This is
cannot wait to get into it. I'm so stoked that my girl Cindra made it into the top
Aurora?
8. I know,
Our
dude. We're eating good.
Our biases?
We might have lost that last game, but we are eating good in the top 8. We're going to take a little bit of a just ever so slightly longer break to get it all set up here for you guys. Take a deep breath, and then the top 8 of the calling here in Memphis gets underway. Don't go anywhere. The top 8.
Coming at you live, yeah?
I believe so.
We'll be coming at you live.
Right
top
after
8.
this. Welcome back, everybody, to Memphis as the World Tour rolls towards its top 8. Sam Byrne and Ellie Bird here with a bit of an update. We've got top 8 coming up for you in just a little bit, but we are still setting up the area and getting the players situated and ready. The deck lists are being presented as the players prepare for their top 8. So before we get into it, just want to go back over the top 8 bracket. Let's take a look at our event and how we got here. We do have Dylan versus Jacob at the top. We've got Jacob Clements, of course, coming in from Britain in your 8th seed versus New, the Alluring Desire. And he himself is playing New, the Alluring Desire. We've got 2 of the 3 News that made it to our day 2 in the top 8 here, as well as, of course, Jared versus Brodie, 4th and 5th seeds there. Viserai on the top versus Brodie on the bottom on Cindra. Very excited to see how that deck continues in the top 8, but a hero in a matchup I've really got my eyes on. We've now seen a bunch of Kano. The question is, will they make it through the top 8? Brian Hoffman, we're talking about a miracle run of a player who has, this is his first day 2 of a calling, and he has got a pretty interesting matchup there against the Kano because he's our 3rd seed, just ripping through people with Aurora. And then, of course, PT1 finalist Florin-Cristian Loghin on Viserai Runeblood, taking on the 2nd Kano in our top 8, Nicholas Mihalas. What do you make of the top 8, Ellie? What are you excited to watch as we look forward? What are you excited the storylines to follow? Who do you think is taking down the tournament?
All right.
Bunch of questions. A lot of big questions.
All right. People aren't gonna like this one. I think the new mirror might actually be pretty interesting here. You know why?
Why?
I'm pretty sure only one of these decks is on Count Your Blessings. So I think these decks look very, very, very different in the mirror, and especially Dylan Dietz, who we saw really tear some people up on stream yesterday, is on Count Your Blessings, and I don't think Jacob Clements is. I might be wrong about that, but the Count Your Blessings new deck gives up a lot. In the mirror, you lose a lot of ways to protect yourself from deck damage and to protect yourself from lethal damage and disruption. So I suspect we may see Jacob Clements climb out of that matchup ahead, inching ever closer to 16 World Tour points he could use to break the deadlock on the scoreboard. Also very interested, of course, in Cindra, our debut hero. I also want to see how Aurora makes it through, as she does have access to the powerful Spell Void 2 equipment from Tales of Aria we talked about earlier, Shock Charmers, giving her a bit of an edge in the Kano matchup if she so chooses to include the card in her deck list. Also, Florin-Cristian Loghin, as I said, lost PT1 Finals, was our runner-up on Starvo, now on a Runeblade here today. No access to a multiple piece of Spell Void equipment into the Drakai of Aether could be a bit of a lopsided matchup, especially with how trim on resources those Viserai decks tend to be nowadays. I think, ideally, what I would like to see in the finals is Cindra versus one of the remaining Runeblades.
Yeah, this is an exciting top 8 to be sure. Do you have a called shot on who you think is just gonna take the 2 thing down?
Take the whole thing down? My favorite, obviously, would be Brian Hoffman. Just to continue the miracle run, first time day 2ing a calling straight into taking home that amazing gold foil extended art Stonewall Gauntlet, as well as $5,000 US. But there is also the Kid Wonder himself, Brodie Spurlock. Easily favoring those 2. Those are who I would like to see take it down. I'm going to put my money on Brian Hoffman for the miracle run and for playing my girl Aurora Shooting Star.
All right, well then let's go ahead and take a quick break so that we can get our feature match fully ready and find out which one of these 8 players makes it into the semifinals from our feature match. It all goes down in just a couple minutes. We'll see you there. 12 rounds of fierce, classic constructed competition have led us to the very first top 8 of this hunted competitive season. Sam O'Byrne, Ellie Bird, we're going to be bringing you all of the action, 3 high-octane rounds of CC.
I thought they banned that card.
They did ban that card, but they did not ban the experience, as the action will be bringing us towards our first calling champion of this brand new metagame. Let's go ahead and take a look at our illustrious competitors battling it out for the top 8. We've seen this a couple times. We'll just briefly roll through it here. You see a couple news up top. Viserai and Cindra in that second slot. Aurora versus Kano as well. And then at the bottom, see Florin-Cristian Loghin on Viserai versus Nicholas Mihalas on Kano. We've seen both of these players on stream already. But let's look back at how we got here. Let's look back throughout the day of just some unbelievable games. You can look back remembering the final turn here of Florin-Cristian Loghin versus Jonathan Fouk. The ridiculous amount of rune chance from a double Mordred Tide with a rune flash.
As Sam and I sat here and coped about just how Verdance might still be able to win.
Yeah, not possible here with the 12 rune chance on the back end. We know that Vexing Quill Hand added another 4. Jonathan did everything he could, but it was Florin-Cristian Loghin who was able to take that one down. A very exciting matchup for our first round of the day, and we saw him at the beginning of the day. We don't know if we will see him at the end in our final slot in the top 8. So that was round 8. Let's go back a little forward now into round 9 as we see one of our Arakni players, Battaglia, who was right outside of our top 8. This player truly had a win and in for the final round, but was not quite able to sneak it through. But this was part of how he got there. Look at how powerful this dagger was from Zachary Knutson on Fang. Just a 14 damage, ridiculous move here, but we saw that the under the trapdoor was discarded, of course, grabbing the trap that turned on the mark that allowed for the Mask of Deceit to be turned on. Just some fantastic play there from our Arakni player, and was so close to the top 8. Round 10, of course, Cindra, Thomas Nennich. This game was so sick.
This one was so crazy. The blood runs deep in his opener into blowing us away with one of the crazier blowouts I've ever seen. Slamming rake over the coals onto the table to push that Devotion Never Dies over, promising lethal damage and forcing Chris Yunck's last blocking card onto the combat chain and coming in for exactly lethal with a Draconic Stab Wound for 3.
Draconic Stab Wound, get the +1 benefit, and then the 2 daggers that have already hit means I'll hit you for 3, and then 2 more life lost from there. That game was incredible. Round 11, we saw the beginnings of what began a fiery path towards our final bracket as we saw Kano versus Verdance and triple Aether Wildfire. They're signed by our artist, just taking this thing down. Triple Wildfire proving too much for Jonathan. Once again, in sniffing distance of the top 8. Verdance nearly claiming her first major top 8, but it was the other wizard. Another Aether Wildfire 415. That was the fist bump, and that Kano did make it into the top 8. A lot of Kanos, a lot of fire going on.
2
Kanos in the top 8.
That's 2 more than average.
Speaking of Kano, there was one final Kano in between Brodie Spurlock's path to the top 8, and he did manage to take this one down with Ellie and I perfectly calling out this final sequence of turns. I just really want to commend the both of us
we just
for
never make any mistakes.
Yeah, no
here
mistakes
in the booth.
ever made it, because as we could see, 1 damage over the top from this Demonstrate Devotion, and of course the 1 damage over the top means Mask of Momentum gets to draw, and of course that means one other 0 for 3 is able to come through and close the game out, and you and I, we just had that one perfectly unlocked. We just perfectly knew what was happening there. But what?
I went straight over to him when we had a moment while we were setting up for top 8, and I asked him, oh man, that game was such a bummer. We forgot about the Mask of Momentum here in the booth. Did you forget about the Mask of Momentum? And he's like, no, I remembered it. I was actually thinking about it, and my out was that Brodie, I don't die, and then Brodie draws a 1 cost that he can't play. And I was like, this is why you're out there competing, and they put us schmucks in the booth.
But Brodie Spurlock did draw this 0 for 3, and so now he is in our top 8. A couple Kanos in there, but we've had a lot of Kano. Why not see who can take down one of the Drakais of Aether? Because we have a bit of a miracle run on our hands. Brian Hoffman there, a player who had, up until this point, never made a Calling Day 2 in his life, and yet still came here ready to battle still ready to game. We're starting this thing off right in the first turn here as Brian Hoffman tries to continue the miracle run. Has never made a day 2 of a calling before this, but is now your 3rd seed moving into this top 8 and is trying to take down the Kanos that have been just rocking through this tournament as of now. But we just got to follow the man, the myth, the legend, Brian Hoffman. This is exactly what Flesh and Blood is all about. You come to a calling, never made a day 2, but you've been putting in the time, putting in the work, and Brian Hoffman rewarded for this. Gonna go ahead and hit that top 8, starting things off, creating the embodiment of lightning for his next turn and establishing that arsenal.
Really loved the reaction from Mr. Miller as he activated Kano, checked the top card of his deck and went, ooh, piece of candy, puts an energy potion straight onto the board.
That means turn back over to Zach here. Brian did a good job of utilizing enough pressure on that turn so that there was only 1 Kano activation that Zach was able to utilize on his first turn. Luckily for him, though, it was that energy potion off the top. Developing an energy potion on turn 0 as a Kano, perhaps just about as important a play as you can make in your attempt to take down any game. Nonetheless, a top 8 game here at the Calling in Memphis.
Leaking 2 of your opponent's 30 life total on turn 0 is incredibly significant in a matchup like this. Interesting, we are not seeing Shock Charmers on the board here, so I assume it's not in Brian Hoffman's deck list and not in his 80. Presenting Grasp of the Arknight, definitely not respecting Kano quite as much as he possibly could, but Aurora, thanks to being a Runeblade and Lightning, gets to free roll AB3 pretty effectively. The barrier to efficacy on that is going to be just how capable she is of drawing blues, and the answer, Brian says, is, oh, I'm quite capable. I've seen 2 blues in a row, and we know he has another blue in that hand in the form of Sigil of Lightning.
2 Warmonger's Diplomacies in a row here. In the pitch zone, not going to get a lot of use against the Kano. You have to imagine they'll be picking peace. Their non-attack actions, though, are anything but peaceful.
It's not a very peaceful diplomacy
No, not
session.
a very peaceful. Even though they're non-attacks, they are certainly dealing some damage. Lesson in Lava going to go ahead and grab a Lesson in Lava and put it to the top. Maybe Zach saying, all right, there's no way you have another blue. I've already seen a couple in this deck. Does not run too many. Once again, Kano going to fire off the Lesson in Lava. However, without the Crucible, this one's for 3.
Easily covered by just another blue, something Brian Hoffman has in spades on this turn.
Move to Arsenal. Zach Miller puts that card deep down into the arsenal, and now it's time for Brian Hoffman. He's got 3 cards to work with, 2 in the hand, 1 in the arsenal. And Aurora, the lone Aurora in, like, I believe maybe even top 32, has made it into this top 8 game. You can see an Electrostatic Discharge and a Ravenous Rabble.
Please show me that arsenal.
Embodiment of Lightning.
Gone in a Flash. What a fantastic 3-card hand he's ripping off here. Gone in a Flash out of Arsenal with an embodiment from turn 0 represents an insane amount of value. Not only is this card representing 4 on its own, when we go to the damage step and Brian gets priority, he gets to play Electrostatic Discharge, resolve Gone in a Flash's trigger, put it back in his hand, and now he has 2 0/4s with which to work. He can follow this up. Ravenous Rabble, ideally for 7, but he is fantastic at drawing blues today. But no, he's even better than that. He draws the blues when he needs them and the reds when he does not. Ravenous Rabble coming in for 7 with go again. Kano blocking out, and Brian still with 4 damage left in the hand. A very, very casual 3-card 15. Whew. Thanks to that exciting new Lightning Majestic from Rosetta. One of my favorite Flesh and Blood cards of all time.
Now look at this. 3 open the floodgates, head to the graveyard there for Zach. Brian, I think seeing and noticing that Zach was doing a lot of blocking, didn't want to just throw the Gone in a Flash into another block, wanted to see if Zach had something he was able to actually present as a threat with that final card. Oh, and it was an energy potion, so he would have been rewarded with 4 more damage, as that energy potion does not block. Brian Hoffman here has to be bummed to see the second E-Pot, because in these aggressive matchups, the energy potions are the key to Kano's finding the victory.
Interestingly, we have a Sigil of Lightning in the hand here. Brian's hand doesn't convert as well as it possibly could here, though. He maybe could have played the Sigil of Lightning out on Kano's turn while his hand was empty, but it puts him in a little bit of an awkward spot, and then he commits his only blue to hitting the field. Gone in a Flash for 4.
Unfortunately for him, if he decides to utilize the Lightning Greaves to continue this turn, that is one of his sources of Arcane Barrier, meaning he might just be making an embodiment of Lightning on this turn. Blocking for 3, represented from the Open the Floodgates. 4th Open the Floodgates we've seen on defense.
Lightning Greaves is hitting the table, sacking his primary source of Arcane Barrier here. Just full committing. Now that he's gotten a card out of Kano's hand, he's glad to continue punishing him.
That makes an action point, so now has go again.
Holding a Ravenous Rabble in the hand still. Can follow up and end on Snatch, showing an Arc Lightning off the top.
Seeing an Arc Lightning off the top, and that means once again, perhaps that Gone in a Flash is destined for the Arsenal. Another freaking Open the Floodgates committed to block. Blocking for 3 on 3. Here comes the Starfall. Looks as though he's going to head and keep that Scar for a Scar for the Arsenal here. Or
no,
maybe
the
just a
Scar's in the pitch zone.
Oh,
I believe his
excuse me.
last card is Snatch. If he can force Kano to block here and come over with the Snatch, Kano has literally 0 points of armor. He's guaranteed drawing that Arc Lightning here.
Take 4 is the call. Draw is the trigger on the snack. Jesus, on the Snatch. It's been a long day. Haven't had a lot of lunch.
Snatch on the snack.
Snack.
Snatch
I'm
on the
trying to
stack
snatch.
is how you get a snack.
I'm trying to snatch a snack. As 4 cards drawn here.
I would like to see Brian's draw here. Last hand was not super incredible at converting. This one has a couple problems of its own in the form of only 1 attack action to compare with 2 Arc Lightnings and a Lightning Press, but thankfully that Electromagnetic Discharge is going to help him bail out what could otherwise be a little bit clunky.
3rd potion established for Zach here. It's funny to see that the Wizard Council has in their absence cooked up a little bit of a new deck for their happenings. Seeing
a new deck,
a new
not
deck.
a new
no,
deck.
No, a new deck, because I haven't seen Clarity Potion resolved once, and now I've seen it resolved multiple times over the course of multiple games. Kano players learning and adapting together. Let's see how Brian Hoffman wants to commit the hand here. Arc Lightning got multiple ways to get go again. Arc Lightning going to give the next action go again. He has the embodiment of lightning as well. Now every go again from here threatens 1 Arcane. How much damage is Brian Hoffman going to be able to present? Can he knock out one of the 2 Kanos and continue the miracle run? 1 Arcane taken by Zach. Down to 19 he goes. Arc Lightning number 2.
Arc Lightning, he's full committing.
Full committing here, just trying to put every piece of damage he can. This is now 2 Arcane.
2 instances of 1, yep.
2 instances of 1 Arcane. Brian clarifies. 3 cards left in the grip and an embodiment of lightning on the board. We know there's an electromagnetic somersault on or in his hand waiting in the wings to follow up on this lightning surge.
Now what's interesting here is he can bring this one back, actually put the lightning press into the Starfall, as it does represent an additional point of damage.
1
2
more value
physical
than if he
and
played it.
2 arcane, which would be more than just the 3 if he plays the lightning press. Now, this is the buff we've been talking about, Electromagnetic Somersault. It works with cards like Flittering Charge, but now it's going to bring Lightning Surge back. So now 2 more Arcane, down to 11.
He's
goes
going to threaten
Zach.
lethal on his 3rd turn. 30, maybe less than 40, but Aurora is still drawing plenty hot to push this much damage. 4 into another 4. Oh, I lied. It's not quite lethal, but that's aggro player math, Sam. That's aggro player math.
2 physical, 2 arcane, down to 7. Goes Zach. 39 is our Aurora player, but we know liable to be blown up by Kano at any moment. Is this 4 damage what Brian Hoffman wants to send now, or does he want to put it in the arsenal because it would have go again on his next turn? The question is, does he think he's going to stay alive long enough for that turn to matter?
Zach checking what Brian still has available in his deck. Maybe concerned about a 3rd discharge or something, or maybe even just concerned if there's a 3rd Arc Lightning in the deck still, given how much punishment these 2 are doling out. He's decided to cash in and opt here. Let's see if we can see it. 2 blue block 3 zaps on the top.
Destructive Aether Tide and Overflow the Aether Well.
Plenty of Aether to be found.
Yeah, lots
in
of
the
Aether.
Daggers
Ooh, but look at the
arsenal.
hand.
He does have the Wildfire in the hand. Is his arsenal one too?
I don't know, but this is a lot of damage. You look at the E-Pots, you look at the Ragamuffins hat. This might be enough. No Spell Void represented for Brian Hoffman, and that might be the difference. Even from 39, things can start to happen quickly when Kano is on the board.
Over pitching, leaving 2 floating.
Kano activation.
Goes on the stack. Another one? Another Kano.
Another Kano activation on the stack. We know there's a blue on top for Ragamuffin's hat. We've already seen 2 lessons in lavas be resolved.
Putting the wildfire on top. If there's a second in Arsenal, things could get ugly.
Fast.
Resolving the Kano. We know what this one is.
This one's going to be that Aether Wildfire. We can see it up there.
I closed the chain so we can make some room here.
Okay. Put it here.
Yep.
Close the, you know, not quite chain, but getting rid of the Arc Lightnings, as it doesn't look like there's going to be any more go again on the turn. Both players, perfect information. They know that final card in the hand is the Lightning Surge. Here comes the Aether Wildfire.
For 4, the maximum Brian's capable of covering here is just 1. He does have an interesting piece of tech, I believe popularized by putting Tam in his deck list in the form of Balance of Justice, which he is now capable of activating to find more Arcane Barrier because Zach has drawn off of Ragamuffin's hat in conjunction with Kindle.
If that, yeah, that Kindle getting an extra card here. Now the Balance of Justice can be activated in response to the Aether Wildfire getting another card. That means that the Dyadic Carapace, you can AB2 because there is no option to AB1 anymore, given that the Lightning Greaves are gone.
Depends if he sees the line. Registering that Ragamuffins actually drew might be difficult. What's the top?
It's a Scour. That's not going to do anything at the moment.
A little bit of clarification on Scour here for people in the chat. Things that deal X arcane damage can only have their damage buffed if they would deal damage otherwise. If Scour would be coming in for 0, Arcane or Aether Wildfire cannot increase the amount of damage it would deal.
But 2 energy potions mean at least 1, maybe 2 more Kano activations on the turn. Zach's gone nearly all in. Here comes the first energy potion. He's got to find something good here for this Wildfire to matter.
Going to 4 resources floating, then spending 3 on a Kano activation. Has William of Arcana made himself known? He throws his glasses onto the table.
Oh, we didn't see what it is. We didn't see what it is.
It has to be, right?
I mean, it could be Kindle. Kindle doesn't do anything either.
He hasn't committed Stormstriders.
I genuinely don't know if this is like maniacal laughter because it's that good.
Yeah, it's just. I'm just glad it happened here and not like the rest of this tournament. That's fine.
Yeah, you're already in the top 8, brother.
I'm okay. I'm at peace.
You've secured your gold foil. You've secured the bag.
He says he's at peace with it. What's on top, Zach?
All right, well.
It's either Oliver, Eye of Ophidia, or William of Arcana.
I think it is the Eye of Ophidia. Have a spotter at the table. Eye of Ophidia on top for Zach. Not going to resolve the Metacarpus nodes. Now what this means is that even that final Kano activation that sits on the stack is not going to be able to be resolved.
Ryan says, yeah, I think I'll take 6 here.
Seal call players, that's the end of round 7. Seal call players.
Judge, can I cast this with no targets on the field? Would it be applied to Wildfire?
Let me double check.
Yes. I believe you can. I remember playing Blaze and Blitz. I think you can, but like I don't even know if it gets buffed because there's no targets. I have no idea.
Yeah, you can choose X equals 0, in which case you don't need any Aurora.
Okay. So if I choose X is 0, would this get 0 still?
So when X is 0, so that means you will have 0 target, destroy nothing, and then it will deal 0 damage because you did not destroy any Aurora.
Excellent, just how I planned it.
Just how Zach planned it.
Okay. Just how we drew this one up, boys.
0.
Sure, take it.
I didn't think anything could make me laugh harder than the Eugene game, Sam.
Oh, right.
Let the camera see it.
We already
Oh, we just barely saw it. It is the Eye of Ophidia on top.
Arsenal, my last card, pass it to you.
Cool.
Let's see him draw it up. Oh,
What
you
a
can
ga-
see
he
Zach.
still has the Storm Striders. Not
Yeah, he
all
still
hope is lost.
absolutely still has the Storm Striders, but let's see him draw the card, Zach.
It's my turn.
Draw the dang card, Mr. Miller.
Please don't 30.
Oh my gosh, the Eye of Ophidia on top and a Potion of Deja Vu, then a blue Arcane Twining, then the red opened the floodgates. He had a long way to go before he was going to get this one.
And we know Brian has a starter in his arsenal here. Lightning Surge leading off this turn. Kano's at 7. This could be certain doom. This hand presents so much damage, Sam.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage here on offer. Starfall, of course, now turned on because the lightning card has been played. Man, that was kind of an all-timer of a moment there between these two players. No blocks on the 4.
I've never
No
seen
reactions.
a boring Kano game while I've been a caster. I'll tell you that.
To go again, my next action has go again.
Banger.
Next action has go again from the current funnel. This one would threaten to put Zach down 2-1. That is the only blue in the hand.
I thought you looked lovely.
2. No blocks on 2.
No reactions. Take 2.
Down to 1.
Down to 1 goes Zach. Flittering charge for go again. And now Zach has to think. 2 cards have to be presented here. And with the Starfall, I don't believe Zach is able to stay alive if he starts blocking. He might just have to once again look to the top of the deck and see what the ages hold for Kano.
In conjunction with Gone in a Flash, Current Funnel is another one of my new favorite Flesh and Blood cards, specifically because of Gone in a Flash, being able to, without cracking your Lightning Greaves, give Gone in a Flash go again 3-4 times in a single turn just feels so unfair.
Op 2.
Op 2 from the Eye of Ophidia, excuse me. Let's look at the top and see at least one overflow of the Aether Well.
There's William of Arcana!
The Will of Arcana here. Is he able to draw it in any way, or is it just going to be stuck onto me? So he can opt, put it to the bottom. Dang, he was close to hitting both of the Fableds back to back.
Those are the breaks you
Not
sign up
distinct
for
face.
when you decide to ride with the Drakai of Ether. Nope, says Mr. Miller. Doesn't love it.
Both cards to the bottom.
The top, my friend.
Brian's now just rooting for his Kano opponent after the tragic turn of events in the previous turn cycle.
Activate the Kano. What's on the top?
Wildfire? Gaze
It's
the
a Gaze the
Ages.
Ages.
He gets to keep digging.
Gaze the Ages means this turn continues.
Nothing yet. It's just if this.
Gotcha.
What's
I
that
have to
do?
play
Nothing
something
yet.
else first to like make it do anything. But
Oh, I
this is
see.
here.
So he needs to play another
be
Wizard
worse.
non-attack to
Alright,
put it
what
back
else
into
we
his
got?
hand.
Okay, so this is not going
So
into
this
your
is
hand.
on
Oh
the
yeah, this
stack.
is just no.
Just
Right
an
now,
opt.
this is
Oh, it's
banished
in
right now.
banished.
This
I
is
s-
banished.
right, you have not played it.
Nothing's happening.
I'm so experienced with Kano.
Brian Hoffman really calling out how many times he's played against Kano.
You 33 me, I swear.
Table camaraderie is one of my favorite things about this game.
You hear Brian say, if you 33 me, I swear. He is not want to see this be the end of the game.
It's probably how I have to win anyways.
So now he's looking here. He has an option. He can Metacarpus Nodes plus the Crucible of Aetherweave to guarantee that this Overflow the Aether Well comes across for its Surge effect and draws him 2 more cards. Those 2 cards will be random.
We saw him block with 5 of this Open the Floodgates cards
Yeah, but
so
he
early
he
in the
still
game,
found
and he's
one.
still finding more. The floodgates are truly open. Has anyone checked this man's deck? Is he not running 20?
Storm Striders.
Storm
Here
Striders.
it comes.
There's something special to me about white border in Kano. White border Storm Striders, white border Metacarpus. It's the same in my Kano deck. Here
It's
comes
beautiful.
the Overflow the Aether Well.
You in a Kano deck?
I do. I have a Kano deck.
I didn't know that about you.
But it's from 3 years ago.
Respond to all that with
Probably looks mostly the same.
Yep. Gaze the Ages. Gonna go ahead and opt 2.
Let's see the grip. Rubbing his hands,
Now
giving
he-
him a little bit of luck. Crack the knuckles. Do everything you gotta do,
Shake
Zach.
the neck.
I
Let's
love that I
take a
have
look.
no idea what the percents are right now. That's my favorite part of this.
Okay, that is a Prognosticate and a Clarity Potion.
Clarity Potion. Neither of those are very good. Doesn't
what
want to
you're
see
looking
those
for
off
here.
the top.
If I do that, probably not worth it. So I go there.
Now, what's interesting is because he did not...
Tell me, Sam.
He didn't put the Crucible on the... Can he still respond to the Overflow of the Aether Well with the Crucible, right? You have to do it first.
Crucible is on play. He may be holding back resources.
But if he does this, Brian has the option to just put 2 cards into the Overflow of the Aether Well, right? And then it won't surge and it won't get those 2 cards back into the hand.
That's very true, Sam.
He needed... I guess, well, no, because I guess it's AB2, right? So it doesn't matter if he does the Crucible, because even if he does it, AB2 would still stop the surge. So I don't really know how this Overflow of the Aether Well is really going to get there. Maybe he's looking for a Kindle?
He must be. He must be.
Yep.
Once again, Kano off the top.
Another brick, Zach.
Bang.
Oh my god, it is the Kindle!
Are you
It is the Kindle off the top!
Are you
Oh my gosh! We have seen Kano do some disgusting things all weekend long, but it is truly perhaps no more disgusting in this moment than to Zach Miller as the top of his deck simply will not cooperate. What the hell's going on?
I will pay 1.
Using Spellfire Cloak, its last source of Arcane Barrier to pay into Metacarpus Node.
This is going to come in for 4.
No AB. Take 4?
Taking 4,
Wow,
says Brian
just gonna
Hoffman.
take 4.
He's being a good sport. He's given him the chance to find what he might need to get there. Drawing the Kindle as well as an Ether Spindle. That is 2 reds. That's not going to get you that much further, Mr. Miller.
He's already played the Storm Striders on that Overflow of the Aether Well, so now he just has to continue to dig. It's a ball. It's a call. The Brian has some major guts letting this Overflow of the Aether Well come on through.
He says, "Show me you have it." That is vanilla damage to me, sir.
I'm gonna respond.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Top balance of justice.
Here comes the balance of justice. Oh, maybe he just wanted to draw some cards too.
He just wanted to be able to draw.
He wanted everybody to have a little bit of fun. He just wanted to draw some cards too.
Kindle.
Okay.
Draw a card.
So Kindle
Well,
here,
baby.
not proving all bad. It's another Aether Spindle.
You're joking! He still has the energy portion. He can continue digging.
Yep.
Kano resolves. Sonic Boom is something.
Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom for 3.
4.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it
For
here.
4 because of the Kindle,
sorry.
I might
exactly.
need it for Blazing Aether.
Gotcha, yeah,
Probably
yeah.
won't, but just trying to go through it. Sorry.
No, that makes sense.
Might need it for Blazing Aether, but
I will,
probably won't, says Zach.
Maybe the next 2 cards in his deck are Sonic Boom and Sonic Boom, Sam. There's always a way. The Drakai of Ether is never out of it, no matter how downtrodden the player may feel.
Yeah, sure. Crucible.
Here it comes.
Potion for 2 mana.
Sonic Boom for 4.
Metacarpus as well.
Ooh,
And,
5.
so this is coming in for 5.
5 Arcane.
We're shipping it.
Did Brian draw blue that he wants to respect this with?
It looks like he's lining up 2 cards for the pitch zone, so seems pretty unlikely.
Take 3.
Take 3.
Take 3.
Top card is
Gaze the Ages.
Gaze the Ages.
Okay.
I will opt to.
Yep.
There it is. Sick.
Off the top, we see Kano and I think a Potion of Deja Vu.
No, sir. That
Or
is
Kindle, excuse
another
me. Sorry,
Kindle.
I meant a Kindle, not a
That is a
Kano.
Wildfire and a Kindle. He shows his opponent the top card of his deck and offers the handshake.
The,
Oh, my
And that
God.
will
pop-off turn,
do it.
this
Brian
on top.
Hoffman
So I
takes
can't
the
ban
game.
it.
The miracle run continues.
Yeah,
Somehow,
that's the worst
some way, Brian Hoffman takes it down with Aurora after watching his Kano opponent just desperately try to do anything and instead did not that much as the top of the deck simply would not cooperate for our Kano player. So condolences to him, but congratulations
so
on the top
sorry.
8. And now all of a sudden, you go from not ever making a day 2 to all the way to the semi-finals. If
That's
that is
right.
not the story that we want to be telling here in Flesh and Blood, then I don't know what is. So awesome. Congratulations to Brian Hoffman. He moves on to our semi-finals on Aurora. You got to just be up.
I mean, First, I'm excited to see my girl win. Second, I'm excited we found a game that was funnier than the Reinhardt game we witnessed yesterday. And third, I mean, the miracle run is continued by a miracle sequence of draws, not on Brian's side of the table, but on Kano's side of the table. Mr. Miller putting on a fantastic performance for everybody at home, even though his deck just wasn't interested.
Yeah, no, the banter between the two players was fantastic to hear. Just good sportsmanship from both sides. But at the end of the day, only one could become one of our 4 semifinalists, and it is Brian Hoffman on Aurora. You doing okay?
Yeah,
you doing all right?
I'm really, really happy with that game. Even though things didn't necessarily go Kano's way, seeing the Kano player not only have, it's very important. At the end of the day, we do play a card game, and the most important thing you can do is have a strong mentality. And being able to look disaster in the eyes with a smile on your face is perhaps the strongest skill in any Wizard player's arsenal. And I truly applaud Zach Miller for being able to face that one head on, take it on the chin, and walk away happily.
Well, let's say you too want to be like a Calling semi-finalist, then do I have the Armory deck for you. Armory deck Aurora releases March 14th, 2025, baby. And as you just saw, one of our game's best and brightest stars certainly shooting across the sky into your stores, into your LGSs all around the world, March 14th, 2025. And of course, got some new cards on offer for Aurora Skyward Serenade. You talked about why these cards might be exciting, why they might be important. Talk to me about what you think this might bring to Aurora.
All right, the first thing I want to talk to you about, Skizik. Lightning, block 3. Maybe the most important thing Aurora could even ask for is A, an attack action that helps out her average block value in her deck, as well as just being another 0 for 4, being on theme. The Lightning card helps you fuse, it helps you turn on Starfall, and then we're not even getting into Skyward Serenade. A, buffing some alternative strategies to the hero, something we see a lot. Balance of Justice, like we just saw on stream. We see Crown of Providence commonly played in this hero. More viable Lightning Runeblade non-attack actions is going to help cards like Face Purgatory see effective and efficient play. So not only is this deck geared towards new players jumping from the first strike deck, Aurora, straight to the Armory deck, but it's also geared towards the best and brightest already established Aurora players looking to shoot their way into the Armory on March 14th.
And like you alluded to, you can take your first strike deck, upgrade it into the Armory deck for Aurora, and then maybe even find your way over to our next World Tour stop in London. You've already had your first strike games, you've had your Armory games, now you want to compete in a Pro Tour, you want to compete in a Calling, a Battle Hardened, side events all weekend long. You have to join us for our World Tour stop in London, because the Pro Tour events, let me tell you, they are something different, folks. No matter the player, no matter the event, no matter the qualification, you could find yourself with a Sink Below, a beautiful new alternative art themed British Sink Below. And I do hope you will join us to try to snag one of these, because listen, you still got a chance to win a trip to the World Tour in London. All you need to do is go to fabtcg.com. We're in the waning hours of this, folks, literally. Tomorrow, quite literally, the final hours to win a trip to London. If you've been on the fence, if you've been like, oh, I don't know, this is your time. Head to fabtcg.com, grab your Fabled or Go Again event package for the World Tour in London, and you could win a trip. We're pulling this winner on stream tomorrow. You do not have time to wait. I ask of you, I beg of you, please heed the call. Head to fabtcg.com, because you could win a trip. Flights and accommodation, tell me that doesn't sound great. And while you're on the site, might as well pick up one of these beautiful souvenir packages. They are nearly gone, folks. At least 50%, and at this point, probably a whole lot more, because we've been yapping about them all weekend. Look at those 3 Sink Belows, the Command & Conquer playmat with the sleeves, the Hunted deck box, and as we've talked about, perhaps the most juiced product that Flesh and Blood has ever released in that archive pack part, the Mistveil, Japanese language, unbelievable quality of reprints, and just something truly any player can enjoy. including the Fabled package, something anyone can enjoy. You do not have to be a Pro Tour competitor to have fun at the World Tour in London. You grab yourself a Fabled package. Not only might you win flights and accommodation, you also get this wonderful playmat featuring one of Flesh and Blood's newest heroes in Jarl Rathe, something maybe to temper some of the draconic heroes we're seeing with that ice talent. But of course, the path of the ninja and the path of the warrior as well.
Twist my arm, why don't
Yeah,
ya?
why not? And of course, the Calling participation packs as well. The Blood Runs Deep, the Long Whisker Loyalty, the Tarantula Toxin. We have seen every single one of these cards resolved in our games over the stream this week, and that means they are not only CC playable, by God, they're staples, and you can get them in rainbow foil extended art. Which of these would you be picking up in the Calling?
Long Whisker Loyalty, easily.
Easily.
I'm a Fang stan.
You're a
I'm
Fang
a Fang
girly.
stan.
You're a Fang. I keep expecting you to be with me, but no, you leave me behind. If you join the Battle Hardened, of course, you will be getting this 3-card promo pack for the Drakai, for the Emperor, for the Realm. So we really do hope you will join us for our World Tour stop in London. What an event that's going to be, and what a top 8 we have had already here at our World Tour stop in Memphis as the Calling has reached its semifinal round. Let's check in and see just who has continued on in the bracket. We have got some games having completed, and Brian Hoffman, congratulations, you beat a Kano. Guess what your reward is? Another Kano! But he moves on into top 4. He's done it once. We will have to wait and see if he can do it again. And this is weird. I mean, it's not like Brodie Spurlock on top of the World Tour leaderboard. Of course, you have to imagine it would have been a tough challenge for anyone, but congratulations for him moving on into the quarterfinals. And weirdly, the new mirror is taking the longest time to finish. I don't know why. Normally those games like rocket to conclusion, but somehow, some way, the new game ended after the Aurora Kano game? That's kind of...
That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't really make sense to me either. Listen, I've watched a lot of Flesh and Blood. Like, I've commented a lot of Flesh and Blood. Like, if there's one thing I could have really kind of like staked my claim towards, it's that the new mirror would have finished first, you know?
You've watched a lot of Flesh and Blood? You've casted a lot of Flesh and Blood?
It has come to be this. It has come to pass in this fashion.
Oh.
To a time.
You could have fooled me.
Yeah. At this point, though, we will have to wait and see just how long that new mirror does take. So I do want to remind you of one thing, because we are only one game away from our second phase of our 30,000 subscriber thank you giveaway. Look at this gorgeous box of Part the Mist Veil. As we wait for those 2 Mist Valian heroes to finish their game, I will remind you that you can even build yourself a new deck or an Enigma deck or a Zen deck featuring the cards from this absolutely stunning set. This will be given out during the finals or right after the finals. So just be active in chat during our finals 1 game from now, and you too could have a box of Flesh and Blood's. I was gonna say most beautiful set, and it might be, in my opinion, the most beautiful set of Flesh and Blood.
Most beautiful set, Rosetta for me, easily, which we will be giving away tomorrow, just before giving away a box of the newest and most exciting, I dare say, so far, set, The Hunted.
And I cannot wait to see just who is going to reach our semifinal. We might have to follow Brodie, man. We've got a hunted hero in the semifinals. Imagine a hunted hero taking down the release weekend Calling. We're going to take a quick break, catch our breath. I'm going to go check in with that new mirror, see, hopefully they are below 20. We'll see. But we'll be back in just a second with the semifinals live from Memphis right after this. It is time, my friends, for the semifinals here, live from the World Tour in Memphis, as our calling rockets towards a fiery conclusion. Sam O'Byrne is here, Ellie Bird is over there, and we have got such an exciting matchup. Truly, a matchup that for the ages between not only the heroes, but the players. I cannot wait to get into it. But before we get into it, I do feel as though we should chat briefly about some very exciting news in the Flesh and Blood space. We've been getting into it. We've been getting over it. Let's see. Should we see the bracket first? Let's check in with the bracket.
The bracket for what?
The bracket for the top 8. The bracket for the semifinals. Let's go ahead and look here because we have our final semi-finalist. We do have Jacob Clements taking down Dylan Dietz. So the 8th seed strikes again, taking down the 1st seed. New Alluring Desire, which means he will be taking on Brodie Spurlock, Mr. Kid Wonder himself, on that Cindra Drakai of Retribution deck in the 5th seed. Of course, at the bottom of your screen, we saw Brian Hoffman last round, but we just watched Aurora versus Kano, meaning we have got a clash of two titans at the top of the screen that we will be following for our semifinal round because, of course, not only is this a brand new hero from the Hunted taking on a terror of the last metagame, but the World Tour is in full swing. And the Player of the Year race between all players is exciting, but these two players in particular, it is pretty fascinating because the Player of the Year, of course, you're accumulating World Tour points. If you do well in our major events, Battle Hardens and above, gets you World Tour points. And I do want to talk about these players because look at this. The 3 total regional champions from each region are all winning so much money. $15,000 to the regional champion, $10,000 to the 2nd place, and $5,000 to the 3rd place. But this is happening all over the world. The Americas, the EU, and the APAC regions all get 3 winners apiece. That's 9 total people, all winning cold hard cash for being atop their respective leaderboards. But of course, the overall winner gets an additional $10,000, bringing their total winnings to $25,000 USD. And you might be like, Sam, we have heard this all before. You've been telling us about this. I know that I need to get to these events. I'm trying to catch Brodie at the top of the Americas leaderboard, but it is hard. And to that I say, I know it's a challenge. I know the mountain may be steep, but that must not stop your will to climb. As we have seen, this is our Americas leaderboard. You see Brodie on top there, but I want to highlight the player in the matchup against Brodie, Jacob Clements. They're at number 2 on the Europe leaderboard. And why, Ellie? Why might this be notable to discuss?
Now, Sam, this is the bracket I thought you might be referring to when I asked you which bracket, because this bracket battle between Jacob Clements and Brodie Spurlock is heating up. As if Jacob Clements wins this event, he will be just 1 World Tour point behind the Kid Wonder himself, fighting not only to stop Brodie from getting his hands on a nearly unshakable seat in the lead, but also to propel himself straight to 2nd place ahead of both the famous Michaels and our Prague calling winner, Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, Jacob Clements, we've literally, like, every time we've been on these slides, been like, Jacob Clements flew here all the way from Britain. He wants those World Tour points. And now, all of a sudden, we have the matchup for the ages. We have Jacob Clements ready to try to take on the person at the top of the leaderboard that he is trying to chase. And if Jacob can knock out Brodie, that will put him one big step closer to catching him on the leaderboard. Now, we've talked a lot about the man. Let's take a look at his deck. Of course, however, no.
That's right.
Plenty of discourse around that card, but let's have some discourse instead about this top 8 list. Not only the top 8 list, now officially at least the top 4 list. Looking at the new cards, not that many.
There is some pretty interesting stuff, specifically Tarantula, Toxin, and Pain in the Backside, both showing up here. I think a lot of speculation early on was that New may not get that much out of the new set, but proving how versatile she remains, she is taking advantage of not only Tarantula Toxin and Pain in the Backside, which has a really, really fascinating synergy with Beckoning Mistblade,
100%.
as well as we see a little bit of a sideboard hate piece in the form of Rotten Remains, capable of banishing a veritable chunk of 1-cost cards out of your opponent's graveyard, or 1-power cards out of your opponent's graveyard, not 1 cost, including being incredibly strong in the mirror because you can banish a whole big fat chunk of 1-power blues from your opponent's graveyard to play, as well as in the matchup we're about to see on stream. This is relevant. If Brodie gets caught with a Kunai of Retribution in the graveyard, Rotten Remains can eat that up and prevent him from recurring it.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Let's go ahead and check out the Cindra list that has made its way to top 4. Look at this. A hero that has come all the way from the newest set, The Hunted, and is now battling for a final spot in the release weekend calling. You couldn't draw it up better. Haters will say it was scripted, and yet, talk to me about this deck. Ellie, I know you have a little bit of insight into the process and into the theory behind it.
I absolutely do have a fair bit of insight into the building of this deck, because this deck was piloted to top 8 by Brodie Spurlock, but devised by my one and only Yuki Lee Bender. Flesh and Blood deck building extraordinaire, also showed the world how good she was at it at Calling Hartford when she emerged from the start of that meta victorious on KO. Armed and Dangerous, showing us yet again a fantastic deck built here with this red line Cindra deck, completely foregoing blues. This deck has kind of come out ahead of the other Cindra builds this weekend, with just 3 Warmonger's Diplomacy functionally reds in the sideboard as you are looking to bring those in and play them against Viserai, Runeblood, and other similar decks, as well as just 2 Brand with Cinderclaw. Every other card in the deck list is either equipment or red, and this deck looks to pay for all of these red 1 and 0 costs, as well as pay for swinging daggers with the Blood Splattered Vest, a new legendary from this set that has insane synergy with an Outsiders legendary from several years ago that has proven to be an Assassin classic, now showing up in the Ninja Class 2 Flick Knives, helping you extract value from these Kunai of Retribution that sit on your board. 67 reds. I mean, this is completely insane.
It's nearly gotten past where the pitch ratio line is above it. Dromai, eat your heart out. The new Draconic hero is here to show that she can use reds better than any hero that has come before. Let's take a look also at some of the interesting includes. Wax On has proved so impressive.
0-4-5.
Nearly every time we've seen it, Wax On has just looked fantastic. The Loyalty Beyond the Graves, as well as the Shelter from the Storms.
The card is so unfair, Sam. Loyalty Beyond the
Loyalty
Grave.
Beyond the Grave is insane.
So unfair.
It's so unfair. It's so sick is what it is.
So
9 D-Reacts, however, present in this. You talk about, 67 reds. You're like, okay, really aggressive. Got to be aggressive. 9 D-Reacts present in the list.
I'll go on the record. I will say this. You can clip me. You can say whatever. Hold me to this. I sold her on 9 D-Reacts. That was all me.
Wow.
I'll take this one to my grave, to the Loyalty Beyond the Grave. We spent like a week trying very hard to figure out the Arakni matchup, and I said, babe, you just need 9 D-Reacts. I promise, you just need 9 D-Reacts. You're going to resolve Loyalty from Beyond the Grave's trigger for the first time. You're going to draw a card. You're going to have 6 cards to attack the assassin with. You're going to be like, oh, why did I ever do anything else?
Taking a look at some of the 2-ofs as well. Only 2 Blood Runs Deep, which is a pretty interesting choice there as well. 3 Ignite, that card is pretty sweet. It's interesting seeing the 2-ofs, right? The 2 Ancestral Empowerments, the 2 Demonstrate Devotions, even the drop of Dragon Blood. I want to see how that card comes into play, including that Dragon Power. Some of these little 1-of cards that might do some major work.
I think some amount of these 2-ofs kind of have a fair bit of a role in terms of being concessions on deck space so that you can find respect for Kano and fit some other things into the deck list. Also, just some amount of trimming on 1 cost is just so that you don't draw too many.
I would like to call everyone's attention now to the kind of middle bottom left of your screen as you see the Living Legend points there at currently 0 out of 1,000. This is such a unique and honestly incredibly special moment we are all getting to watch in the kind of history of Flesh and Blood. because you can see Cindra here. This is literally the first event that she was legal at. She has no Living Legend points. We might be watching the very first Living Legend points that Cindra ever gets. And with RTN season right around the corner, it's, you know, not a foregone conclusion, but she might be getting some if this deck is as strong as it's appearing. And when you look at the Living Legend leaderboard and all of these heroes that are so close to ascending into the vaunted halls of those true legends you see at the top of your screen, being at the beginning of a hero's journey also feels pretty impactful.
It feels fantastic, and also sometimes you join in right at the end. I started with a LL hero up top there, Briar, when she was already in the 800s, had a fair bit of fun with her before she went.
And truly, you looked back on that last deck build as well with the new deck, she's at like 5-something. You know, she's not on this leaderboard. We've talked about there are thousands of Living Legend points on offer the whole year. Nearly 8,000 is what the count might be. Now, looking here at this leaderboard, that means we might be saying goodbye to a fair amount of these heroes. I'm actually shocked. I didn't know Kano had so many.
I think I knew Kano had so many.
He got 700, man. That's a lot of LL. He had a lot of LL points. I guess, yeah, that last RTN season was pretty nice for the Drakai of Aether. He does have some new tools. And after this weekend, players might be reaching for those Oasis respites once again.
Yeah, I definitely think I was aware of how many he had, but the character I was maybe the most interested in is Azalea, who has come so far from, I think many people thought of her as a joke. When I started playing Flesh and Blood, people literally built her to me as, quote, the worst hero in Flesh and Blood. She does nothing better than anyone else. And now she's in the running to become the very first hero from the OG 8 to reach Living Legend. What an insane storyline for the ace in the hole.
Yeah, that is a really good call out there, Ellie. Honestly, you look at 3 of those top 4 heroes that came from Flesh and Blood's second set, Dash, Viserai, Azalea. To me, they nearly feel synonymous with our great game, and yet, before too long, we've got an RTN season, we've got a bunch of callings, we might be saying goodbye to some of our favorite heroes, but it is not cause for weeping, my friends. It is cause for celebration as their ascension paves way for new decks, new strategies, and dare I say, new heroes. It is an exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player for so many reasons, not the least of which the battle of the titans that we are about to witness between Jacob Clements and Brodie Spurlock. Not only kind of 2 opposing ideas of deck building, you've got the truly hot on her heels Cindra deck and the slow grindy, not count your blessings, but still a very impressive new deck that is going to be doing, we've seen already, major work throughout this tournament. Ellie, who do you think takes it down?
I got my money on new.
Wow.
The Cindra deck is a little bit soft to disruption. It may have 9 defense reactions to work with. And though Jacob may not be counting his blessings, he's still going to be counting the cards remaining in Brodie's deck and looking to run him out of steam. And that Cindra deck is just not that strong into something like that. Almost every single turn, all 4 of its cards find its way into the graveyard on offense or defense. It's an incredibly serious fault or weakness that this greedy, fully redline deck has.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just how many points of value and damage Brodie is able to flick across the table, because I do have to imagine those consistent pings, if he's able to consistently get that damage through, that could be the key to victory. And you went with new, and I do love me my assassin, but I've been singing the praises of Cindra all weekend long. Brodie is a very good friend of mine. I have to throw my weight behind the new Drakai of Retribution.
He's a friend of mine.
No, I know he's a friend of yours too. I know he's a friend of yours too, but I asked you for your honest opinion, and you're here because you are, you're an honest caster, and you're going to give the people just precisely what's on your mind. I have to throw my weight behind Cindra, but now we can do battle here in the booth just as our players do battle there in the arena. No, do you want tussle? You want tussle? No tussling. No tussling. Only friendship. Only friendship until the game actually begins, because then no holds will be barred in the booth or in the arena. I cannot wait for this one. Throw your predictions in the chat, my friends. Let us know who you think. There might even be a poll in there for you to throw your weight behind which hero you think takes down this semifinals, because there are implications far beyond just this match on the World Tour leaderboard and the Living Legend leaderboard. So I'm truly looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be perhaps a match for the ages in a weekend that has been absolutely
I mean,
filled,
come on.
filled
This weekend
with
has been
matches.
crazy.
Yeah, it's been so insane, and I think it really speaks to the health of the format. And as you look forward to your RTNs, I think you can be looking forward to some great games yourself. And in speaking of great games to watch, let us waste no further time. The semifinals here from our Calling in Memphis about to begin.
Carry a Spurlock with me and throw yourself at them, throw it. I'm playing Cindra, like, Judge, Chaos Action in there, in his deck.
Talking about Spurlock. The special card that Brodie, of course, designed and is featured upon. The Takai of Retribution, though, stands in the way of the alluring Desire's desire to move into this finals match.
Didn't mean to harsh your flow there.
No.
What Brodie was talking about is so funny. He was sharing an anecdote from a limited game where he played a copy of the card from the Hunted, throw yourself at them, and then tossed a copy of Spurlocked in his opponent's direction.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, because he's throwing himself.
He's throwing himself at them.
Oh no, that is good.
He's throwing himself at him.
That is actually quite
really
funny. Yeah,
sick.
that's
It's
quite
really
funny.
sick.
I'll play throw yourself at them and resolve it in a way that only I can.
Mask of Momentum is kind of your weapon. Both of these players are testing with each other this season, having a little bit of fun with it, which is a very important thing to do when there is so much on the line. They're playing for their chance not only at the title of the Calling champion of the first hunted Calling, as well as fighting for the World Tour points, as well as fighting for $5,000 and an extended art gold foil Stonewall gauntlet, the first of its kind.
And as you can see here, the players having a great time, a little bit of banter to start things off. You know what that means? They are also playing for bragging rights. Because whenever you fight your friends, it is maybe even more important and impactful than when you fight a random opponent. Looks like Jacob is on the play. That means Brodie put himself second naturally. Here comes one from an Art of Desire mind.
Clearly very much valuing the deck damage here. We talked about fatigue. He could be swinging the dagger here and could even be filtering more cards out of his hand by swinging a dagger here. He's sending one to force Brodie to give up a card rather than taking one, because if this connects, it will banish the top card of Brodie's deck, inching him ever closer to running out of gas, which is Jacob's endgame here.
Yeah, I did talk to Jacob right before they headed to the feature match area, and he did say, like, listen, I'm not on CYB, but would you hate me if I said I still fatigued most of my opponents? And I said, I would never hate you, Jacob, but that doesn't make sense. You're playing a disruptive deck that likes to banish off the top of the opponent's deck. Fatigue is a natural end game state for that type of engine. We'll see if this game ends by damage or by deck depletion.
Let's take a look at Brodie's hand here. He's given this some real thought. He has, I mean, his hand mostly just converts pretty well. He can send the brand with Cinderclaw to turn that dragon power on. He has Art of, First Tenet, Fire Tenet, Strike First, not First Tenet, Strike Fire, or First Tenet, Strike Fist. His hand converts pretty well. He has to think of something to give up, and he also has to think about some kind of turn zero attack reaction situation. We know what lies in Mr. Clements' hands, but Brodie does not, and he has to consider things like Tarantula Toxin, a card in Jacob's deck. He has to consider things like Just a Nick, creating an even further life gap than the 3 points that Sigil of Solace has already created for the Alluring Desire herself.
This matchup is truly, I mean, the scriptwriters did a great job with this one. Just getting to see these two near masters of their craft, testing partners, as you mentioned, working together to try to crack open a format. And here, only one can crack ahead into the winner's column. Just such a treat to get to watch. Brodie here potentially lining up 3 cards to block with. He's faced down a lot of new, I believe, in a recent Battle Hardened in Toronto, falling to a new in that top cut as well. A game that I did enjoy watching. Cast excellently, might I just ask, might I just add.
Yeah, by Frank Hung. He did a fantastic job.
He did a great job.
He did a great job.
Big shout out to the lazy dog.
And nobody else.
And nobody else. No.
Nobody else. This is a very interesting play here because this card doesn't really have a functional on-hit here. Outside of banishing the top card of his deck, which is, you know, Jacob's goal, this will not gain Jacob life outside of, you know, dealing damage to Brodie, it won't gain him life because there's just no blue cards for him to banish.
Interesting there, we did want to notice, Jacob asked how many cards Brodie presented. He said 60. He did not fat deck this. He is trying to just finish this game through the consistency and power of his deck. He's not interested in trying to worry about the potential disruption to the deck that Jacob presents. He said, no, 60 cards is all I need. If I'm going to win this thing, it's going to be because my cards are just good.
On the topic of fat decking here, as one of the card game casting greats once said, he's not going to win that way. It's not what the matchup's about. He doesn't need a million cards to close this game out. He needs to make the ones he has with him count and push through effectively for enough damage to get Jacob low enough before he starts to run out of cards. And there's this very interesting point of texture in this matchup where, especially when Jacob isn't playing this life gain focused deck, you don't need to be... Sorry, how do I put this? When he's not playing this life gain focused deck, you really only need to deal about 20 or so damage because Flick Knives and stuff will get you the rest of the way there. So you just need to find the requisite amount of value from what remains in your deck and let Flick Knives and other difficult to interact with damage like Art of the Dragonfire carry you the rest of the way to victory.
That's a really, really good point, Ellie. You can think about preserving threats in your deck. You can think about trying to preserve cards in your deck, but when you have multiple axes on which you attack for your own right, if you're the aggressive deck, then that might be how Brodie looks to do this. This is 2 Shelter for the Storms that Brodie no longer has to think about. 1 played in the reaction step, 1 discarded in the reaction step to go ahead and prevent a Flick Knife's damage. Brodie here still going to throw some attacks into the Shelter for the Storm because he wants to buy back that Dagger. Tarantula Toxin, there we go. Now we've seen all 3 EAs on stream, and the Tarantula Toxin is going to go ahead and buy a block. That's 3 cards on defense for Jacob, 3 cards on offense for Brodie. But the Kunai of Retribution comes flying back from the graveyard to Cindra's side as the Art of Desire body this time threatens a draw and threatens a card from the top of Brodie's deck.
Something we do know is that Jacob's arsenal right now is Codex of Frailty, but he lacks particularly effective targets with which to use on the card. So card very, very, very powerful when seen at important junctures, but if you draw it too early, it can put you in some sticky situations. Like this one, where he just has a 1-card 3. It threatens cards out of Brodie's deck, it threatens gaining life, and it threatens drawing cards, but he doesn't have a way to give this go again, and he doesn't have all that much with which to follow up.
Ooh, top card, Oath of Loyalty. It's going to gain a life for Jacob. He's going to draw a card, but most importantly, that's a big 0-for-4 threat out of Brodie's deck. And again, only presented 60, so there's not extra cards to work with when this new deck does its thing.
Something I want to highlight from the previous turn cycle is that Jacob only got 2 blocking value out of the Shelter he discarded, and he discarded it specifically to deny the Flick Knives connecting. Ideally, likely looking to shut down something like a Blood Splattered Vest trigger. This is the behavior pattern of somebody who knows how this matchup works. He has tested into this deck, and he knows how to beat it.
Take 5 is the call from Jacob as the Fire Tenant Strike first powers up the Blaze Headlong as the first strike happened on that chain. The next strike gets that additional 1.
Powering it up in 2 ways, as it is also a red card to give Blaze Headlong go again.
Let's see what the follow-up is here from Brodie. Hasn't flicked yet. Didn't flick on that first attack, so needs 2 more chain links for that Mask of Momentum to be threatening.
He's holding hot on their heels off of Feign Loyalty and a little bit of a spicy piece we saw come up in his game against Victor Antonio Mercado. Ancestral Empowerment, capable of very quickly summoning 2 cards out of thin air if used effectively in conjunction with the Mask of Momentum legendary equipment he's presented.
Brodie Spurlock, as we mentioned, this is his 2nd top 8.
In as many weeks.
In like as many weeks. I mean, he was in Prague 2 weeks ago, and he top 8'd that event. This one, he's doing 1 better in the top 4. The 2 callings that have happened in 2025 have shared one thing and one thing only. Brodie Spurlock in the top 8. And in Limited and Classic Constructed, a master of 2 formats. He's a dynamo. Between both of the formats. Jacob Clements, though, I believe, I don't know if he cashed that tournament in Prague, but he did pretty darn well. He was sniffing around those top tables all weekend long. These two heroes are going to be names we are watching closely all season long. Flick
That's why
Knives.
they're working together.
Flick Knives over the top with this hot on their heels. 1 damage now.
Two
Taken from
hits
there.
in a row for that Mask of Momentum. Lava Vein Loyalty, and here it comes. The slam dunk from the top rope. Ancestral Empowerment pushing it over by 1. No response from Jacob. Looks like he's taking 1 to 35, and Brodie's going to draw. Let's see the rip. Breaking point off the top and a card with which to pay for it. Jacob only has 1 card left in hand. This will at the least force armor from him and at the best threaten the Codex of Frailty, one of the strongest cards in Jacob's deck so early in the game on a completely pitchless turn.
And the question is, does the final card in Jacob's hand block? He is playing new. These Mystic Heroes run these Transcend cards that have no blocking value. Breaking point here. Oh, we are well past Rupture, baby. This thing would certainly come in. You know, Brodie might be kicking himself wishing he had the floating with the blood-splattered vest because both of these cards cost 1. Or I guess no, the Art of the Dragon Blood does not cost.
More importantly, Art of the Dragon Blood is going to pay for this breaking point by becoming Draconic, coming in not only for 4 with Go again here, but setting up the breaking point on the next chain link. And Jacob's now faced with a hard decision. Brodie made this Draconic. He knows there's a follow-up here.
This is so fire. Art of the Dragon Blood
the rip.
Takes the damage there, and then here comes the breaking point. Discounted from the Art of the Dragon Blood. Does that final card in Jacob's hand block?
No blocks. His arsenal is at its breaking point, sending him down to 26 and destroying Codex of Frailty. What an insane break from Brodie on just his 2nd turn of this game. Jacob's already down to 26. He's so far into the race that he needs. You know, another Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, the final card for Jacob Clements there was a Codex of Frailty, so he did not have the block to stop the breaking point without committing something like the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. But this might be a bit of a nightmare for Jacob Clements. Lost the card to the breaking point there. Art of the Dragon Blood proving to be so powerful and only possible thanks to the fealty from the Display Loyalty the turn before. That sequence from Brodie was honestly straight up nasty. That was absolutely disgusting work. And now he has to deal with this Codex of Frailty, but against something like an Art of Desire Mind, I don't think he's that bummed. I don't think he's that disappointed. I think he is okay with this exchange, even if he has to lose a card to this Codex. The amount of value that he just gained, especially against a deck that's not going to be gaining life like a Count Your Blessings deck. Let's see if he can parlay this advantage into some continued tempo, into perhaps even some continued momentum, because this turn was sick.
Nary a warrior in sight, and yet Brodie has already put on such a commanding performance in this game of Flesh and Blood so far.
All right, let's see what the choice is going to be for Brodie. Display Loyalty going to be the grab there. He wants to go ahead and make sure he can make another fealty to go ahead and work alongside cards like Art of the Dragon Blood, Art of the Dragon Fire. These cards that need to become Draconic. The cards that honestly have made my eyes as big as dinner plates when watching this Cindra deck do its thing. I was not too focused on the fealty in my initial deck building. Let's see what the top of the card is. It's going to be a Demonstrate Devotion. Shocking with 67 reds that he's hitting these reds off the top. And yet, the arsenal is refreshed from the Art of Desire Mind, but the Ponder here, unless this is something like an instant, there's going to be no value. So just like we talked about, this Art of Desire Mind, Brodie, he's bummed to lose the card off the top, but I don't think he's that bummed.
Drew 2 levels of enlightenment here. I want to catch another glimpse at it. He just said it's the same card twice. Pick one to put in my arsenal, and then Brodie just taps one. I'm glad that even at such stakes, these players can have such a good time with each other.
That is awesome.
That is awesome.
They're the same card. Pick.
It's the same card. Please choose.
Oath of Loyalty. Oath of Loyalty coming forward. It's going to be 4 on the combat chain here. With Go again. First action of the turn, but now from here on out, only Draconic. Cards may be played. Display Loyalty, though, the one in the arsenal from the Codex of Frailty, can help to get around this with that fealty token.
Jacob may be accepting that when he's already this low this early in this game, fatigue might just be off the table. He has to take a pivot and make a real push at Brodie's life total, but Brodie is not going to make this window easy or inexpensive for him. He's going to make him pay quite a bit of life for it. Already 7 on this turn, and Brodie has more to work with.
You have to promise not to laugh.
I didn't laugh.
You just did a little. Here comes the Blaze Headlong. This is going to be blocked out 4-4. Flick Knives means this chain continues.
Flick Knives does not care even a little bit about the frailty that Codex generated on Brodie's side of the board.
Jacob Clements here all the way down to 20 and still dealing with the Mask Momentum potentially. Cindra brings the dagger back.
Yep, break frailty.
Break frailty past the turn. So once again, a little bit of damage through. Only 1 card blocked with on that one. Levels of Enlightenment enters the pitch. Now I wonder, Brodie sees that card in the pitch. Do you think he thinks to himself, it was the same, you know, Jacob said it's the same card.
It's the same card
Do
twice.
I want to
Which
let
one
this
is it?
Beckoning Mistblade hit, or do I put the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in front of it? It is your really only safe armor block.
Surely Jacob wouldn't play something like a Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, surely not.
Surely not.
Beckoning Mistblade here. First time we're seeing it on this semifinals game. A semifinals featuring 4 separate heroes. Kano, Aurora, Cindra, New. You can see the levels of Enlightenment in the pitch. We think it's in the arsenal. So if this Mistblade hits, that level's in the arsenal. It's going to do some major work.
4, go again, draw a card as the punish if Brodie chooses not to interact with this.
And the 1 floating means that Jacob would then have 3 further cards to work with. I think that's why you can see him giving this some real thought. I do wonder, knowing Brodie, he very well could be considering, I wonder if the other card is the levels.
Yeah.
He said it was
why else would you pitch levels?
Yeah.
May have, in a moment of just having a little bit of banter, having a little bit of jest with your opponent, given away some pretty critical info to someone as thoughtful as Mr. Spurlock.
Let's see what Brodie wants to do here. Has the 1 fealty. Gorgeously represented in that full art cold foil available at your LGS.
Oh, that is gorgeous. I thought for a second it was gold foil.
Imagine.
I believe Brodie's gold foil from Prague was Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
Oh, wow.
That's why I had the moment
You wondered
of
if
pause.
the Dragon Scalar? No, I don't.
No, I believe that is a normal cold
normal
foil. But his gold foil his
Simply
gold
a
foil black sealed
pedestrian
envelope.
cold foil
Simply
legendary.
pedestrian gold foil. His black envelope gold foil from Prague was, I believe, Dragon Scalar Flight Path.
Wow.
Thought he might just be flexing it here.
That's a pretty cool rip.
Gunning for the second calling win in just a month.
Let's see now.
This is a tough block.
Yeah.
I do not envy Brodie's situation.
I really think Brodie might be thinking that the card in the
think he might
arsenal
have called
is
it.
the levels. Yeah, I think that's
I think
part
he
of
might have sniped it.
If he puts the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in front
I'm
of
gonna
this
lose my mind.
Beckoning Mistblade, it's because I think he sniffs out. But Command and Conquer gonna be the follow-up here. It's still a really good continuation of this chain. We're gonna have to ask Brodie after the game if he sniffed out the levels. I mean, and now he has it guaranteed. He knows. Because he's seen all the cards played with and blocked on the turn, unless Jacob was just lying to him.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's no other cards that are the same. I guess one of these cards could be the one.
Any one of these 3. It could be just a Nick,
No, you're right,
which
you're right.
New probably wouldn't Arsenal. Brodie could also suspect that it might be Command and Conquer. Brodie lining up 2 cards in his hand. He does have 2 3 blocks with which to work here. Hand actually a little bit clunky unless he has a Hedge Ebb starter in his arsenal with which to work. He has Art of the Dragon Blood and Hunt the Hunter, a 2-card 10 in conjunction with Flick Knives. Far from bad, but falling into those value-oriented play patterns rather than pushing as much damage as he possibly can is just how you get fatigued by heroes like New. I wonder if we'll see Tunic, a Rousing Wave, come into play, pushing the CNC up to 7. Brodie is not allowed to play any defense reactions and lacks a quick dodge flexors with which to cover it. Jacob having a little bit of a laugh saying, oh, and he reacts, buddy?
No reacts here. One over the top, that's going to trigger the CNC, and that means the wax on is lost. No D-reacts can be played indeed.
Blocked 2 cards to protect a defense reaction that was taken away from him without any say in the matter. That is the power of these Mystic Assassin pieces of equipment. They can target anything. +1 to something for 1 resource, and go again to something for 1 resource, all with Battle Worn 1. Incredibly powerful commons from Parth the Mistveil.
Now, once again, Art of the Dragon Blood here. Because it is Draconic, it has Go Again, and the next 3 Draconic cards this turn cost 1 less to play. 1 damage over the top with the CNC blocked.
Blocking with a Command and Conquer. I wonder if he has another Command and Conquer or Arsenal Disruption effect in his hand, like that Leave No Witnesses, Weaken Spy, or if he is just assuming Brodie won't Arsenal on this turn.
Well, the cracking of the fealty means you are expecting the turn to continue. Otherwise, why would you want to give this thing go
It's
again?
true.
So you have to imagine. Looks like, yeah, he is just going to flick here, put a piece of damage down.
Flick for value. Classic play pattern here. Floating 1 to swing another dagger here and force some action from Mr. Clements here, so that this Hunt the Hunter in his hand that is going to cost 0 and mark Jacob on attack also threatens drawing a card on hit. And 5 is difficult for someone with only 3, or for somebody with only 3 cards in hand to cover up. He's holding on to a no block. His hand, I believe, is Leave No Witnesses, Persuasive Prognosis, and the Grain That Tips the Scale. If he doesn't want Brodie to draw a card here, he has to block down to just a Chi in hand.
Just a really slick play here from Brodie. Now buying the final 2 cards, and he does have 3 Draconic links to Cindra just because he utilized the Blood-Splattered Vest. So he still gets the damage across. He still gets the activation of the kunai, but took the other 2 cards out of Jacob Clements' hand. He's down to 17 here, and now once again, here comes the Mistblade.
Choose it now, eh? Could give you the rest of my equipment. It's tempting.
Brodie holding on to a powerful Majestic from the set here. Generates 2 chain links for the price of 1 card, as it's going to make one of those kunai of Retribution free.
No block, down to
with
30.
its triggered ability.
1, here comes the levels.
The same punish from the last turn held over Brodie's head. You cannot deny her forever. The Alluring Desire gets what she wants in the end, coming in for 4 with Go Again and drawing a card, threatening Brodie's life total. And if we can rip some disruptive action off the top...
Oh, it's a Siren's Call.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. You can't even Arsenal that, and I think he is skipping Arsenal here.
Yeah, it's literally a dead card. There are going to be no blues in the deck, Ellie. He doesn't even put it into the Arsenal.
I can't
You can see them laughing about it. You can see there, Brodie just saying, oh, I think I know what it is. Most cards would eventually want to hit the Arsenal, but not the Sirens.
The powerful Majestic I mentioned, hitting the combat chain Ignite, promising 1 free resource, and as many seasoned Flesh and Blood players at home know, 1 resource is not worth 1 damage. The cost this card pays of only having 2 power is easily outstripped by what you can do with just 1 resource. And even if this is a 1 card 3, it generates 2 chain links, which is incredibly meaningful in this Mask of Momentum deck. Brodie shipping the Ancestral Empowerment over the top, threatening Mask of Momentum.
Now, because of the marking, that means the fealty token comes on through. Let's see what the rip is here.
Holding a Wax on, a Lava Burst, and a Blaze, or sorry, a Hot on their heels and a Blaze Headlong. This turn is all gas with a 0 for 5 defense reaction. Incredibly powerful against New, straight into the Arsenal, Sam.
And are we still in reactions? Has Jacob passed on reactions? Yes, okay, so we have. So he did go ahead and
he has no answer.
Both of the cards there from the Mask Momentum and the Ancestral Empowerment.
Saying, actually, just a second, let me think on blocks here. This might be throwing. He's got to play around something like a Snatch, a Breaking Point, Lava Burst, that sort of thing. He has to consider all possible options, even though Mask of Momentum has already triggered. And we were so concerned about fatigue early on in this game, but Brodie got so much through with that incredible Breaking Point turn on just his second active turn. The life total lead is bonkers. It's 28-9 here in the semifinals of Calling Memphis. This stop on the World Tour, Brodie is poised to find his way in another Calling Finals.
Blaze Headlong here is the follow-up, coming in for an additional 4, threatening nearly half of Jacob Clements' life total. It's all coming up. Cindra here, blocking 3, 1 over the top.
And what Clements doesn't know here is that despite Brodie just arsenaling his last card, he shipped him down to 7. Jacob gets to keep 2. Brodie is arsenaling an incredibly powerful defense reaction to stuff any hopes Jacob has of buying a way back into this game with a disruptive piece.
There goes the Siren's Call that Jacob didn't want to arsenal because there are no blues to speak of.
And his hand is just rotten remains in homage to ancestors. This turn is doomed to be an attack for 1, gaining 1 life and activating Mask of Recurring Nightmares. This might be a recurring nightmare for Nu herself.
Devastatingly, the Rotten Remains here would have tried to banish cards with cost 1 from the graveyard. However, the daggers were just replenished from that very zone, meaning Cindra has them at her sides, ready to cut through the night once again, part the Mist Veil indeed, with these daggers standing ready at her side, not able to be banished to the Rotten Remains.
Let's take a look at what Brodie's cooking with here and what decisions he's going to make on this Mask of Recurring Nightmares. His hand, by God, is all cards that cost 0 with Go Again. It's not the hardest decision of his life to make. I imagine we're going to see a head jab hit the Vanish Zone, Sam. Oh, geez, tough choice. Maybe he should be telling his opponents all the same card.
There goes a Ronin Renegade. But the difference between these head jabs is Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum really do change the picture. Once again, Jacob is off Arsenal. Is he going to be even able to survive the turn, depending on how Brodie strings it all together?
Rising Resentment. No real on hit. This discounts a card with cost less than the number of Draconic Chainwings you control on hit and is an attack for 3. If it hits, he can discount a 0-cost card by 1. Big stuff.
Here comes the Flick Knives. Shelter from the Storm is going to take care of one of those pieces of damage from the Flick Knives. Now Brand with Cinderclaw.
Look at that gorgeous EA Shelter from the Storm there. Holy.
That takes one of the pings from the shelter, so now one more floating. Here comes Ravenous Rabble for 4.
And by God, it's another head jab.
And now look at this. That takes the final piece, which is important for potential Mask Momentum. That just brings back the daggers. Now, look at this. Damage has been taken by Jacob down to 6. He goes. All he can do is arsenal the final card. Brodie, once again, going to work with a full 5-card grip.
Easily. The hand is all gas. He hasn't stumbled once in this game. The onslaught is untouchable. So much pressure is coming down on the Mystic Assassin on the other side of the table. Jacob saying no blocks down to 4. Kunai Retribution coming in, threatening a 4th of his remaining life total and to continue this Mask of Momentum chain. I'm curious if Brodie's going to flick on this dagger attack or just keep pushing.
Yeah, Brodie wants to keep the Mask Momentum alive for as long as possible. Jacob Clements down to 4. Brodie Spurlock at 27 as it's just been all gas, no brakes. The fire has just grown from Cindra. Here comes the Hot in her heels for 3.
Burning Blade Dance threatening a pretty meaningful on-hit when your opponent is at 4. Covered up with a card, but Jacob only has 2 left in hand. Oh, sorry, he has 3 left in hand. That is not a blocking card on the chain link. That is Undertow Stilettos.
Flick Knives here going to keep the chain alive, blocking 3 with the Bonds of Agony. That means that Mask Momentum at the moment is turned off. And both of the Ancestral Empowerments have been used so far, so Brodie playing a little more face-up. You do see the Cindra deck. Once she starts to get unfair, pushing things over in attack reactions, that's when it starts to get a little hard to deal with. Here, though, this is all pretty easy for Jacob to just block. And the question is, will the disruption soon start to flow? What is that final card in the arsenal? We do know, I believe it's a defensive piece for Brodie. I think it's that Wax On.
It is that red Wax On.
Fascinatingly, it doesn't look like Brodie brought in a lot of the defense reactions.
He has 2 non-blocking cards. He could be forced to give up his remaining pieces of armor or simply die. He's forced to block with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. That's one of Nu's win conditions in this matchup. All he has left is 2 chi and nothing with which to banish card from Brodie's hand using his Transcend Instance. He's down to 2. His Options are becoming increasingly slim. I'm not sure he has any ways out of this remaining.
Some grace from Jacob here in response to the Cindra activation. The Passover going to go ahead and target that dagger that was in the graveyard. So Cindra's daggers 50% less effective in this game as she only has one to work with from here on out. Can't return them back from the banished zone. They are just that banished from the arena. So Cindra working with one less dagger. Question is, Jacob, we saw him utilize Sigil of Solace on turn 0. Can he find some disruption or some life gain? Otherwise, it's going to be pretty challenging for him to come back into this semifinals game. Thank you to all 3,000 viewers hanging out with us for the semifinals as the Spider's Bite comes in. 2 floating, no more mask from Jacob.
Jokes
Take
about
one.
activating the mask he does not have. Persuasive Prognosis, some last gasps from Jacob here. He's not giving up yet. This is for 2 with Go Again, and all of Brodie's attack action cards block for 1 less. Incredibly significant when nearly the entire hand blocks for 2. He has a defense reaction in hand and in arsenal here, but he's still coming for what Brodie has.
What's nice about using a defense reaction on this as well as the Persuasive Prognosis would banish an action card and gain a life even if it's blocked with thanks to new, but defense reactions do not count. So even though Jacob might be hoping to gain some life with this Prognosis either on block or on damage, I don't think the defense reactions are going to have anything to say about that, given as the wax on here is going to cover it up. No life gain from Jacob. What does he draw up? That is a bunch of cards that do block 3. Here comes another Ignite for 2. But how long and how wide can this chain go? And how many knives can get flicked over the course of the next couple turns? That's going to buy the Tunic block here.
Burning Blade Dance.
Keep thinking that's Hot on Reels. Burning Blade Dance. 4-3. Getting
They're both
blocked by
head
3.
jabs. I got it. Another head jab
Rising
coming in.
Resentment. Buys another block for 3.
Gonna flick here, sending Jacob down to 1. He's out of shelter from the storms unless he can find a Sigil of Solace. This next flick is just fatal.
And look at this. Leave no witnesses. Shelter for the storm in response. That is just going to buy. You can just see a little smile from Jacob there.
Can he find the $1 million sigil? He doesn't have it.
And he has a no block. That's going to be a block for 3 with the Venomous Bite. Here comes the Flick Knives. Rising Sun, Setting Moon looks for the sigil. Can he Arthur Trahe? Looking at the card from... He hides it from us.
He
puts
drops his hand on the table.
And the handshake is extended. Brodie Spurlock moves on to the finals. The Drakai of Retribution proving that she is not done in her quest for vengeance. And I have one thing to say. Move over, part the mist veil, for the hunted is here. Classic constructed may never be the same.
That turn 2 from Brodie was unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
He pushed so much damage through all of his opponent's blocks and ended on this incredibly punishing Arsenal Destruction effect that, because Jacob's last card in hand was Codex of Frailty, blew up the Codex of Frailty he was sitting on. He had no choice remaining.
Brodie Spurlock on top of our Player of the Year leaderboard for a reason. The dude just does not stop. Let's take a look at our updated bracket as we look ahead towards the finals. And it was Nicholas who did take down Brian there in the other semifinal. So we have got fire burning from both sides of the arena. Brodie versus Nicholas. Cindra versus Kano. I was talking to Yuki yesterday, the architect of the deck that Brodie took to this finals run. She said she imagines Kano to be a pretty tough matchup. Brodie took down Victor Mercado on his way to this finals berth. Can he do it again when all the money is on the line, all the accolades, and the first living legend points ever on offer for Cindra? Will we all get to watch the Drakai of Retribution claim her first tally upon that vaunted list? I am... you know what I am?
Come on.
I'm the winner.
You are the winner.
I am the winner. I got you there. That's what I am.
I was wrong. I was fully expecting New to be a little bit too disruptive for the Drakai of Retribution or new Draconic hero to deal with. But, I mean, you saw what Brodie had to say about that. He said, I'm the disruptive deck now. Look at me. Breaking point.
Breaking point, taking out that Codex, pretty devastating. But honestly, as we discussed before the match, the Flick Knight's value just simply too much. 2 Shelter for the Storms used early, and not a Sigil of Solace to be found safe for that turn 0. So those flicks were fatal for our other opponent on the other side of the table. So congratulations to Jacob Clements, but Brodie Spurlock moves on to the finals. We have got a little time left before the finals. We have got a giveaway coming up, folks. Of course, next round, we're giving out this beautiful box of Part the Mistveil, of course, as a thank you for 30,000 subscribers here on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. And just quick reminder, get your Fabled package for London. This is like your last chance to be entered into the draw for flights and accommodations because our calling is coming to an end. We have our finals coming up for you in just a second, but a giveaway and a whole day of Classic Constructed tomorrow in the Battle Hardened is still to come. So I hope you'll stay rooted. I hope you'll stay seated because the finals here from Memphis right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Tour here in Memphis. And it's Sam O'Byrne and Ethan Man Sant.
That's right, my friend.
And I'm going to be completely honest, and this is absolutely true. I have no idea what's going on. Ethan said, I need to do something with you. It's going to be nice. And I said, okay.
Well,
So
look,
what's up, my
here's
dog?
the deal, Sam. There's thousands of people watching, and all of them are just enamored with what you and I and Ellie and everyone at LSS have put together for this broadcast, the previous broadcast. It's just been such an amazing sequence of these events, and I'm super grateful and very just honored to have done it with you for about 2 years, my friend. So there's a congratulations in order for you specifically, because you're a very special person to me, and obviously a special person to everyone out there, to LSS, and you just got a job with them. And that should come with a surprise. That should come with a gift. So
What's going on?
Let me share a little bit of my home with you.
What is this?
A king cake that my dad drove up to deliver for this bit.
What's a king cake? What's
a king cake is part of our celebration back home of Mardi Gras in Louisiana, where as kind of a mix of a bunch of different things, we eat a cake that has a plastic baby in it. And if you get the piece with the baby, then you have to bring the next king cake while Mardi Gras season runs.
Oh my gosh.
So
there's a baby in here.
there is a plastic baby
There's a
inside
plastic
there.
baby in
And I
here?
guess technically you have it. The entire cake is yours. So you do have to buy the next king cake when we're back during Mardi Gras season, hopefully next year.
Oh my goodness.
But more than anything, it's a cake. There's no candles, but it's a celebratory cake because I'm just so happy for you.
Oh,
And
man.
It's just been an honor to be next to you for these past couple
I'm
years.
going to cry.
I'm going to cry too. This is why I'm not on camera. I got to get back there because.
Oh, man.
But truly, my friend, you have been a pleasure, and you are very deserving. And hopefully, everyone agrees.
Oh my gosh! Well, you know what? I've handed people things in the booth a bunch. I've handed trophies to people. This is the first time someone's handed me something, and it may have a plastic baby inside, but it is as meaningful to me as a calling trophy. It has been an honor and a joy to work with you and come up the way we have these last couple of years.
Indeed.
So thank you, brother. I
Of course,
appreciate you
my
very much. It's very, very sweet and a kind gesture. Thanks to Papa Sant for
right.
driving it up.
That's his favorite, by the way. I told him to pick his favorite in the entirety of New Orleans, and he brought that one.
His favorite baby?
Well, maybe that as well, but at least his favorite king cake.
Okay.
So before we get to the top eight, let's try it, and then we can come back and tell people how it was, if you got the baby
let's
or not.
do it.
But let's dig in, my friends. So we'll be back in just a bit after a couple bites of this delicious king cake.
With the finals!
With the finals.
With the finals!
as well. See ya.
Oh, my God. The hunted is here. And finally, after this great calling over our release weekend, all eyes can turn towards the finals. In just a few short minutes, we will have our calling champion, Sam O'Byrne, joined by Miss Ellie Bird. And we have got such a great game for you coming up. The storylines all weekend long have been chef's kiss, exceptional. Speaking of absolutely delicious, I did get the baby.
He got the plastic baby.
I did get the baby. If you know, you know. Big shout outs. So much love.
I haven't had this stuff in 10 years.
Ethan.
Amazing, amazing stuff. So good. So good.
Now that we have talked about all of the delicious matchups and cakes available to us, I would love to just take a brief look back as we are about to crown a calling champion. Let's look back at some of our most recent champions and see the list. One of these two individuals will be joining. Of course, back in Kuala Lumpur, we had a couple champions here. Nova Chan, famed player from Team Blue Pitch, taking down the Battle Hardened, but the calling was taken down by Nick Butcher, also wearing a Team Blue Pitch jersey, if I'm not mistaken, with Zen. Tamer of Purpose. A lot of people said, oh, Zen's best deck, won both of those events, but no Zen in our top 8.
Not a single one.
And no Mistveil in our top 2. Moving on to our Living Legend calling back in Chicago in December. We had another double hero winner, Jordan Jalber-Ross with Bravo Star of the Show, but the calling taken down by someone you might recognize at this point, Michael Hamilton, Bravo Star of the Show. And then, looking back just a couple of weeks ago, the limited calling, the limited Battle Hardened, Tommaso Viscido with Arakni Web of Deceit. But Simon Nielsen took down the whole thing with Fang. A small list of winners of recent calling champions. But if we take a look at our bracket here, we see a finals with one player destined to join that small but impressive list. We do see Brodie, Spurlock, and Nicholas Mihalas. Cindra, Drakai of Retribution versus Kano, the Drakai of Aether. And that last slide we just looked at with Simon Nielsen taking it down on Fang. It was a limited calling that Brodie Spurlock was in the top 8 of. So this is his second top 8, and he now battles to become a 2-time calling champion. That is something, talk about a small list, an even smaller list of individuals have taken down a calling 2 times.
I mean, how many Drakai can be in a single top 8, Sam?
Yeah, truly. I mean, we've got the Drakai of Retribution versus the Drakai of Aether.
And maybe Brodie will become the Drakai of calling top 8s here today at this World Tour stop in Memphis.
Well, I think we have had such a great weekend. I want to waste very little time. I'd like to check out these deck lists, and then I'd like to get into the game. We just saw Brodie dismantle anew, just absolutely work through left, right, and center, ripping those daggers back and forth from the graveyard to the combat chain. We've seen this deck once. We are about to see it again, though we did talk about what are the real options for Kano Respect. Ellie.
There's very, very little going on in this deck. It has 67 reds. It has Arcane Barrier 1 in the form of Arcane Lantern, and has no copies of Oasis Respite, has nothing, even similar, no life gain, nothing to that effect. All the dams of the floodgates are needed to be held together by a single pair of Spellfray leggings and a lantern that he can only pitch reds into. Even though we saw him take Victor down, Victor did have to gamble because of Cindra's incredible pressure. Though, if Brodie doesn't come quite as hot on his opponent's heels in this match, we could see him burnt to a crisp like all his opponents before him in this tournament.
And of course, we talked about it before, the Living Legend points there, only 0. This might be the very first Living Legend points that we see Cindra obtain. Next deck list checking out, of course, is going to be the Kano list. Now, we talked about all of the open the floodgates that Nicholas was blocking with a game ago or a couple games ago, but I want you to just tell me about some of these new cards we're seeing make their way in. Clarity Potion, right? Some of these new cards into Kano list that we haven't seen too often.
Clarity Potion makes a lot of sense. You know, they've kind of removed Kano's ability to do these unfair pitch stack game plans with cards like Tome of Aetherwind removed from the game, as, you know, they probably deserved to be. 0 mana, draw 2 cards, pretty strong. But now the hero has kind of gone in more of a setup-y direction, all the way up to 3 Potion of Deja Vu. 3 Energy Potion has been a mainstay for a long time, but not always the famed D-pot as it is, as well as these Clarity Potions just giving you some extra reach when you need to dig further. Also, a little bit atypical, we are seeing Sonic Boom make a return to Kano decks, and it was absent for quite some time. The one of Yellow Chain Lightning, something we saw resolved in Swiss, and we even talked about how as Kano decks get a little greedier, sometimes they introduce some inconsistency, and that card can be the face of that sometimes. Also, in the red base, we see Snapback, likely just a mirror card, but would be a fun thing to see resolved here today in our finals.
Yeah, I am looking forward to this one, especially as we talk about the journey to Living Legend. That will be happening all year long for so many of these heroes. Last year, really, it felt like, you know, there wasn't as much ascension. We really saw, I believe it was just Dromai head up to those vaunted halls you see here on the top right of your screen. But that meant the points were spread out over so many different heroes. And that brought a lot of them close to the critical 1,000 points needed. And when you look here at your 7th slot, if Kano does take down the Calling, he will be one step closer to ascending to the halls of Living Legend. And though we may miss the Drakai of Aether, and it might be a smaller percentage of Flesh and Blood players that miss the Drakai of Aether than who might be happy to not have to worry about that combo any longer, it is still something to be celebrated when a hero does ascend, given the new heroes and new strategies that are able to be looked at and actuated upon once there is more room as the hero pool expands. So
you know, Sam, once Kano leaves, we might get a 1-for-5 arcane damage spell.
You think so?
I think it's possible.
You think it's possible?
I don't know. You don't hold me to it. Don't hold me to it.
Well, I won't hold you to that, but I might hold your feet to the fire, Ellie Bird, because there are 2 Drakais in our finals, and the game is about to begin. Brodie Spurlock, his 2nd top 8 in as many weeks, looking to take down his 2nd Calling, something not many people have ever done. And now we're going to find out if this will be the moment. The game has begun with the brand with Cinderclaw into an Art of the Dragon Blood. 1 damage over the top because he is doing this the hard way. No fealty. Making the fealty right after that with the display loyalty. Just buying all the blocks in the world from Nicholas. Here comes a flick. 1 damage down, 228.
Be aware of in this scenario is that Nicholas's last card is a Kindle. If Brodie pushes for the Mask of Momentum trigger here, this is so punishing. He's coming in for 5 on turn 0. Nicholas has just a Kindle in hand. He could rip a blocking card and still be unable to stop Brodie from drawing off of Mask of Momentum here. Let's see the rip. It's a lava burst
for his arsenal.
Unbelievable.
And this is only possible because of the flick knives keeping the turn around, and the brand with Cinderclaw into the Art of the Dragon Blood discounted the final card, that breaking point, making him able to play it there. Brodie got damage across, established an arsenal, and it is a good one. Just a massive rip off the top for Brodie. And listen, he elected to put himself first. He wanted to have the agency in the matchup, and not only did he get an arsenal, not only did he get damage across, he also got 1 Kindle already in the graveyard for no value. Just had to try to be filtered into a blocking card.
Brodie clarifying the flick knives interaction to his opponent here.
The one that actually draws the card does. Okay. But then the other ones could be daggers or stuff. Got it.
Clarifying that. So the way Mask of Momentum works, since we've seen this interaction on streams about 17,000 times this weekend, Mask of Momentum says when an attack action card you control is the 3rd or higher chain link in a row to hit, draw a card. This does not need to be exactly chain link 3, and chain link 3 does not need to exactly be an attack action, but rather once this condition is fulfilled and an attack action hits, you will draw a card.
Looking like a snapback here is going to be the play. Was this off the top with the Kano? Yeah, it must have been. Off the top with the Kano, because there's only 1 card left in hand. Has a Blazing Aether as well, so Brodie has to be thinking about the amount of damage that this snapback is going to do, because whatever it does, Blazing Aether is liable to do as well. Brodie, given this one a real think, has already got some major damage across and established the arsenal. How much
damage
tempo
on turn 0 is big, Sam.
How much damage does he want to give up? One block here, one pitch here on the snapback basically represents an AB of 2 because it also blocks the 1 damage on the Blazing Aether. Is that enough value? He could pitch away the yellow to also AB on the Blazing Aether. That's a fair amount. That's like he got 3 value out of that yellow. That's pretty good on defense, especially in a game and in a deck that doesn't have a lot of ways to stop arcane damage. That might be proving too valuable for Brodie to pass up. But he also might just want to go all gas and not a single bit of brakes.
8 damage is definitely really important to consider. Going down to 32 when you only have AB1 and Spell Void 1 can represent a pretty fatal amount of life to lose when all Kano is looking for is the combo. Kano's last card in hand is a potion here. He's not going to arsenal anything. But Brodie doesn't know that. As far as he is concerned, Nicholas's last card has to be Ether Wildfire when you are playing against Kano in scenarios like this.
Reminder, everybody, hang out, be active in the chat during this final round to be entered into a giveaway for a booster box of Part the Mistveil. Thank you for 30,000 subscribers here on our Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. We're giving it back, giving it away with that box of Part the Mistveil. Just say hi. Just say what you like about the game. All you need to do is be active in chat for a chance to be randomly selected and win your box of Part the Mistveil. Because let me tell you, Mystic Heroes, looking like they might need a little bit of help now that their Draconic talent comes roaring back into Classic Constructed. No Zens, no Enigma in this top 8, and no Part the Mistveil in this finals. We have got Flesh and Blood's newest set, The Hunted, facing off against the second set ever printed in that Kano Drakaev Aether Hero. Looks as though Kano's just going to take this Blazing Aether, taking another 4. Down to 32 goes Brodie Spurlock, and here comes the Potion of Deja Vu. Both of those cards played as instants off the top, so the action point remained for Nicholas to develop that Potion of Deja Vu. What do you think, Ellie? You like the play?
I'm curious. I would be scared if I were Brodie right now. 32 is not very high when you only have the means to cover 2 arcane damage on a Wildfire, which in a post-Kindle world can go as high as 7, 8. We've even seen one for 10 on coverage, not this weekend, but in the past. But I think Brodie's plan is, like you said, just to push as hard as he possibly can, send every card in the hand and force Mask of Momentum over, because the best way to control a game of Flesh and Blood isn't with the control deck. No, sir. It's with an aggro deck. You reduce the amount of options your opponent has by reducing the length of the game, hitting them as hard as possible and as quickly as possible to close it as fast as you can.
Oath of Loyalty here. A nice breakpoint starting off the turn. Here comes the Burning Blade Dance on hit. Threatens to flick that dagger. But Brodie only has access to 1 because of the Arcane Lantern in the other slot. That buys the block from the Aether Arc, blocking 3.
Nicholas having drawn yet another Pearl in this hand. He only has 3 more block available to him. I'm unsure if Brodie sends another breakpoint here, if he'll even be able to come close to covering up Mask of Momentum on this turn.
Aether Spindle, 2 block, 3 block.
3 block.
3 block.
Wizard Spell, 3 block.
Wizard Spell, 3 block.
Wizard Spell, 3 block.
Brand with Cinderclaw, the follow-up. This is a 2 attack, so this does get blocked by the Aether Spindle no matter what. And then a Lava Burst to follow things out. Here comes 5. Nicholas is going to take this one. Brodie Spurlock keeping that Brand with Cinderclaw because he wanted the extra chain link for the Lava Burst. And that means Nicholas is going to be able to develop his second potion, grabbing the vial from the dusty shelf and placing the energy potion down. Time will tell if when he unstops the cork, the energy will be enough to carry him forward. Eye of Ophidia, Aether Wildfire, and Lesson in Lava. That is a scary hand to face down. You have to imagine Nicholas's heart just started to beat a little faster as he drew those 4 cards off the top.
Powerful cards to have in your hand when you are the active player, but can be sketchy to either be forced to block with, or in the case of Eye of Ophidia, be forced to hold as you watch your opponent bear down on you for your remaining 19 life points. And Brodie's hand does have a little bit of a problem here. He's going to have to pitch into a dagger. No, he has Fire Tenet, Strike First.
Oh, and
I'm
now
sorry,
he's good.
I thought they all needed go again. He has Fire Tenet, Strike First, Blaze Headlong, Display Loyalty, and Breaking Point. This hand can hit his opponent as hard as he pleases. The only limiting factor is going to be action points. Brodie doesn't have access to the Dragon Scale or Flight Path, making it harder for him to push over his opponent's life total in scenarios like the one we saw last game where he just cashed it in to get go again and draw a card.
32 for Brodie. You might think that's plenty of life, but when you face down the Drakai of Aether, truly, no moment is safe. Thank you to all 3,000 of you hanging out, watching this exciting finals game. Fire Tenant strike first, all important on this turn as the starter, giving the next Draconic attack +1 as well. Brodie might be really thinking, how and when can I threaten the Mask of Momentum to really unlock this turn? Have to imagine the Blood Splattered Vest might be getting into play here for the one floating for that breaking point. No blocks on the 3. That means Brodie's heart probably also starts to thump as he realizes what could be coming next.
Brodie interestingly prioritizing sending a breakpoint with this Rising Resentment in his arsenal, going 3-4-4 with the Blaze Headlong, making his opponent's blocking decisions that much harder with his Mask of Momentum.
Potion of Deja Vu and Energy Potion, but no arsenal here for Nicholas. That means establishing the combo off of just 4 cards might be relatively tricky. No blocks here on the Rising Resentment. Down to 12 goes Nicholas.
Oh, it's 4, right, because Fire Tenant.
Oh, yes.
Clarifying that it is 4 because of Fire Tenant. Nicholas has effectively assessed his options here. It is so hard for him to stop this Mask of Momentum, and he has to wait as long as he possibly can because he's only going to get one shot at blocking as much as he possibly can and trying to navigate that Ether Wildfire into Arsenal, but that only gives him the opportunity to block just 6 on this turn. He has an Eye of Ophidia that doesn't block
No, for sure.
and
Until
an Ether Wildfire that he doesn't
Right.
want to block with.
No cool shelters or sync blows.
No D-reacts. He's saying that has come out into play in some Kano's deck.
They seem
It
good until
seems-
the combo turn. Then I don't know.
Yeah, talking about the D-react seeming good until the combo turn. This comes in for 4. Nicholas saying, I kind of want to give you 2 cards. Or maybe I don't want to give you 2 cards.
My turn.
What do you do indeed, Nicholas? You give 2 cards, but the Flick Knives would still keep the draw alive, and then the resource gained from the vest would turn on the next attack as well.
Brodie's hiding his hand from us yet again.
Take
a
4.
display loyalty and a breaking point. Brodie's gonna draw here down his opponent down to 8. The rip is Rathe of Retribution. A little bit neutered by the inclusion of the Arcane Lantern. He can't quite present the insane offensive value that card is often still worth, but it is still a 0 for 5 here on this turn, giving him the opportunity to swing his Kadachi, his Kunai of Retribution for free. He can easily push lethal over the remaining block value in Nicholas's hand here if he just decides to send it.
10 minutes have elapsed in this game, and we are well within the red zone, literally and figuratively, because this game nears its conclusion, and both of these heroes hail from Volcor, the backdrops behind them signaling their homeland. And as we hit the finals for the first time, we've seen Brodie Spurlock resolve a Wrath of Retribution.
Less, or Draconics are less, right?
Sorry?
This costs less. Yeah, okay, cool.
Costs less for each Draconic Chain Link, so that means it's free.
Brodie actually catching here. He can't play this yet because Fire Tenant Strike First is not a Draconic Ninja card. One of the easiest things to miss in this set. I do this all the time. That card, despite how red it is a normal Ninja attack action. He does need to muster another Draconic Chain Link first, but both players know that won't be hard for Brodie Spurlock.
This is actually very, very tricky now for Brodie because he wants to flick to get the resource, but he can't flick if he goes Rathe into the Dagger because the Dagger would be the active chain link. This is going to be a little more challenging for Brodie to make work and make happen. Here comes the display loyalty making a second fealty.
If the Dagger connects, he can just activate Blood Splattered Vest there.
Yeah, if he hits, 100%.
If he hits, that may be his only lifeline. But
well, I guess no. I'm super
damage.
wrong. Also, I'm super wrong. You attack with the thing, you flick.
Oh, you can just buy it back.
Yeah. You just buy it back. You just flick.
How'd you get that wrong, Sam?
I know. It's still a new hero. It's still a new hero.
I didn't get it right, I think.
Here comes 3 more from the display loyalty. Nicholas, if he starts blocking now, his potential combo turn becomes so much less impactful. He has to be worried about how much life he's losing and how he'll have to start blocking on his next turn nearly immediately.
This and the next one. No block.
Says no blocks. has gained, thanks to Brodie's slip up, a little bit of extra information on what is in the Kid Wonder's hand. We call him a kid, but he's nearly 20. He's been with us for so damn long, Sam.
Here comes 3 more. Down to 5 is Nicholas. The finals of our calling here, getting close to conclusion as these 2 heroes are here for a good time, not a long time.
Damage, despite the +1. What's up? Flick Knives is always 1 damage.
Yes, yeah, it does.
Clarifying that Flick Knives is always 1 damage. Rain, Shine, or anything else. Frailty, 1 damage. Spreading Flames, 1 damage. Goes both ways, sir.
So all of a sudden, Brodie here threatening at least 4 and then 2 more. So he's going to be able to keep the card in hand and after the flick, get a resource from the blood-splattered vest. So would be insulated with those 2 resources plus... Looks like he didn't flick here, so just took the 3 down to 2. Goes Nicholas.
I think he's accepted that his best option here is to just swing the kunai.
Yeah,
and
he
force his opponent to block rather than go off the dagger. There is always, he doesn't know that his opponent's hand really only blocks 6 in the clutch.
But now all of a sudden, Brodie putting his opponent into such uncomfortable situations. He's still got a card in hand, does Brodie, so he can have 1 pitch and the Spell Void leggings. Nicholas has to decide right now, am I going off or am I just starting to block? If he starts to block, what does his hand really do on the next turn? He gets to Arsenal the Aether Wildfire.
I mean, he has to block this dagger. Not only is it lethal, but...
Yeah, it's like, can you
it
really...
represents an extra resource.
Yeah, can you really go off here in response, trying to fight through a Spell Void leggings and the 1 pitch for the Arcane for the Arcane Lantern?
He has some options. He has 2 potions on the board. He has a resource in the form of Spellfire Cloak, and he still has all of his tricks in the bag. Ragamuffin's Hat, Stormstriders, and Metacarpus Nodes all ready and raring to go. Nicholas is still in this, no matter how low his life total gets. He, if anyone is capable of presenting 32 damage here, it is the Drakai of Ether himself, Kano, played by Nicholas Mihalas.
2 damage on offer. Brodie Spurlock 30 life up, but as we've said many times, Kano can close that gap in a roar.
He is blocking.
That's gonna buy the 3 block here. Now Brodie in a little bit of an interesting predicament because he didn't flick the dagger early, doesn't have the resource on the blood-splattered vest, and can't flick the dagger now. It's the active chain link, so this 1 cost in the hand is just destined for the Arsenal. Nicholas here going to be able to establish something, establish the Aether Wildfire in the Arsenal, and maybe be set up to just try to absolutely go crazy at the start of Brodie's next turn. Brodie here trying to insulate himself from the combo on this turn, but Nicholas doing a good job of keeping himself just alive long enough to try to really devastate Brodie with a massive, massive turn on his next attempt.
That is definitely a skill all Kano players worth their salt have inherited. It's not just about learning your combo lines and everything you can possibly do with a given hand. It's how you stretch the game out, holding onto your last few life points just as long as you possibly can. And this game is so high octane. This is so amazing. We have more people watching this calling finals than Worlds right now.
Crucible of Aetherweave going to be the activated here with the Eye of Ophidia. Currently confirming, you can hear one of the attendants watching who the active player is. It can get confusing. Looks like we've got the Crucible of Aetherweave, so there's maybe an opt on the stack here from the pitching of the Eye of Ophidia. Though it looks as though they're resolving the Crucible of Aetherweave, so this Lesson in Lava just going to go ahead and come in for 4. I guess no need to opt if you know you're going to shuffle your deck.
It's true. It's true.
But now, I mean, look at what Nicholas has set up for himself. He managed to stay alive.
He found the Wildfire in Arsenal.
Wildfire in Arsenal and a Lesson in Lava that's going to go ahead and search for whatever he wants for the top of the deck. And this is going to buy a lot of life out of Brodie, and all of a sudden 28 or 27 is a little, 28 or 29 is easier to work through on your combo turn. Nicholas there stared the Drakai of Retribution in the face and did not blink, only blocking enough to keep himself alive, but is ready to try to finish this game with a combo turn of his own. Brodie Spurlock down to 28. Trigger lessons here. It's time for a big ol' think from our Kano player. You can see him kind of gaze to the heavens, gaze perhaps to the ages, looking towards the fiery heavens to find the answers to the question, what lesson will the lava teach? What card grabbed from the deck?
Really, really interesting options here. We may just see him fix a blue for his next hand if he wants to go off with this Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, grabbing a blue could be interesting. They're going to go ahead and have a quick question about the lesson in lava here. We go ahead and confirm just whatever Nicholas wants to know. I actually don't know his question. So he's going to confirm whatever it is he is curious about. We'll be jumping back in. He wants to know, it sounds like if he can decline to search or if he has to search. We talked earlier in the stream about, failing to find. Looks like they are figuring out just precisely.
It does say you may search. He did rig the top card of his deck, didn't he, with Eye of Ophidia?
Yeah, we must. The opt must have transpired. I just must have missed it. I was like, all right, where's the opt? But it must have happened while I was looking at something else on the screen.
If he doesn't want to, that's so interesting. What could possibly be on the top of his deck? Blues? Kindle?
I don't know.
I have no clue.
I mean, we're going to see once he draws up his next hand what he wanted to leave there for him. One of the only times I've ever seen a lesson in lava not have its text activated.
No, it's okay. Too hard here. I mean, yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Acknowledging he's in a bit of a tough spot.
And, I would say it's natural and okay. That I'm glad Brodie is like, no, it's okay. Take your time to think. I
mean, it'd just be hypocritical.
At this point, Brodie knows what it's like to sit in the thinker's position in a finals game, in a calling. Nicholas here going to really take his time. Final card in hand is the Aether Wildfire. Brodie has Spell Void 1, and his first attack will threaten lethal, so he'll have cards to pitch. Each card pitched into just a standard Aether Wildfire combo saves you, what, like 5 life over the course of that multiplicative series?
Typically the standard combo, yeah, you'll get hit by Wildfire for X, so 1 point on Wildfire, then another point on the next spell, as it were, non-attack action that deals arcane damage, and then Blazing Aether is going to see the damage dealt by that spell, which is pumped by 1, so 2 there, 1 from the Wildfire itself, and then the total damage seen on the turn. So for every point, like you said, prevented on Wildfire spell into Blazing, the standard combo is worth 5 whole life.
Brodie down to 28. Blazing Aether heads to the top of the deck. Both players know what's happening. Brodie is about to stare those fiery beasts on the art there in the face, but his first attack will represent lethal. He's going to be able to keep the cards in the hand and the Spell Void leggings. The question is,
does Nicholas find the resources he needs? Three reds in this hand? 2 reds?
I think 2 reds. 2 reds. Blazing and an Aether and 2 blues.
Is it enough?
3 reds in the head?
3 reds, that's not enough.
You can do stuff for the cost.
He's even drawn into a Kindle.
Oh, the Kindle, as well as the Aether Spindle here, proving to be maybe a bit too much for Nicholas. Here comes 4. And the Flick Knives could, if there was a way to buy that dagger back, flick it, but at the moment it does still sit in the graveyard.
He could always pitch 3 reds into it.
Could always.
He could always pitch 3 reds into it.
And this is the high-level analysis that you come to us for. Ravenous Rabble here.
Sometimes I think they come to us for the blunders, Sam.
Mm-hmm. Energy Potion. Potion of Deja Vu. 22 minutes, 22 seconds elapsed. 28 plays 2. As this Ravenous Rabble might be the card that clinches Brodie Spurlock. A second finals. A second calling.
Looks like Nicholas has decided it is indeed time to go off, counting out the pieces in his hand. Seeing what he can get going here, trying to find the line with this Kindle. He has Blazing Aether, Kindle, and 2 blues remaining in his hand, along with this Ether Wildfire in his arsenal. The trim offerings on resources are bailed out just a little bit by this Energy Potion and Potion of Deja Vu on the board. He is capable of using these not only to rig the top card of his deck, but find a little bit of extra resources. You can overpitch into Kano activations and use Deja Vu not only to guarantee the spell you need to find being on top of your deck, but also to get a little bit of extra money with which to cash out at the Bank of Volcor as the Drakai of Ether is looking to cash his $5,000 check at this calling in Memphis.
What an unbelievable weekend here in Memphis, in Volcor, as we celebrate the release of the Hunted. And it's pretty darn perfect that this finals game comes down between two Drakais, one of Aether, one of Retribution, which will be the final Drakai standing as all of Volcor looks on.
Not just one of Ether and one of Retribution, but one of the past and one of the future. One with 0 LL points and one close to the exciting ascension where we may see just this year. Brodie checking everything in his graveyard, thinking about the options he has available to him here, as his Kano opponent considers what he must do to find victory from the jaws of defeat in this moment.
Nicholas here has to think through this turn. This is a really challenging hand to work through, and at 2 life, if he starts to block, he might...
I mean, it's just over.
It might just be over, so he's got to be thinking of how can he put the pieces together.
Okay. 5, 8. It's always going to start with Kindle.
It's always got to start with this one, he says.
Holding priority.
Holding
Everyone's
priority
favorite thing to hear,
on the
holding
Kindle.
priority.
Brodie here, you have to imagine your opponent doesn't just rip the blues. Maybe it's a little more tricky than they'd like to be.
Overpitching into, I believe, a Kano activation. One floating. We may see that D-pot cracked here.
Here comes the Potion of Deja Vu.
Maybe.
Activated as well.
Let it resolve.
You're good, yep.
Put the blue on top, it looks like. No, it looks like Aether Spindle gonna head to the top.
Aiming to banish it with Kano and looking to draw that blue with the Kindle. This is the power of the Potion of Deja Vu. You can make your cards pay for themselves with your Kano activations here, and he's doing everything he can to stretch just one blue that he's seen so much. This blue has been worth 6 resources on this turn alone.
Yeah.
Like they're seeing, let's see what the top of the deck is. Couldn't quite catch it, but it's not something he looks like he's happy to see. It's another Aether Wildfire off the top.
Spellfire go to 2 Stormstriders.
Stormstriders here after the Spellfire Cloak Resolution to get another resource.
He can fire off the full combo here,
3.
but it might not be enough. This Wildfire is only coming in for 5.
Coming in for 5.
If it connects for 3, it'll buff the Spindle to 8.
Maybe 1.
Sure.
Spell Void 1.
Maybe 1 and Spell Void 1 down to 3 to 25 goes Brodie. But there's lethal on the stack on the combat chain.
Sad red.
It's a sad red, he says.
7.
Oh, for 7 even.
Here comes Spindle for 7.
AB1.
AB1 down to 6, down to 19 after taking 6.
He gets the opportunity to opt 6, but what good will it do him? He has no outs remaining. He has no resources. I think this Ravenous Rebel is going to come in for the kill.
Blazing for 6. Plus another 6, 12.
Blazing for 12, Brodie's at 19, and the
That
fist
is
bump
not 19.
gets extended. Brodie Spurlock takes down his second calling on Cindra, the Drakai of Retribution. Tier lists be damned. This hero is here to stay, folks, and I could not be more thrilled not only to see the Drakai of Retribution burn forth from the hunted, but to see Brodie Spurlock, who has been showing off and showing out time and time again, and he takes down the calling here in Memphis.
What a game.
What a game!
I mean, Brodie tore his way through this top 8.
Oh my gosh.
First, the game against New, we saw him start out absolutely, just completely on fire, perfectly on theme, out of the gates with that completely insane breaking point turn, pushing his opponent to the breaking point, and just like that, he pushed Kano to his breaking point in just 2 short turns, putting him on the ropes. He had nearly the ideal combo. Even 2 more resources didn't quite get him there.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine maybe another blue, and that Kano turn looks a whole lot different. But sometimes when you're sitting against the Drakai of Aether, simply all you can do is hope and pray. That the deck does not cooperate, and for Brodie Spurlock, he has done it again, joining a vaunted and small list of players that have taken down multiple callings. I can think of Michael Hamilton, Pablo Pintor, Darren Ying taking down 2 limited
2
callings.
in New Zealand.
Big shout out to Darren Ying, and of course Nick Butcher as well, taking down a couple callings. That's off the top of the head. There might be
Just
a couple
off the
more,
dome.
but let me tell you, you just heard Brodie Spurlock's name get announced. He joins that list. The calling champion here in Memphis. What a game, what a tournament,
crazy.
what an event, and what a set. The Hunted, let me tell you, a lot of talk about some heroes dominating the meta. Maybe no one was expecting some of these new cards and this new hero to be this impactful, and I, for one, I just couldn't be more stoked. This was the goal. This was the hope all
This
weekend.
was what you wanted
I've been
all
saying, I've been like,
along.
let me see some Cindra, let me see some a ninja, let me see some daggers get thrown. I got my wish. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how this all went down. At the end of all things, at the top of the volcano, Cindra stands alone. The Drakai of Retribution in the hands of Brodie Spurlock, taking down the calling in Memphis in dramatic fashion, in a way that only he can.
In a way that only he can, and in a way that only she can. Cindra, with all that flash and pomp, taking down this event out of nowhere. Like you said, I think basically nobody had Cindra winning this on their radar from what we're aware of.
I did.
Okay, Sam.
I did.
Okay, Sam.
This has been such an incredible event, folks. Thank you for hanging out with us. And we've got more. Don't you go anywhere. We still got our giveaway coming up right after this. So if you want to win the giveaway, you're going to have to wait and hear from the man of the hour, Brodie Spurlock. He's been winning a bunch, and he ain't done yet. We got Brodie Spurlock and the winner of the giveaway for Part the Mistvale Booster Box coming up right after this. My friends, welcome back. I am joined by the man of the hour, Mr. Brodie Spurlock, the two-time calling champion himself on the Hunted's very own Cindra Dekai of Retribution. I have but the one question for you. How are you feeling?
I am feeling really, really excited. It's also really cool to have done it with Cindra. I think it probably
What the
makes
hell?
for the most exciting weekend one calling.
Yeah, no doubt. It made my job very easy to just be unbelievably stoked the whole time I was watching the Cindra games. So I know people out there want to know what led you to this new deck. You are somebody that tests at the highest level. You are somebody, your friend and testing partner over there, Michael Fang, blowing kisses. We know you and yours are just absolutely maniacal about finding the best deck, finding the biggest edge you can over your competition. It's worked for you time and time again, but what in that process led you to Cindra here?
The short answer is I was planning to probably play Viserai because it's what I've been playing for a while. I think it's still good. I also wanted to test out Douse and Runeblood, all these things. And with most of my time in the last week, actually or like 2 weeks, I actually kind of spent on Limited. I felt safer playing something I already knew in CC. And so I was testing Viserai, and I played some games into this Cindra list and got wrecked. And complete and total shout out to Yuki for building the deck. I think like 76 or more of the cards were Yuki's creation, so completely owe it to her.
Yeah.
Also, huge thank you to Nia, who gave me, I think, more than 76 of the cards. I think I got like 2 myself, and then so for giving me the physical deck, because I was in quite a scramble trying to see like where I would get cards. And I was like, hey, Nia, do you have like any of this stuff? And he was like, oh, I have like the whole deck in my deck box. You want it?
And there you go. And there you go. And it turns out, so that means you're oh my God, the lights have dimmed. The lights have dimmed as we know the drama has risen as we have our winner. But so Brodie, does that mean you're going to give Yuki the trophy and Nia the gold foil? Is that what that means? Because it's like a fair trade, seems.
Nia did make me, under duress, I agreed that Nia would receive a percentage of the prizes equal to the percentage of my deck he provided. So we'll have to work out the...
You're screwed.
I might need to be talking to my lawyer on that one.
Yeah, you're screwed. If you sign a paper, it's not going to look good. Well, why don't you grab the prizes? Let's show them off for the people. Oh, my God. How does it feel? Calling champion 2 times. It's a short list. It's a short list of people that have won 2 callings, let alone 1.
You know, in Phuket, the trophy wasn't actually in the city. I ended up getting it mailed to me later, so this is the first time that I have, held the trophy for a calling win.
the lights keep going down around us as all eyes have turned to you, Brodie. There's the beautiful Stonewall Gauntlet. How does it feel to go 2 top 8s in like 2 weeks, as many weeks, 2 calling top 8s? Like, do you just go home and you're just like, no big deal, like whatever? Or does it still feel like, oh my God, I'm in a calling top 8, like heart starts to pound? Like, where's the mindset at?
I'm really happy. I've been putting a whopping amount of time into Flesh and Blood. I'm basically playing it like a full-time job right now. So to see the results from the work is really nice. During the top 8 itself, I've actually worked a lot over the years to try to mentally frame it as like the second round of an armory or something.
Yeah.
And like pretend I'm not in a top 8. But when it's all said and done, I mean, it's a rush.
It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. Well, I do want to give the people at home, we reached 30,000 subscribers on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. Let's go. So as the lights once again dim, I will tell you of the winner of the giveaway. We have been asking for it. We've been talking for people asking people to chat. So let's hear the winner of the giveaway. We're going to give them this box. Partha Misfil, you want to hold it?
Let's do it.
All right. Show us the winner.
Drum roll, please.
Right as the lights dim again. It's about to come. Here it comes, the longest drum roll of your life. Hey, the lights are back. I don't know if you can hear, but all the players, every time the lights come back up, there it is, Watson Watches. I'm so glad Cindra is doing well. Such a cool deck. I'm right there with you, Watson Watches. Such a cool deck and such a cool person.
What a fitting comment.
What a fitting comment. Come on. Thanks, Random Dice Gods. Yeah, there you go. Right there you are, Watson Watches. So, Brodie, all of a sudden, you can see up there, top left of your screen at home, folks, we've got a whole classic constructed Battle Hardened right here on this channel. Tomorrow, we are bringing you the whole day of coverage. What are you playing? You playing Cindra or are you switching it up?
I'm definitely playing Cindra again.
You're like, Tan, that is a really stupid question. Like, what do you mean? I just won the calling. Like, of course I'm playing Cindra.
assuming that Nia doesn't need his deck, which though MinMax is helping me out with getting my own Cindra deck built, which I realized that I need to do because I love the hero and I want to probably keep playing it.
Yep.
So yeah, I should have a deck for tomorrow. Also, shout out MinMax, helping with Cindra cards and just being awesome in general, helping me get here all the way to Memphis, Tennessee.
Let's go. Well, once again, congratulations to you, Brodie. So happy for you. You are the consummate professional, the consummate player, and it is always great to see you succeed. And then the Player of the Year race, a pretty healthy amount of points you just put up. How much does the last question? How much does that factor into your mind? You've been playing all the events anyway, but now that the World Tour, what I know is that you're a friend of the booth, and it is actually impossible to get you to come cast with me now. I was like, you want to come cast? You're like, nah, dude, World Tour points, like too much on the line for me.
It does help influence like which events I go to or like.
You mean all of them? What do you mean?
But like,
what the heck?
Sometimes
which events you go to? Brodie, what was the last event you didn't go to? What are you talking about?
No,
hold on. What do you mean? Which event what was the last event you didn't go to?
I didn't go to Calling Sydney.
Oh, okay.
A
year and a half ago, no.
So but in the last 2 years, I've missed one calling per year. And this year it's like, well, there's World Tour points, so maybe I'll have to miss 0. And that's not including the casting one. So if I'm going to get my casting one, you know, like I can't be giving up another one for free.
No, absolutely. We might be hanging out with you in the booth at some point in the future because, you know, not only are you a great player, you're a great caster and a great friend to all as well. So any final shout-outs from you before we send the people on their way before the Battle Hardened tomorrow?
I mean, thanks Yuki, Nia, MinMax. Huge thank you to my whole team for just helping me test and really giving me a lot of perspective on this whole meta. I mean, brand new metas are really hard, and I could not have done it without a lot of different people playing a lot of different heroes. So thank you to them, and huge thank you to my mom as well for being the best mom in the whole entire world and always supporting me. Yeah.
We'll have to fight about that one off camera because I got a pretty good mom, too. I'm just letting you know. Yeah. We just might have to fight about that one. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us all these last 2 days. But please, I ask of you, do return tomorrow for the Battle Hardened stream because we have not only got an entire day of games, we've got another fantastic caster joining us. Nathan Crawford of the Card Guys will be jumping into the booth. He cashed this calling. He was out there gaming. He was one of the few people to make cash at the calling. So he will be bringing that expertise and that experience into the booth. We do hope you'll hang out with us for that tomorrow. Once again, congrats to you, Brodie, and we will see you all tomorrow.